الحين دكتورة موضي تكلمي.
تسمعيني؟
اي ممتاز ممتاز.
اوكي، خلي اطول شوية بس. اوكي
اوكي بس
أورا.
ثواني على ما يدشون الباجي.
السلام
نعم.
عليكم.
عليكم
عليكم
السلام.
السلام. يا هلا يوسف، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
الحمد لله.
شرفتنا.
يحييكم.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
بسم الله.
Hi, everybody.
Hi
everybody.
Richard, how are
Hi.
you? Hi Richard, how are you?
Very well, thanks, Anadi. And you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you so much. This is Dr. Moody Al Hamoud. It's a Minister of Education in the previous year, former Minister of Education. She's spending long time minister. She is only a such minister staying more than 15 or 20 years. They selected every 4 years they select. She's an excellent mother, excellent teacher, excellent employee.
Well done.
We are in the processing of establishing a new government university, one of the fourth generation universities right now.
Oh, wow, that's exciting.
Very exciting, although it is very demanding.
Yeah, but that's good and bad.
Yes. Tell me, Hanadi, when should I start, please?
Good afternoon, colleagues. You can hear me?
يا هلا فيكم ومسهلا باليوم الثاني للمؤتمر الافتراضي الخليجي الرابع لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الصناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال 21 نوفمبر 2023. طبعا إن شاء الله اليوم نبتدي اليوم الثاني 14 نوفمبر. التاريخ شوي عندي متخبط أعتذر. Hello doctor, how are you?
هلا مرحبا.
يا أهلا دكتورة، يا هلا فيكم.
هلا فيك.
منورين إن شاء الله وموجودين إن شاء الله معنا. نبتدي الآن. نبدأ اليوم الثاني فعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي الخليجي الرابع لدعم منظومة الذكاء والابتكار والذكاء الصناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. أصحاب السمو والشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء الأفاضل، أهلا بكم وأسعد الله أوقاتكم. إن شاء الله تكونون بألف صحة وعافية وخير. يعتبر هذا المؤتمر إحدى المبادرات الخليجية للدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، والتي تسعى من خلال مبادراتها إلى التنويع الاقتصادي ورفع المؤشرات القياسية للدول الخليجية، وكذلك لنقل أفضل الرؤى المستقبلية والتطبيقات العالمية الناجحة في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا في المجتمعات الخليجية. نبدأ كلمة الافتتاح من دولة الكويت مع سعادة الدكتورة موضي الحمود وزير التربية والتعليم العالي السابق، فلتتفضل لتلقي كلمتها.
شكرا لك حبيبتي، شكرا. السيدة هنادي مبارك المباركي رئيسة ومنظمة المؤتمر، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام, dear colleagues across the borders, allow me to deliver my speech in Arabic, and I hope the translator will help you in catching up what I'm going to say. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعا. بداية أود أن أعرب عن سعادتي وامتناني مشاركتكم للعام الرابع في هذا الحدث الإقليمي. هذه المشاركة الرابعة لي في هذا الحدث الذي يعد من المبادرات الخليجية المميزة في مجال الابتكار والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. عودنا المؤتمر دائما على طرح الجديد والمطلوب في لدعم منظومة الابتكار والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، وفي هذه السنة إن شاء الله يتناول المؤتمر العديد من القضايا الهامة المتعلقة بضرورة التواصل وبذل الجهود والتعاون المشترك من أجل تسريع الخدمات الافتراضية والابتكارية للارتقاء في منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، وذلك بالاعتماد على استثمار آخر التطورات في الذكاء الصناعي وعالم التكنولوجيا المتقدمة التي لا نستطيع في الواقع اللحاق بها لأنها تمر بتطورات سريعة جدا، مما يسهم بطبيعة الحال في النمو الاقتصادي والاجتماعي لاقتصاداتنا ومجتمعاتنا في نواحي شتى. السادة الحضور، لا يخفى على الجميع بأن المؤسسات الأكاديمية، وأنا في أحدها الآن، تسعى إلى تحقيق التقدم العلمي المقرون بالتطور التكنولوجي المتسارع، ولا شك أن الابتكار هو عنصر أساسي في تلك المنظومة التعليمية والبحثية، حيث يلعب الابتكار دور مهم في تحسين جودة التعليم وتطوير المهارات الابتكارية للطلاب والباحثين على حد سواء، ويساهم كذلك في زيادة مخرجات المؤسسات الأكاديمية ومنها تحويل الأبحاث العلمية إلى منتجات وخدمات قابلة للتسويق، وهذه أصبحت صراحة ركن أساسي في مؤسسات التعليم العالي في أن تحول أبحاثها إلى منتجات قابلة للتسويق. بالطبع يؤثر الابتكار في تطوير مهارات الخريجين الداخلين إلى سوق العمل ويساعدهم على التأقلم مع احتياجاتهم المتغيرة، ويمكن الورد فورم أصدر الآن النسخة أو التقرير الجديد للوظائف المستقبلية، في معظمها يساعد الابتكار في خلق فرص العمل والتوظيف للخريجين خاصة المبتكرين والمتميزين، حيث ينمي لديهم التفكير بالإبداعي والقدرة على تطبيق المعرفة والمهارات في حل المشكلات وتطوير منتجات وخدمات جديدة، وذلك لخدمة مؤسساتهم واقتصادياتهم بشكل أفضل. على صعيد آخر، نعرف جميعاً أن الابتكار يشجع ثقافة البحث العلمي والتطوير التكنولوجي في المؤسسات الأكاديمية، مما يؤدي إلى زيادة أعداد براءات الاختراع المسجلة وتحويلها إلى منتجات وخدمات قابلة للتسويق، بالإضافة إلى أنه يشجع الدارسين والباحثين على تطوير مهاراتهم الابتكارية وتفكيرهم الإبداعي، مما يزيد فرص اكتشاف المواهب وزيادة أعداد المبتكرين والمخترعين، وبما يخدم بالطبع متطلبات التنمية وتحقيق التحول الاقتصادي المعرفي المنشود في دولنا، خاصة في الدول كافة وخاصة في دولنا الخليجية. السيدات والسادة الحضور، في نهاية كلمتي أود أن أعرب عن شكري الخاص للدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيسة المؤتمر والقائمين على تنظيم فعالياته، والجهود المبذولة للباحثين ولمتابعي فعاليات المؤتمر، آملين أن يكون هذا الجهد وما يسفر عنه من أبحاث ورؤى إضافة متميزة في تعظيم تطوير اقتصاداتنا الخليجية المستهدفة وفي إثراء شبكات التعاون والتواصل بيننا وبين العالم بشرقه وغربه لما فيه مصلحة الجميع، خالص تحياتي للحضور الكريم، وخالص تمنياتي بالتوفيق والنجاح لهذا المؤتمر، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة الدكتورة موضي الحمود وزير التربية والتعليم السابق ورئيس مجلس إدارة جامعة عبد الله السالم على الكلمة اللي تفضلت بها وما تفضلت به من معلومات مهمة ومفيدة. شكرا دكتورة. والآن معنا من المملكة المتحدة سعادة الأستاذ ريتشارد ستير رئيس شركة جليدز انترناشونال، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمة. Mr. Richard, you are on air.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and forgive me, but I have to deliver my presentation in English. Sorry. My name is Richard Steer, and I chair Gleeds, an international property and construction consultancy with over 136 years' experience in the property and construction industry. We operate across 6 continents in 77 offices worldwide. We pride ourselves on being a global business that is structured to act and think locally, working with clients in almost every sector, from power stations to palaces, and from houses to hospitals, from Asia to America, and the Middle East to Mumbai. I'm delighted to be participating in today's conference, looking at innovation, technology, artificial intelligence, and entrepreneurship. These 4 headline topics are all live aspects of our working life that are growing exponentially and moving from the dreams of futurists to the reality of our everyday work, creating the built environment. Our role in the process of construction is to look at the entire project lifecycle and to contribute in program and project management, commercial and contract management, property and asset management, and advisory services. It is quite simple. As a consultancy business, if we don't innovate, we cease to add value. And if we can't add value, we cease to exist. Our clients look to us to advise them on the latest technology, processes, and solutions. And we, in turn, are driven by a desire to contribute by harnessing our intellectual capital to get things built more efficiently, more sustainably, and with greater transparency during the process. Changes to the way we all work were forced upon us during the pandemic. But I believe that this is a natural evolution that would have occurred anyway, accelerated by 2 years of lockdown and consolidated by the increased affordability of mobile working options, the refinement of new technologies, and innovation by employers around the world. As we move forward, these developing technologies and AI will allow us to be more effective and will in time produce much greater productivity. This is not new. Out of times of change comes great innovation. In 1913, for instance, from America came the Model T Ford car and mass automotive production, reducing the time it took to manufacture an automobile from 12 hours down to 1 hour 33 minutes. From the production of armaments in the Second World War came huge leaps in technology of radar and rocket propulsion. And now we are living through a new age of industrial revolution with the growth of digital technology, the internet, and AI. History may well look back upon this time with the same sense of awe that we have done with the developments that were adopted in the early 20th century. A working example of technology in action used by my own organisation is currently harnessed on a large education project with which we are currently involved in Peru. With literally hundreds of schools impacted by the floods created by the El Nino disaster, working with a large consortium funded by the UK government, we are engaged in rebuilding educational premises and flood defence programmes. Some of the project management in South America is now supervised from the UK, harnessing drone technology to get real-time imagery of the sites under construction, with artificial intelligence used to review progress, costs, and timelines, all assisted by a crew on the ground outside Lima in Peru. This is a combination of machine learning and human interface in action on a daily basis that would not have been available 5 years ago. The year 2023 could aptly be described as the year artificial intelligence broke through into the mainstream consciousness in the realm of project delivery and the wider world. Large language models like GPT-4 became not just technological marvels, but pivotal tools that project professionals leaned on for a myriad of tasks, from automating mundane administrative activities to sophisticated data analysis. Over the past year, there has been a significant increase in the adoption of AI tools by companies and professionals. But as we step into 2024, I foresee the narrative around AI in project delivery possibly changing, where the initial enthusiasm might wane as the limitations and practical difficulties of implementing AI become more apparent. However, this phase is crucial as it lays the foundation for a more comprehensive and nuanced discussion about the role of AI in our profession. Organizations and project managers will likely start focusing on more pragmatic applications of AI, ones that can genuinely augment human abilities and contribute to more effective project delivery. I welcome this change in outlook. Technology is there to assist us, not to replace us. The invention of the calculator did not make accountants redundant. They just changed roles. We are the same, and that is why I feel honored to be a part of a conference that is not just focused on the tech, but the interface between the technology and the human, and our ability to innovate as well as invent, and the role of entrepreneurs in that developing area. Thank you.
A great thanks to you, sir. His Excellency Mr. Richard Steer, the President or CEO of Glades International, for the speech. Thank you very much. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب في سعادة السيد شريف توكالي، نائب الممثل المقيم لبرنامج الأمم المتحدة. رجاء السبيكرز إذا ممكن تفتحون الفيديو كام مع الصوت. سيد شريف التوكالي، تفضل الغي كلمتك.
شكرا استاذتي، ومبسوط ان انا بشوفك انك انت فاسيليتيتنج السيشن دي. دكتوره هنادي، انتوا سامعيني الاول؟
اي نعم سامعينك ومنورنا.
نعم. الله بنورك. دكتوره هنادي، الساده الحضور، انا يمكن اول متحدث اتكلم بالعربي، ثاني متحدث اتكلم بالانجليزي، انا هيبقى ميكس بين العربي والانجليزي، معلش سامحوني. فانت كل اللي عايز يحط الترانسليتور يحطه، يعني ما فيش مشكله. طبعا انا شريف التوكالي، اتشرف ان انا بتكلم هنا من دوله الكويت. انا مساعد الممثل المقيم لبرنامج الامم المتحده الانمائي، ويمكن اليو ان دي بي او البرنامج الانمائي للامم المتحده ليه مجال كبير في بالذات في حته الانوفيشن والابتكار من اجل التنميه، وطبعا انتربرينورشيب ورياده الاعمال، وبالذات كمان ليها علاقه دلوقتي بالتكنولوجيا المساعده او الاسيستيف تكنولوجي بالذات لخصوص ذوي الاعاقه. طبعا انا يعني الساده المتحدثين الاول والثاني كان اتكلم على اهميه التعليم واهميه الاديوكيشن واهميه ده، يعني هو في كذا اليمنت للانوفيشن ايكو سيستم. يمكن انا هتكلم على 2 أو 3 منهم دول، بس قبل ما ابتدي هتكلم على تجربتين انا نفسي عشتهم على الابتكار. انا بس عايز احط التايم عشان المفروض عندي 5 دقائق ومش عايز اطول على 5 دقائق. فاول واحده، احنا كان عندنا مجموعه من ذوي الاعاقه في بلد ما، فكنا بنحاول ان احنا عايزين نساعدهم ونشوف معاهم ازاي نقدر نمبروف الليفنج كونديشن بتاعتهم. فجبنا مجموعه منهم من ذوي الاعاقه اللي هم الاعاقه البصريه والاعاقه الحركيه، وجبناهم في وات از كولد اللي هو الانوفيشن كامب، واحنا بنستخدم طبعا الميثودولوجي اكيد الساده الحضور كل اغلبهم عارفينها، اللي هو الهيومن سنتر ديزاين، وازاي ان احنا نحطهم في هم اللي في السنتر بتاع الحدث، وهم اللي يشتغلوا معانا في القصه دي، ونحاول نطلع بحل مبتكر لمشاكلهم. فجبنا مجموعه منهم من المعوقين، وجبنا مجموعه من طلبه كليه هندسه وطلبه من كليه اللي هو بتوع برمجه، وقعدوا مع بعض لمده 4 أو 5 ايام. ودي مهم جدا ان احنا بنenable الانفايرمنت عشان الابتكار، لانه مهم جدا ان احنا نenable الانفايرمنت للابتكار. وطبعا قالوا لنا على المشاكل بتاعتهم. ففي مجموعه طلعوا، واحده من المشاكل كان مثلا ان هو ذوي الاعاقه البصريه ما بيعرفوش ياخدوا المواصلات او التاكسيات، لان هم لما بيحاسبوا السواقين السواق ما بيبقوش عارفين الفلوس ادوها لهم كام او الفلوس اللي رجعت لهم كام. فواحد من الطلبه طلع بفكره انه يعمل موبايل اب ان هو يقرا الفلوس ويقولها له نطق ليه. فدي حاجه بسيطه جدا اتعملت وساعدت ذوي الاعاقه. مجموعه ثانيه برضو نفس حاجه مش تكنولوجي، كنا مع مجموعه من الناس صيادين، وكانت الستات بيقشروا الجمبري، وكان عندهم ان عايزين يزودوا الدخل بتاعهم. فمجموعه طلعت بفكره ان هم ياخدوا قشر الجمبري ده ويطلعوا منه ماده طبيه اسمها الكايتوزان، وتعاوننا مع الهند وكده، وانهم ابتدوا يشتغلوا في الحاجات دي. فهي الابتكار بيطلع بالفكره كويسه، المهم انه بعد كده يكمل بفكرته وينجح ويأسس الشركه بتاعته زي ما الساده الحضور تفضلوا. فاحنا محتاجين ان احنا نشتغل جامد مع المؤسسات العلميه، وانا مبسوط ان حضراتكم هنا جايبين المؤسسات العلميه. تاني حاجه حضانات التكنولوجيا، وازاي انها تساعد الشباب في او المبتكرين، وان ازاي يبقى عندهم مكان يقدروا يعملوا بروتوتايب. ومفيش مشكله، احنا علشان يطلع بفكره انه يطلع بالكايتوزان دي من القش الجمبري قعد فتره طويله ينجح ويفشل. ولازم ندخل ثقافه ان الفشل مفيش مشكله، ان احنا ما عندناش مشكله ان احنا نفشل، احنا بنفشل ونجرب تاني، نفشل ونجرب تاني. فدي كان الحاجه الثانيه. الحاجه الثالثه حته التوجيه والتدريب. احنا ساعات بيفتقدوا المبتكرين، وبالذات في عمليه المنتورنج اند كوتشنج ليهم. فاحنا محتاجين ان احنا برضو، سواء احنا ساعات بتتحل طبعا مع الجامعات والاساتذه بتاعت الجامعه والدكاتره، وساعات بنتحول مع السينيور سيتيزن اللي هو مثلا بيكون طلع على المعاش او كده، وعايز عنده مجموعه من الشباب يقعد يوجههم وكده، بالذات في خاصيه حته الماركتنج الريسيرش الكلام من ده. يعني احنا شفنا مجموعه من الشباب ممكن حاجاتهم ما بتنجحش مش علشان هو مش عارف الفكره بتاعته او عايز ينجحها، لا عشان ما عندوش خبره باداره الاعمال. فحته الانتربرينورشيب سكيلز والكلام ده كله احنا برضو دي بيبقى محتاجه، ومحتاجين ان احنا نشتغل معاهم فيها وان احنا ندربهم عليها. في ناس مجموعه كتيره جت لنا بعد كده قالت لنا احنا اوريدي مثلا مجموعه عملوا زي ديجيتال ستوري تيلر شركه، قال لك احنا كويسين قوي بنطلع فيديوهات وكده، بس ما عندناش ملكه حته اداره الاعمال. فدخلناهم مع جامعات في امريكا ومع GSMA، وادوهم زي التريننج وزي اداره الاعمال، وكان في اللي هو الدكاتره بتاعت اللي هو اللي بيعملوا PhD، ودربوهم على ازاي اداره الاعمال، ويعملوا لهم حتى فيزابيلتي ستادي، بزنس بلان، ماركتنج، الكلام ده كله. ما هو مش لازم انه الراجل المبتكر يبقى عارف كل حاجه، بس احنا بنديله الحاجات اللي هي المساعده. طبعا واهم طبعا كل ده معاه حته التمويل المبتكر او انوفيتيف فاينانس، يعني من ضمنها مثلا حته التمويل الجماعي او الكراود فاندنج. ففكره حتى الكراود فاندنج دي مهمه جدا، لانها كانت تبروف الكونسبت بتاعت الايه الراجل المبتكر. فانا برضو انا بصيت لقيت خلاص ان انا 4 دقائق ونص، انا ممكن اقعد اتكلم ربع ساعه ونص ساعه، فيمكن ده بس انا مبسوط ان انا جزء من انه حاجه مهمه جدا، وده انترناشونال كونفرنس، فده حاجه مهمه جدا ان احنا نبقى بارت منه. وشكرا انكم كنتوا دعيتوني للحضور. شكرا.
نشكر سعادة الأستاذ شريف التكالي نائب الممثل المقيم لبرنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي على كلمته وعلى الأمثلة الجميلة اللي أعطانا إياها. ومعنا أيضا من جمهورية تونس السعيد سعادة الدكتورة حياة عمري، خبيرة دولية المنظمات الدولية. دكتورة ممكن تفتحين الكام وتتغلين في إلقاء الكلمة.
شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو والمعالي، تحية شكر وتقدير لصاحبة المبادرة العالمية رئيسة المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الرابع لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، على الدعوة الكريمة للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر الهام الذي يجمع عدد هام من الخبراء والمخترعين والمبتكرين والمستثمرين وأصحاب الشركات. سيداتي سادتي، يشهد عالمنا المعاصر منذ عقد الثمانينات وحتى اليوم أحداث عالمية مذهلة متسارعة أحدثت تحولات جذرية وعميقة في النظام الاقتصادي العالمي، أسفرت عن نتائج وتطورات هامة وضعت العالم وشعوبه المختلفة أمام متطلبات وتحديات جديدة جعلتها تبحث عن سبل مختلفة تمكنها من تلبية احتياجات العصر ومواجهة تحدياته. ومن أبرز هذه التحديات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة التي تفرض واقعا جديدا مليئا بالفرص والتحديات. وبالرغم من تنوع وتعدد هذه التحديات والمتطلبات، منها الاقتصادية، اجتماعية، ثقافية، تكنولوجية، بيئية، إلا أن التحديات الاقتصادية تقع في موقع الصدارة لأنها تشكل الأساس لحل المعضلات من الاحتياجات. ولهذا نجد بلدان وشعوب العالم المختلفة تبحث عن طرق ووسائل وآليات فاعلة تساعدها على النمو والتطور الاقتصادي بديناميكية مناسبة، والاستخدام واستغلال مواردها وطاقاتها الاقتصادية بما يضمن لها الاستمرار والصمود والقدرة المناسبة على المنافسة، معتمدة على الاتفاقيات الثنائية والجماعية والعمل الاقتصادي المشترك. وفي الواقع أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي جزءاً لا يتجزأ من حياتنا اليومية، فنحن نعتمد الآن على خوارزميات محركات البحث والمساعدين الرقميين مثل أليكسا وسيري في كل شيء تقريبا، بما في ذلك طلب سيارة أجرة أو معرفة عدد السعيرات الحرارية الموجودة في طبق الطعام الذي نأكله. وتتجاوز إمكانات هذه التكنولوجيا الاستخدام المنزلي أو الشخصي، حيث يخطو الذكاء الاصطناعي خطوات كبيرة في تطوير عالم الأعمال. وقد يكون الإبداع في العمل وارتياد آفاق جديدة لم تكن موجودة من قبل هو أول وربما أهم ما توصل إليه هذا الذكاء. وقد أثبت الذكاء الاصطناعي أيضا أنه أداة ثورية في كل صناعة، حيث يغير طريقة تفاعل الموظفين والعملاء مع الشركات وتنفيذ العمليات اليومية التي تحتاجها دورة العمل. وقد ازداد الاعتماد عليه في مجال الأعمال بنسبة 270% في السنوات الأربعة الماضية، حسب ما ذكرت منصة جارتنر في تقرير لها. ولا يمكننا إلا أن نتوقع اعتمادا أكثر وانتشارا أكبر في السنوات القادمة. ومن السمات المميزة لعصرنا اليوم أن الاقتصادات والمجتمعات تتحول من المعرفة إلى الإبداع بصفتها خصائصها الرئيسية، وأن النشاط الاقتصادي يركز على إنتاج الأفكار بدلا من إنتاج الأشياء. لذلك أصبح اليوم من الضروري إدماج الإبداع والابتكار في التعلم مدى الحياة لتعزيز التنمية المستدامة والتنافسية للاقتصاد. من مقترحاتي كتوصيات لهذا المؤتمر: أولاً، تعزيز الأنشطة الاقتصادية المستخدمة للذكاء الاصطناعي، خاصة أمام ما ستشهده الفترة المقبلة من طفرة حقيقية في مجال استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في إدارة الأعمال، نتيجة ما تلعبه تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي وتأثيرها الكبير في القدرة على التنبؤ بالأرقام والتحليلات المالية ومساعدة الموظفين، إضافة إلى قدرة الذكاء الاصطناعي على إدارة الأعمال التجارية. أيضاً، تعزيز التعاون في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي، بما في ذلك تبادل أفضل الممارسات والخبرات. أيضا، تحديد تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي التي تقدم حلولا وخدمات ذكية وآمنة ومستدامة. تطوير وإنشاء بنك للمبادرات يشتمل على المعلومات والبيانات الأساسية الخاصة بالابتكارات والاختراعات. أيضا، تأسيس مكاتب نقل التكنولوجيا في المؤسسات البحثية والجامعات لدعم وتسويق الاختراعات الجديدة. تعزيز دور الإعلام في دعم الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي والتحول الرقمي. تشجيع القطاع الخاص للاستثمار في دعم منظومة الابتكار عبر بناء البنية التحتية للتحول الرقمي. تمكين الوظائف الجديدة التي ترسم ملامح القرن التكنولوجي عوضاً عن الوظائف التقليدية. دعم وتعزيز الإبداع والابتكار في المدارس لبناء أجيال تحاكي مجتمع المعرفة وما يحمله المستقبل من تخصصات علمية جديدة، فضلاً عن مواكبة المتغيرات العالمية والتطور التكنولوجي الذي نشهده يومياً. ربط مخرجات التعليم الأكاديمية في سلم الوظائف الجديدة التي تخدم الاقتصاد الرقمي. تشجيع المستثمرين والغرف التجارية على دعم المخترعين والمبتكرين، حتى المؤسسات المالية والتمويلية على تبسيط إجراءات التمويل وتشجيع الاستثمارات في الابتكار. في ختام كلمتي أتوجه مرة أخرى بالشكر والتقدير لسعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي صاحبة هذه المبادرة العالمية المميزة ومجهودها الاستثنائي من أجل الارتقاء ودعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال خاصة بدولنا العربية. تمنياتي بكل التوفيق والنجاح لفعاليات هذا المؤتمر المتميز. شكرا.
شكرا للدكتورة حياة العمري الخبيرة الدولية للعديد من المنظمات الدولية من دولة جمهورية تونس الجميلة على ما تفضلت به. ولدينا الآن من مملكة البحرين سعادة الدكتور محمد رضا قادر نائب رئيس البرامج الأكاديمية والدراسات العليا من جامعة البحرين، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمته. دكتور محمد إذا ممكن تفتح الفيديو.
نعم،
الفيديو كونفرنس.
تفضل.
أيوه شكرا.
نعم.
يعطيك العافية.
الله يحفظك إن شاء الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مرحبا بكم جميعا. سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي أصحاب السعادة، إنه لم دواعي سروري أن يتم دعوتي بلقاء كلمتي أمام هذا الجمع الغفير. إن لقاءنا اليوم يهدف إلى استكشاف ومناقشة أحدث التطورات في مجالات الابتكار والتكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي وتأثيرها العميق على مجال ريادة الأعمال. في هذا العالم السريع التغير نحتاج اليوم إلى نهج مبتكر ومستدام يساهم في تمكين المبدعين والمبتكرين والشركات الناشئة لتحقيق التفوق والازدهار. أن الابتكار هو المفتاح الرئيسي لنجاح ريادة الأعمال في هذا العصر، حيث أنه يشكل القوة الدافعة والمحفزة لتغيير والتحول، ويساهم في تحقيق النجاح الاقتصادي ودفع عجلة التنمية المحلية وعالميا. أن النظام البيئي الذي يدعم ريادة الأعمال والابتكار يلعب دورا حاسما في تعزيز الازدهار الاقتصادي وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة. فيجب علينا أن نعمل معا كمجتمع متكامل لتطوير هذا النظام البيئي الذي يتيح الفرصة ويزيد من قدرة الشباب والأفراد والموهوبين إلى ترجمة أفكارهم وتطلعاتهم إلى أرض الواقع. أود أن أسلط الضوء على مستقبل ريادة الأعمال والخطوات التي يجب اتخاذها لتعزيز التطورات الإيجابية في هذا المجال، من دفع الشباب وتنمية مهاراتهم لمزيد من الابتكار والإبداع، بالإضافة إلى خلق فرص عمل من شأنها تساهم في تعزيز النمو الاقتصادي من خلال الخطوات الرئيسية التالية. أولاً وقبل كل شيء يجب تعزيز البحث العلمي والتطوير عن طريق زيادة الاستثمار في البحث والتطوير. يمكن أن يؤدي ذلك إلى إنشاء منتجات وخدمات جديدة تلبي احتياجات المستهلكين وتعزيز التنافسية ودفعها للعالمية. ثانياً التعليم والتدريب الأولوية عن طريق التوفير البرامج التعليمية المناسبة التي يمكن أن تساعد في تطوير المهارات اللازمة للشباب الطموحين لبناء وتنمية المشاريع الناجحة. ثالثاً التعاون والشراكات، بناء تعاونات مثمرة بين الشركات الناشئة والشركات المتقدمة والمؤسسات الأكاديمية والحكومات أمرا ضروري. يمكن أن تسهم هذه الشراكات في تعزيز تبادل المعرفة والتكنولوجيا وتوفير فرص النمو والتوسع للشركات الناشئة. رابعاً توفير التمويل كافٍ. أن الوصول إلى الموارد المالية ضروري لدعم رواد الأعمال والشركات الناشئة. يمكن أن تشمل هذه الموارد التمويل الحكومي ورؤوس الأموال ومنصات التمويل التشاركي والمنظمات غير الربحية التي توفر الدعم المالي والتوجيه. خامساً الوعي الاجتماعي والبيئي. يجب أن تكون لريادة الأعمال تأثير إيجابي على المجتمع والبيئة. تشجيع تطوير الأعمال التجارية المستدامة واجتماعية تهدف إلى حل المشكلات الاجتماعية والبيئية أمر حاسم لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة. سادساً تطوير البيئة التحتية للتكنولوجيا هو خطوة أخرى أساسية، يشمل ذلك توفير شبكات اتصال سريع وموثوق بها والبنية التحتية الرقمية اللازمة لدعم تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا الناشئة الأخرى. سابعاً التفاعل والوعي المجتمعي عن طريق تشجيع المجتمع على تفاعل وتواصل مع رواد الأعمال والشركات الناشئة. يمكن أن يعزز التواصل وتبادل الأفكار والخبرات المشتركة. يمكن تحقيق ذلك من خلال تنظيم المؤتمرات والمعارض والورش العمل. ثامناً تحسين بيئة الأعمال بتبسيط الإجراءات والتنظيمات المتعلقة ببدء وتشغيل الأعمال التجارية أمراً بالغ الأهمية. تاسعاً تشجيع ريادة الأعمال والابتكار بين الشباب هو أمر ضروري، وتوفير الدعم والتوجيه والموارد يمكن أن يساعد في تحويل أفكار إلى حقيقة. وأخيراً التصدير والتوسع الدولي. تشجيع الشركات الناشئة على التوسع عالمياً وتصدير منتجاتها وخدماتها ضروري. توفير الدعم والموارد للوصول إلى الأسواق العالمية. أخيراً، إن مستقبل ريادة الأعمال يحتاج إلى تكاتف الجهود وتوفير أرضية خصبة للإبداع والابتكار وتشجيع الموارد البشرية لخلق بيئة تسهم في الإبداع والابتكار. ولا ننسى هنا التكنولوجيا الخضراء التي تعد أيضاً جزءاً مهماً من رحلتنا نحو ريادة الأعمال المستدامة من خلال تحسين كفاءة الاستهلاك للموارد وتقليل الانبعاث الضارة، مما يسهم في الحفاظ على البيئة وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة. وأتمنى لكم جزيل الشكر، والشكر موصول إلى القائمين على هذا المؤتمر، والشكر خاص إلى دكتورة هنادي المباركي على إتاحة الفرصة لتبادل الأفكار في هذا الموضوع العصري الهام.
نشكر سعادة الدكتور محمد رضا قادر نائب الرئيس لبرامج الأكاديمية والدراسات العليا من جامعة البحرين على كلمته والتوصيات كذلك. ونرحب من المملكة العربية السعودية بسعادة الدكتور توفيق السويلم مدير عام دار الخليج للاستشارات الاقتصادية، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمته مشكورا.
شكرا لكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Great thanks for دكتورة هنادي المباركي، أصحاب السمو وأصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الأخوة والأخوات. أمسيكم بالخير وأهنيكم على هذا اللقاء الناجح الذي يناقش التغيرات بل التطورات العالمية في عالم التكنولوجيا وعالم الابتكار وعالم الذكاء الاصطناعي، لأن العالم اليوم يشهد طفرة اقتصادية أو طفرة تقنية هائلة في التكنولوجيا الحديثة وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، والحاجة أصبحت اليوم ملحة لتشجيع جميع الإبداعات والكيانات العامة والخاصة في الاقتصاديات الوطنية على استخدام التكنولوجيا الحديثة. انطلاقا من هذا التطور وهذه الطفرة التي تعم العالم، يعقد هذا المؤتمر الافتراضي التي تدير الدكتورة هنادي لعام 2023 حول الابتكار والتكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي ونظام البيئة لريادة الأعمال. أحب أهنيكم على هذا انعقاد هذا المؤتمر، خاصة أنه يعيش في ظل تطورات اقتصادية وتطورات تكنولوجية في دول العالم وتطورات في خدمات الذكاء الاصطناعي في كثير من مناحي الحياة، والتي تتطلب من عندنا تعزيز منظومة الابتكار والملكية الفكرية والمخترعين واستدامة الاستراتيجيات والابتكار في المؤسسات والهيئات، والعمل على تحويل وتسويق الابتكارات الخليجية والعربية والعالمية إلى منتجات تخدم الإنسانية وتخدم اللي تطرح في السوق المحلي والإقليمي والدولي، وذلك لتحقيق تنوع اقتصادي عالمي. هذا التنوع يجب أن يكون قائم على البرامج العالمية الحديثة وربط المؤشرات التنافسية القياسية وربطها بالمؤشرات العالمية مثل مؤشرات الابتكار ومؤشرات ريادة الأعمال ومؤشر براءة الاختراع ومؤشر العلوم والتكنولوجيا ومؤشرات البحث العلمي. أكرر ما يقوله زملائي المتحدثين والمتحدثات من قبلي، بأن هذا التنوع الاقتصادي في الدول الخليجية والدول العالمية سيقوم على الاستثمار في الأمثل للتكنولوجيا الحديثة لتكون في إن شاء الله دولنا في منصاف الدول العالمية المتقدمة وتماشي مع رؤيتها الدولية ومؤاتها مع الأهداف العالمية للتنمية المستدامة. كما يجب الاستفادة من التجارب الاقتصادية العالمية، لأن الآن أصبح العالم أو الإنسانية كلها شركاء في المسؤولية، فإن أي خير في بلد سيعم الخير في العالم، والعكس في أي حادثة أو سلبية في دولة في العالم ستتأثر بطريقة مباشرة أو غير مباشرة، فنحن كلنا شركاء في الإنسانية وشركاء في هذا الأرض. أخيرا أكرر شكري وتقديري لدكتورة هنادي والمساهمين في هذا اللقاء، وأشكركم أنتم المتحدثون في هذا اللقاء، وأسأل الله أن يوفق القائمين على المؤتمر إلى كل خير. نشكر هذا التنظيم الرائع، هذا الترتيب، الاختيارات من عدة دول من العالم، هذا يمثل أو يعطي صورة عادلة عن المشاركة الجماعية لتقديم رؤى وأطروحات مختلفة لتعزيز الابتكار، لتعزيز الاختراعات، لتطوير التكنولوجيا، لتطوير الذكاء الاصطناعي في تحقيق التنمية والتقدم والازدهار. وكل هذه الأهداف هي حقيقة هي اللي خدمة الإنسانية ولتحقيق يعني تطوير ريادة الأعمال. أسأل الله لكم التوفيق جميعا، أدعو لكم بالخير، وأسأل الله أن تكون هذه خطوة من الخطوات التي نقدمها للإنسانية جميعا. وتحياتي للجميع وشكرا لكم من الرياض بالمملكة العربية السعودية، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة الدكتور توفيق السويلم من المملكة العربية السعودية مدير عام دار الخليج للاستشارات الاقتصادية على كلمته، مع جزيل الشكر. والآن نرحب من دولة الكويت بسعادة الأستاذ مشعل السبيعي رئيس هيئة الشباب، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمته. الأستاذ مشعل موجود؟ بما أن الأستاذ مشعل للحين ما دخل معنا أيضا من دولة الكويت سعادة الأستاذ أحمد العنزي الأمين العام المساعد لشؤون المجلس الأعلى واستشراف المستقبل الأمانة العامة للمجلس الأعلى للتخطيط والتنمية، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
السلام عليكم. صوت واضح؟
يا هلا. أي نعم واضح.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وبه نستعين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. الأخوة والأخوات المشاركين في المؤتمر الافتراضي لدعم منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب، كما يطيب لي أن أتقدم بصادق التحية لمنظم المؤتمر على جهودهم الحثيثة في مواكبة كل جديد، متمنيا لهم النجاح والتوفيق في تحقيق المؤتمر مساعيه وأهدافه. الحضور الكريم، يشير مؤتمر الذكاء الاصطناعي إلى مجموعة من تقنيات علوم الحاسب الآلي التي تمكن الأنظمة من أداء المهام التي تتطلب عادة الذكاء البشري، مثل الإدراك البصري والتعرف على الكلام واتخاذ القرارات وترجمة اللغة. وتركز فلسفة الذكاء الاصطناعي على قيام الآلة بمحاكاة العقل البشري من خلال أنظمة الحاسب الآلي، بحيث تكون قادرة على التعلم وجمع البيانات وتحليلها وإيجاد العلاقات بينها واتخاذ القرارات، بحيث أن الآلة تستطيع التفكير فتتعلم وتقرر وتتصرف كالإنسان. ويعد الذكاء الاصطناعي أحد أهم العلوم الحديثة المبتكرة التي تعتمد على الحاسوب بشكل أساسي، والذي من خلاله يتم محاكاة العقل البشري الذي يتمثل في التعليم والتعلم واتخاذ القرار. الحضور الكريم، اسمحوا لي أن أستعرض لكم بعض دوافع أو توجه دولة الكويت لتفعيل الذكاء الاصطناعي. تنطلق هذه الدوافع من استراتيجية رؤية الكويت 2035، والتي تنطوي على التحول الرقمي بين أهداف كثيرة حددتها الدولة لمواكبة التطورات على كافة المستويات. وتماشيا مع المشاريع المطروحة لاعتماد الرقمنة، تسعى حكومة الكويت جاهدة لتعزيز القدرات التي تقدمها التقنية الحديثة كالذكاء، كما التقنيات التي تعمل على تحسين الإنتاجية وتوفير مكاسب متنوعة بكلفة أقل ووقت أقصر ونوعية وجدوى أفضل. وبدأت دولة الكويت بالفعل في بناء بنية تحتية متطورة تعزز هذا التحول الرقمي المشهود منذ سنوات عديدة. ففي خطة التنمية 2025 هناك الكثير من المشاريع المرتبطة بالذكاء الاصطناعي، نذكر منها على سبيل المثال ميكنة وتطوير وزارة الشؤون الاجتماعية والعمل، مشروع خاص في وزارة الشؤون، وأيضا مدينة الأعمال التكنولوجية الخاص في الهيئة العامة للشباب، وكذلك أيضا تصميم مستشفى مدينة صباح الأحمد. المشروع هذا مزود بأحدث نظم التكنولوجيا المتقدمة وأنظمة المناخ الذكية، وهو خاص في وزارة الصحة. وكذلك منصة الأحمد الثقافية، حيث تضم حزمة من المشاريع مترابطة بمبادرة السياحة الثقافية التفاعلية الذكية، وهو خاص في المجلس الوطني للثقافة والفنون والآداب. وكذلك مشروع منظومة العدادات الذكية وهذا المشروع خاص أيضا في وزارة الكهرباء والماء. الحضور الكريم، أما عن جاهزية الكويت للذكاء الاصطناعي وموقعها بين المؤشرات الدولية، فقد حلت الكويت في المرتبة 63 عالميا من بين 160 دولة في عام 2022 في تقرير صدر عن مؤسسة إكسفورد أنسايتس حول مدى الاستعداد الحكومي للدول لتطبيق تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في تقديم الخدمات العامة للمواطنين. وقد تصدرت الولايات المتحدة الترتيب العالمي في هذا المؤشر، ويرجع ذلك في جزء كبير منه إلى حجمها الهائل ونضج قطاع التكنولوجيا فيها. ومن بين الخمسة الأوائل بالترتيب سنغافورة والمملكة المتحدة وفنلندا وهولندا. وعلى صعيد الدول العربية حلت الإمارات في المركز الأول، وجاءت بعدها قطر، ثم المملكة العربية السعودية، في حين حلت سلطنة عمان في المركز الرابع. وقد جاءت دولة الكويت في المركز الخامس على مستوى الدول العربية والخليجية في مؤشر الجاهزية الحكومية للذكاء الاصطناعي، والذي يستند في إعداده إلى 3 محاور رئيسية، وهي الحكومة وقطاع التكنولوجيا إضافة إلى البيانات والبنية التحتية. ويقيم المؤشر 10 أبعاد ضمن المحاور ال3 الرئيسية، وهي الرؤية والحوكمة والأخلاقيات والقدرة الرقمية والتكيف والحجم والقدرة على الابتكار ورأس المال البشري والبنية التحتية وتوافر البيانات وتمثيل هذه البيانات للمواطنين. وقد حققت الكويت الدرجات التالية في المحاور ال3 التي يتضمنها المؤشر بدرجة 50.97%. بالنسبة للمحور الخاص بالحكومة، يقيس المؤشر الرؤية الاستراتيجية لدى الحكومة من جهة كيفية تطوير الذكاء الاصطناعي وإدارته، مدعوما باللوائح المناسبة والاهتمام بالمشكلات الأخلاقية الخاصة بموضوع الحوكمة الأخلاقية. كما ينبغي أن تتمتع الحكومة بقدرة رقمية داخلية قوية، بما في ذلك المهارات والممارسات التي تدعم قدرتها على التكيف في مواجهة التقنيات الجديدة. وقد حققت الكويت في هذا المؤشر نسبة 46.53. بالنسبة للمحور الخاص بقطاع التكنولوجيا، فإن الحكومة تعتمد على إمداد جيد بأدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي في قطاع التكنولوجيا في الدولة، والذي يجب أن يكون تنافسيا وديناميكيا، وينبغي أن يتمتع القطاع بقدرات ابتكارية عالية مدعومة ببيئة أعمال تدعم ريادة الأعمال وتدفق جيد للإنفاق على البحث والتطوير. كما أن مهارات وتعليم العاملين في هذا القطاع وهو رأس المال البشري أمر في غاية الأهمية. وقد حققت الكويت في هذا المؤشر نسبة 34.37. وبالنسبة للمحور الخاص بالبيانات والبنية التحتية، فإن هذا المحور يركز على حاجة أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي إلى الكثير من البيانات العالية الجودة لتجنب التحيز والخطأ، والتي ينبغي أن يكون تمثيلها شاملا للمواطنين، كما لا يمكن تحقيق إمكانيات هذه البيانات من دون البنية التحتية اللازمة لتشغيل أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي وتسليمها للمواطنين. وقد حققت الكويت في هذا المؤشر نسبة 71.99. وفي الختام أجدد الشكر الجزيل للقائمين على هذا المؤتمر، وعلى رأسهم سعادة الدكتورة هناد المباركي وكافة المشاركين، مع تمنياتنا لكم بالتوفيق والسداد وتحقيق التطلعات المنشودة من هذا المؤتمر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة الأستاذ أحمد العنزي الأمين العام المساعد لشؤون المجلس الأعلى واستشراف المستقبل من الأمانة العامة للمجلس الأعلى للتخطيط والتنمية على كلمته. والآن معنا من دولة الكويت سعادة الأستاذ يوسف المرزوق رئيس جريدة الأنباء يلقيها بالإنابة عنه الأستاذ أحمد المغربي، فليتفضل.
شكرا لكم أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الأخوات والإخوة الأعزاء. إنه من دواعي السرور أن ألقي كلمة السيد يوسف خالد يوسف المرزوق رئيس تحرير جريدة الأنباء. وأود في البداية أن أرحب بكم جميعا في المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الرابع لدعم منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا، والذي تنظمه الدكتورة هناد المباركي رئيسة المؤتمر والمؤسس لشركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الاقتصادية، متمنيا لكم كل التوفيق ونجاح. الأخوات والإخوة، يناقش مؤتمرنا هذا كل عام قضايا محورية ومستحدثة ترتبط بصورة مباشرة بحياتنا اليومية وتؤثر على كل مجرياتها، إذ أن التطور المتسارع في التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي بات سلاحا ذو حدين. الحد الأول إيجابي، استتيح تلك التقنيات أساليب وأدوات جديدة تسهل من حياة بني البشر على الأصعدة كافة، بدءا من التعليم والتعلم مرورا بالخدمات الصحية ووصولا إلى التكنولوجيا المالية والصناعية وغيرها. أما الحد الآخر فيتعلق بالأثر السلبي المتوقع من تأثير التكنولوجيا والتطور على معدلات التوظيف المتاحة للبشر والتخوف العالمي من هذا الأمر. ولكن يرى كثيرا من المختصين بأنه لا يمكن بأي حال من الأحوال أن تحل التكنولوجيا محل البشر بشكل كامل، إذ أن الإنسان هو من صنعه. الحضور الكريم، زيادة المخاوف من تأثير التكنولوجيا الجديدة والذكاء الاصطناعي على وظائف البشر، يجب الانتباه إلى أن تلك التكنولوجيات هي أدوات لتحسين معيشة البشر وليست وسيلة منافسة لهم. الأمر الذي يتطلب منا تأهيل كوادرنا البشرية لوظائف المستقبل، والتي ستكون أسهل لجهة القيام بالواجبات الروتينية اليومية، ولكنها ستكون سيكون على عاتق البشر العمل لتحقيق قيمة مضافة في مسارهم الوظيفي وفي العمليات التشغيلية للكيانات الاقتصادية التي ينتمون إليها. ولكن التخوف الأكبر في ظل تلك التطورات المتسارعة يأتي من جهة الأمن السيبراني، إذ بات كل تطور يشهده العالم مقترنا بارتفاع مخاطر الأمن السيبراني الذي أصبح لا يقل أهمية عن المخاطر الأمنية والاقتصادية في المجتمعات كافة، وهو ما يتطلب أن تكون هناك رؤى حكومية لتوفير كليات متخصصة في هذا الجانب وتشجيع الكوادر الوطنية على الالتحاق بها لتوفير الاحتياجات المستقبلية من تلك التخصصات. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، في قطاع الإعلام سواء المرئي أو المسموع أو المقروء، ساهم التطور التكنولوجي في تسهيل المهام اليومية للعاملين بالقطاع، وهو ما ساهم في تقديم منتجات إعلامية جديدة تواكب التطورات المتسارعة والوصول إلى أكبر شريحة من الجمهور، الأمر الذي بات معه العالم فعليا كغيرة تنتقل فيها الأخبار لحظيا وتكشف من خلالها الحقائق بصورة مجردة لتعبر عن الواقع الحقيقي الذي يبحث عنه. ولكن يظل نجاح التطور استخدامه من قبل القائمين على المؤسسات من هيئات تحريرية وتقنية، إذ أن الأدوات التقنية تظل جامدة إذا لم تقترن بجهد بشري ملموس لديه سمات الابتكار لتوظيف تلك التقنيات بما يحقق الهدف المنشود. ونحن في جريدة الأنباء نعي جيدا الفارق بين التقدم التكنولوجي المتسارع وأدواته وقدرات العاملين على توظيفه لتقديم منتجات إعلامية مناسبة لجمهورنا من القراء والمشاهدين لمنصاتنا عبر وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. لذلك نعمل بصورة مستمرة وحسيسة على تطوير كوادرنا البشرية لتكون مواكبة دائما لكل ما هو جديد بما يلبي تطلعات جمهورنا الكريم. وفي الختام، خالص التحيات للحضور الكريم والشكر إلى الدكتورة هنادي المباركي وعلى جهود فريق عملها لتنفيذ هذا المؤتمر، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر الأستاذ أحمد المغربي لإلقائه كلمة سعادة الأستاذ يوسف المرزوق رئيس جريدة الأنباء، مشكورا. والآن من المملكة العربية السعودية معنا سعادة الأستاذ عبد الرحمن قشيش مستشار استراتيجي. تفضل سعادة الأستاذ عبد الرحمن لإلقاء كلمتك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة من قيادات وخبراء وباحثين ورواد الأعمال والمبتكرين من مختلف الدول والمنظمات والمجالات، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرحب بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لمنظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال لعام 2023، ويسعدني المشاركة بكلمة الافتتاح في هذا المحفل الدولي وأتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لصاحبة المبادرة ورئيسة المؤتمر سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المبارك، مع التقدير لجهودها المباركة في التنظيم والدعم لنجاح واستمرارية هذا المؤتمر، ولها منا كل الامتنان لدعوتها مختلف الخبرات للمشاركة والإثراء في محاور هذا المؤتمر وجلساته علميا وتطبيقيا. في البداية أوضح أنه لم يعد تبني العلوم والتقنية والابتكار ودعم ريادة الأعمال مجرد خيارات للحكومات، بل أصبح من أولويات التنمية والتقدم. وقد عملت المملكة على تبني ودعم هذه المجالات والأنشطة، ووضعتها كأولويات وطنية بخلق البيئة المحفزة والجاذبة واستقطاب العقول واستحداث برامج الابتعاث والتدريب والتأهيل. وقد تقدمت المملكة العربية السعودية 7 مراتب حسب تقرير الكتاب السنوي للتنافسية عام 2023 الصادر عن مركز التنافسية العالمي التابع للمعهد الدولي للتنمية الإدارية IMD، لتحقق المركز 17 عالميا بعد أن كانت في المرتبة 24 عالميا في العام 22. وأظهر التقرير ذاته أن المملكة جاءت في المرتبة الثالثة من بين دول مجموعة ال20، متفوقة بذلك على دول ذات اقتصاديات متقدمة في العالم مثل كوريا الجنوبية وفرنسا واليابان وإيطاليا والهند وتركيا. وتطور الترتيب قياسا على المحاور الرئيسية مثل مخاطر نقل الأعمال والأداء الاقتصادي والكفاءة الحكومية. ويهدف التقرير إلى تحليل قدرة الدول على إيجاد بيئة داعمة ومحفزة للتنافسية والمحافظة عليها وتطويرها. ووفقا لصندوق النقد الدولي يشهد اقتصاد المملكة طفرة ملحوظة مدفوعة بمزيج من أسعار النفط والاستثمار الخاص القوي والتنفيذ الناجح للإصلاحات. وتحديدا تشكل القطاعات الواعدة إحدى الفرص التي أطلقتها رؤية المملكة أمام قطاع الأعمال، مثل القطاعات التقنية المتمثلة في الأمن السيبراني والروبوت والذكاء الاصطناعي، إضافة إلى الخدمات اللوجستية التي تزخر بفرص استثنائية والتي شهدت نموا قياسيا، مما يوفر لقطاع الأعمال فرص لتنمية الأعمال والتوسع وجذب الاستثمار والشراكات. ويدل نمو السجلات التجارية في الربع الثاني من هذا العام على النمو في تلك الأنشطة. في الأمن السيبراني زيادة 52%، وتقنيات الروبوت أيضا 52%، تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي 49%، والخدمات اللوجستية 83%. وبمختلف القطاعات تم جذب المستثمرين الخليجيين والأجانب بنسبة نمو في السجلات التجارية 16% بنهاية الربع الثاني من هذا العام، وسجلات الخليجيين التجارية أكثر من 5000، أما الأجانب أكثر من 23,000 سجل تجاري. ووجب التوضيح بأن 40% من هذه السجلات مملوكة لسيدات أعمال. أيضا من باب الدعم تم تمكين المنشآت الصغيرة والمتوسطة وريادة الأعمال، ونتيجة لهذا تم إدراج منشأتان في السوق الموازية خلال الربع الثاني من هذا العام، و5 منشآت ابتكارية وصلت للأسواق العالمية بإشراكها في معرض لندن للتقنية. ولم تتوقف المبادرات لتعزيز بيئة قطاع الابتكار، وهو قطاع يمس جميع الأنشطة والمجالات اقتصاديا وعلميا واجتماعيا، حيث من المخطط إطلاق مركز علمي لاكتشاف العلوم والابتكار، ومن المقرر افتتاحه عام 2025 ليكون مركز غير ربحي في مدينة الأمير محمد بن سلمان غير الربحية بالرياض. وهي مبادرة طموحة لتمكين والإلهام وتوفير منظومة جديدة مبتكرة. وأؤكد بمساهمة هذا المؤتمر وتوصياته في نسخه السابقة بطريقة مباشرة أو غير مباشرة بدعم ثقافة ريادة الأعمال والتقنية والابتكار، الذي بدوره هو حل عملي وفعال لنهضة وتطوير المنظمات من ناحية، والمنتجات والخدمات والإجراءات من ناحية. ونبذل في المملكة العربية السعودية جهودا جلية لتحسين بيئة الأعمال والتنافسية للاستثمار المحلي وجذب المستثمرين الأجانب، ودعم ريادة الأعمال في مختلف المجالات، وترسيخ ثقافة الابتكار في مختلف المنظمات من خلال عدد من الممارسات والفعاليات والملتقيات، وتضمينها في برامج التطوير كأدوات ومنهجيات أساسية. وفي التوصيات ليس لي إلا أن أؤيد الدكتورة حياة العمري في توصياتها بارك الله فيها، وأؤكد على أن العمل الفردي على صعيد الفرد أو المنظمة أو الدولة لن يأتي ثماره كما يجب دون الشراكات وتبادل المعرفة والخبرات. وفي الختام دعواتنا لهذا المؤتمر بالنجاح في جدول أعماله وتوصياته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة الأستاذ المستشار عبد الرحمن القشريش، مستشار استراتيجي من المملكة العربية السعودية، على ما تفضل به خلال كلمته. وقبل أن ننهي افتتاحية اليوم الثاني للمؤتمر، ندعو جميع المتحدثين إلى حضور الإكسبو الافتراضي الأول في الشرق الأوسط الموجود على منصة هوبا تحت رعاية الأستاذة هنادي المباركي، الدكتورة هنادي المباركي. والآن لنبدأ المحور الأول للمؤتمر، وهو بعنوان أفضل التطبيقات العالمية لمنظومة الابتكار، وذلك برئاسة الأستاذ البروفيسور رائد البرادعي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I would like to welcome you to the first session in this exhibitions on the best practical of innovation system. The first speaker will be Dr. Ravil Makandan, who will be giving, who is the consultant director of Excelindia. They are more than welcome to give the talk about. Mr. Ravil Makandan.
يا هلا بروفيسور رائد، هو موجود في القاعة الثانية، بس يرفع ايده عشان يدخلونه في
طيب.
قاعة الفي اي بي.
طيب
موجود دكتور رافي.
we can
The technical
start.
support, can you take it inside?
If there is not, we can give a talk until he come.
Yes, go ahead, Professor Raed.
I will start on. I will start in my talk regarding to innovation, which I got it from the King Abdulaziz innovation, and this about the monomeric C-reactive protein. Is the screen is appear in your system? The system, my show is appear?
Yes. Go ahead,
Yes.
Dr. Raed.
We're gonna give talk about the monomeric C-reactive protein, which is anti-inflammatory. I got that on starting on research, and we go further to get innovation, which we succeed to get it. And this one is a potential therapeutical after they get a stroke. I will be introducing very fast regarding to this work, and I will explain the innovation part of it. By the way, I am working on that with a huge work in the hospital, from Ministry Hospital and from outside. We have big group, which they are all doctors, and we work with Manchester University with Professor Mark Slevin. Beginning, you know about what we are working, because we are doctors, and we specifying the problem, which is the stroke patients. When they get their stroke, the anti-inflammatory C-reactive protein is secreted, and it goes to the brain as anti-inflammatory indicators, and which is good instead to show that to the patients. And it's increasing, but when the patients got the stroke, they cannot be recovered, and the secretion of the C-reactive protein is continuously secreted. And what happened after this secretion? It is accumulated in the nerves on the brain, which is making Alzheimer's disease for the patients who is getting the stroke. First of all, we need to identify the problem to go for the solution, which is taking 2 years. And we get patients from Bristol Bank in UK, and we get the diagnostic them, and we specify the patients who got stroke to see the accumulation of the C-reactive protein on it. We got about more than 30 patients, and we specify them. After that, we stain them on anti-inflammatory antibodies to identify the accumulation part by using immunohistochemistry. This is the first part, which is not invasion. We need to specify the problem, then we go for the invasion part. After we specify the location of the C-reactive protein, which is, I don't want to go for more specific things, which is complicated. We specify them, and then after that, we are planning to get the antibody, which is knocking down, means stopping the accumulation part of the C-reactive protein. This is the first part of invasion, to make the antibodies to stop the accumulation of C-reactive protein, which is anti-inflammatory, to avoid the Alzheimer's disease. As we discussed, there is a specification we call localization. This is a very complicated part for some people. I'm producing the best for the people to understand the knowledge of that. After that, we go for in vivo. What means in vivo? We bring mice, and after we bring the mice, we inject them into two parts to make a stroke for them, and after that to see what is the attitude after the accumulation of the C-reactive protein. That means we need to study the part of the mice before and after they got stroke. I got a videos, I don't know if it is working. We put the mice after they got the stroke, and then he is able to find a way, the way of going out before they are dying in the water. After they got stroke, they does not understand the way. The same mice. We will show you the videos. I don't know if it's working, the videos here. The videos in the right side shows that the mice cannot understand the way. After that, we sacrificing the mice and see the accumulation part of the C-reactive protein in co-localization part, which is B-amyloid and TOU. This is the part where the accumulation happened. We localize it. After that, the innovation part is to build up the antibodies specified as a medicine, therapeutical medicine, to avoid the accumulation of the C-reactive protein, which is causing the Alzheimer's disease. This part, I work with high people, professors in Manchester and in USA, to design the part of the light chain, which is stop or knocking down the receptor for the patients to avoid accumulation. After that, we examine that as in vivo, and we optimizing the antibodies to be specific knocking down for them. We design them by specific sequences, and which is a very high technique to design that antibodies, which is the invasion part. What, in summary of that, we producing antibodies to avoid accumulation, which is causing the Alzheimer's disease. That, in simple way, we producing that antibodies, we inject it for the patients, which can be avoiding the accumulation part. And after that, we start publishing in very high impact factor paper, which is scientific frontiers, high impact factor magazine in the science. And after that, we applied for the patents, which we get about the patents. We go for innovation part in Kuwait. We get the first innovation prize on that exhibition in innovation. Future work now, we are doing that as protection, novel therapeutical medicine for the stroke patients, which can avoid the Alzheimer's disease. And we want also to build up the diagnostic kit, which can also specify the patients to understand how much the accumulation it happened to the patients also. And also in the future work also, we need to design a therapeutical which can dissolve the accumulation in previous, because people does not understand. There is people cannot take this medicine, but the accumulation it's happened. We need to dissolve the monomeric C-reactive protein, which is happen in future. Thank you for listening in the simple way. I don't want to explain something very complicated. I want to explain it in Arabic. احنا استطعنا أن نعمل مضاد حيوي لإيقاف ترسب البروتين الذي يفرز في جسم الإنسان بشكل إنه يجعل الإنسان لا يستطيع إلا أن يدخل في مرحلة الخرف. وإذا دخل في مرحلة الخرف هذا مشكلة إحنا يعني ممكن نعاني منها. ومريض الجلطات الدماغية دائما لابد أن يحدث له خرف بسبب تراكم هذا البروتين. إحنا في براعة الاختراع عملنا we designed this antibodies to knock down إلى إقفال مرسبات الترسب البروتيني الذي يحدث في أنسجة وأعصاب الدماغ التي لا تعمل إلى توصيل، فيبدأ الإنسان في مرحلة الخرف أو الزهايمر ديزيز بالتحديد. وبكذلك إحنا أوقفنا. طبعا في سايد إفكت أنا ما أقدر أتكلم فيها بالنسبة للميديسين، لأنه طبعا أي علاج له سايد إفكت. طبعا إحنا عم نحاول نأخذ الأبروفال بالFDI. طبعا هذا موضوع طويل يحتاج له عملية معقدة باستخراج تصريح الدواء بسبب السايد افكت، الكميات المدري ايش بالنسبه للديزايننج. هذا طبعا من تحديات براءات الاختراع اللي we need to challenge to approve that. Thank you for listening. I'm ready for any questions before we go to the second session of Ravil Makandan. Any question, or at the end we can we are more than welcome to receive any questions. Let us introduce Mr. Ravil Makandan. Is he there in this one, or we can shift to Karshan Najintan, who is, I see him in the system. You are more than welcome, Dr. Karshan Najintan. You can start your session. You can put the mic on and then start the session if you want.
Mr. Mukundan is available. So
Okay. You can start.
So,
Walaikum
sorry,
salam. How are you?
because
I don't see you. I'm sorry for that. You are more than welcome to start your session.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes.
Probably something. Anyway, let me quickly share my screen and let's just see if is my screen visible?
Yes. Yes, you can start.
Sure, great. So
you have 10 minutes.
Right. So I'll quickly be talking about fostering an innovation mindset and enabling the same, and some stuff which we do at Exledia, fostering this and enabling this, right? And so first of all, let me thank you for the opportunity. I think it's great that such a forum is there to talk about innovation and the ways in which we're working around these areas. So to talk about innovation, in the business parlance, we very clearly say that it's not only for startups, it is for survival, right? All businesses need to have innovation mindset to really survive and to excel on a sustained basis. And if you look at some of the important factors which businesses look at, ideation and the team part is a critical part, component. Of course, there's the element of timing as well for businesses, and this is something which we need to understand. And all businesses, whether it is a startup or a tenured business, needs to have this particular piece, something which we look at very, very critically, right? And when we talk about some of the best things that you can see from companies that you see on the board, right? No prizes for guessing. All of these are established names, but the story behind each of these, right, in terms of how they've looked at creating these and how they've actually moved behind and iterated from alpha to a beta version and created some of these success stories. That there are 100 innovative startups which come up with exciting concepts, but only a handful of them really make it to the kind of size which any of these brands have really come out with. And some of the key factors which we've stated there, the objectivity of involving the team, right? Involving the team in being creative, to look at a culture of experimentation, of thinking and being fearless, right, in terms of risk and being prepared for a future mindset or a future readiness. That's some of the ballparks which we take for innovative startup or innovative mindset. So what kind of mindsets or what kind of behaviors do we look at or do we see for companies to be really in the innovative space? A rapid idea validation, right? Ability to think creatively and to take that to some kind of structure, right? To take it to some kind of shape, to take it to a valid POC or a working prototype of sorts. That's very, very important. Access to resources, because obviously any entrepreneur or a budding entrepreneur for that matter always has these doubts where you're convinced about the concept, but you need to think about how to make it a reality, right? And those are areas which many entrepreneurs stifle their innovative thinking about these access to resources, right? Risk, again, it's a contra statement, right? You have to be open to taking risks, but at the same time, you need to be aware or prepared for these risks, into the business, right? And speed to market. And no doubt that for any innovative, idea to be successful, the element of timing, the element of being, when and where a customer requires it or there is a need, that element is extremely critical. And that's something which we have seen, and of course, we are helping as well. You see, like I was mentioning earlier, you see a lot of names who've got huge amount of success, but there are thousands more for each one that you see as a success. And some of the concepts which some of the organizations which have been successful have really used are concepts of design thinking, or concepts of, the age-old. I mean, I used to be a Six Sigma practitioner. So those days, we used to have the voice of customer, which we used to call, right? And that's the bedrock. I mean, right from organizations which have been successful, they've always looked at what is the customer really looking at, to empathize, to understand what the actual problems which people are facing or an opportunity arising from, define that in a measurable format, right? And then ideate to really see how that can be solved. And it is not about incremental, it is about removal. So it has to be a little drastic mindset, which fosters innovation, which actually creates that space for organizations to carve out a niche, if I may. Yeah. And then, of course, the rapid prototyping. And then test the results, and then iterate it back and take it to market. So this kind of a thinking process has enabled, and Airbnb is a classic example which we've stated there, where this entire concept has yielded quick results for organizations. So the concept of being able to take a product and take it to market by mapping it to what people are looking at, and ensuring that it's a working prototype or it's solving what it is setting out to solve is a bedrock. Yeah. But no idea or no startup or no running a sustainable organization can survive without monetizing, right? Without being able to take it to market. So you can have an innovative idea, you're looking at the product, but you need to take it to market as well. And that's where the concepts of market validation and a astute business model comes into place. And of course, the ability to prototype the same. There are a lot of entrepreneurs, and we repeatedly see that across the globe, that there are a lot of entrepreneurs who have fantastic ideas, but are probably not, from a technology background, and they're not able to create a prototype. And those are areas which, they look at partnering, or they look at co-founders, and some of these ideas don't really succeed. And similarly, even in a running business, we've seen where people are looking for innovative thoughts, innovative ideas, but are probably not able to monetize it in terms of massification, right? And that's something which we feel is a critical element, because one part is the ideation, the other part is the execution, right? And both are critical when you say, you're creating an innovation mindset. It's not only about thinking about a new concept, but to actually implement that to see a benefit for the people who it's meant to be, right? So what kind of an organization can foster this kind of a mindset? An organization where there's a culture of collaboration, right? Across, whether it is within the organization or without, in terms of outside the organization, to a larger ecosystem of partners, with the regulators, with government or academia bodies. The concept of collaboration does not take away the uniqueness in any innovative practice if it is actually solving a clear need, right? There is a need for supportive policies, whether, again, I put it in both ways, whether it is within an organization or outside of an organization, in terms of how you're incentivizing the thought process in terms of IP or facilitating access to funding.
We have 1 minute remaining, Doctor.
Sure. Valentine, thank you, Professor. Investment in time, investment in education, and of course, creating an open work culture. That's something which fosters innovation in a big way, whatever the nature of organization, right? So coming to what we have done for organizations, we've had about close to 19 organizations or startups which we've been able to successfully take to market. Essentially, the design space team within Excedia has been working with startup founders to validate an idea and to take it to a prototype in no time at all, right? Essentially, there is a grading methodology which we use. In any organization which is fitting into that, we actually facilitate the incubation, facilitate the prototyping, and for the person to either take it to market or take it to potential investors or of sorts, right? That's something which we've been able to do. And this we have seen as a clear opportunity or a challenge primarily at the prototyping on the testing phase, right? While people have fantastic ideas, we enable that to come to life, if it may be, right? And that's something which we've been able to see. And we've had fantastic amount of success with organizations who've been able to put this, and we maintain that having that innovation mindset, and looking at how you can rapidly prototype and take it to markets is critical. Lastly, what is the typical benefits that we look at with having a culture, with having a mindset of innovation? Of course, the IPs, right? I mean, there are lots of people who are holding fantastic IPs, and it's replicatable, right? Whether it is you want it within the system or as a closed shape itself. Research, economic development, disruption in multiple formats, right? And that's something which the culture of innovation actually enables. And I think that's about time for what I had to speak about in whatever time I was allotted. But thank you so much, and would love to hear more and connect with people who would like to know more about how we can actually work this. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ravel Makandan, for this nice speech. And I don't know if you want me to ask you later on the questions. I can give part of questions if anyone wants any questions, or I want to give questions for you regarding to the marketing. Really, we can have an innovation. We can able to produce the innovation. But the problem is, till now, the marketing. This is the big challenge. I just getting problem while we are designing the patents, to register the patents, to get the patents, to get certified for the patents. But for the marketing, we are struggling because we have many challenges through the marketing to get this product. I will give, for example, what I have in my demonstrating regarding to therapeutical innovation, which is being published in huge impact factor. But when we get to the reality to produce these antibodies, which is against, it came to many struggling, many complications. How we can solve this problem? Tell me. This is my question. Do you have a solution for that? Because if you want to go to the market, it is many struggling things. Do you have a solution for that?
That's a fantastic point, Professor. While our core products, our core solutions are more towards the execution or fructification of an idea to a working prototype or to a POC. The route to market or the go-to-market strategies are some things which we help organizations with. And rightly, like you said, each product category, whether it is health science related or food and beverage or any category of industries, each comes with its own share of challenges, and it requires a little bit of stratification of the respective markets, the respective categories, and the respective challenges in each of these categories. So we can definitely, discuss on that separately, Professor. But rightly said, there are challenges, and it requires different stratification. Like I said earlier, the time of an idea, right? The timing of the idea is also a critical component, right? So is the market ready for that?
What is the time? I don't understand the time of the idea. I'm sorry. Can you explain to me the time of idea?
Yeah.
Because I don't know what
Professor,
that means for me. What means the time of idea? I don't understand it really.
The time of idea, Professor, is when an idea is eagerly or openly accepted the minute it is launched, right? So you have the right researchers, you have the right backgrounds ready for that idea, and you have tested in a smaller market or a smaller size whether what is the kind of reception or what is the kind of receptivity for that product or the idea, right? And if that the receptivity is positive, or what, depending on that first iterative feedback, we look at then modifying or going ahead with the massification. So that is timing where, is the market ready for a product like this? Is the customer ready for a solution like this, right? And that particular piece is something which, is part of an iterative research or before the actual product can be massified.
Okay. That's nice explanation. And one thing, do you agree with me when you think you have to understand how you sell this idea? Because I ask people now, because when I start innovation, I have 16 innovation certified, but when I start to make innovation, I start to think, what is the economical for this innovation? Can you explain more that for the economical of innovation and about the ideas? Do you have any vision on that field between the innovation and the economy part for your idea? That means when you think, tell me how you sell. For example, I start doing mask in that period of nanotechnology. I designed a mask which I use filters with different layer on that, which is in that time, specific time, I get selling that, and I get money for the very simple innovation for the mask part, which can be cleaned, and I did nano flow this, and I use it for that field time because we are shortage of the mask, and my idea is good. Tell me about the economy of the idea. Do you have any things regarding that for the economy of the idea?
So while I may not be directly relating to the exact nanoparticle mask that you're talking about, but let me give you an example, right? There are multiple organizations across the globe who have hit big time success with just that one unfortunate pandemic which we had, of Corona, right? I mean, many people, including people who making these paracetamol 650 tablets, right? The masks, right? No, they had the product. They were probably struggling with their markets. They were probably not doing well in that product category, right? But just one, incident, which was a global phenomena, which probably none of us really factored in, right? That one phenomena catapulted a whole lot of these, pharmaceutical companies to real, big size, because the kind of business that they were able to do was unforeseen, unforecasted even, right? So that's about the timing part, right? And when you talk about the pricing, or when you talk about the market readiness, the most common methodology which we follow is to look at a random sampling, right? We do a limited market or a small market in different categories. So you do a market stratification, and then try to do in different markets the way they are behaving, what is the acceptance, what is the resistance, or what is the kind of feedback that people are talking about, what is the resistance to purchase that they're talking about, and then create the right pitch, create the right training, create the right storyboard to actually pitch that product, right? And you get your first customer, the first paying customer, and that's where your entire story likes to, to multiply, right? So it is an iterative process, Professor. There is no magic wand that one could actually say that, okay, now you have everything going your way. But this methodology of stratifying the pieces and then the market and then moving this is something which we've seen successful. Sorry, Mr. Krishnan.
No. Thank you for that. We will have 10 minutes discussing part after Mr. Karshan Najantan, who is founder and CEO. You are more than welcome to start, and we will have 10 minutes between us, three of us, to get some recommendations for our innovation practical. You are more than welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the people who have joined the conference. Thanks, Dr. Hanadi. This is the 4th year I've been participating in this one. So what I'm going to do is in 10 minutes, share with you some of the best practices that we have seen on executing innovation. And some of these we have actually learned from actually building a startup ourselves. So one thing that we see, and this is connected to Professor's question, what we see is that there are 3 factors for an innovation to succeed. It's not just about ideas. There are questions about, is it desirable? Do customers really want this? Is it feasible? Can we do this? And it's a question of viability. Should we do this? These are 3 very important questions that every startup needs to ask, every innovator needs to ask before innovating. Because you might have a wonderful product, but if the customer does not want it, it doesn't get anywhere. You might be able to make it, but the customers won't want it. There could be things that customers desire, but you can't produce it. Or you might not be able to make it in a way that is viable. So it's a combination of all of these 3. It's not just combination of 2 of them. It's actually combination of all 3. That's important for every innovation to succeed. And that's the thing that we have noticed, and that's what I'm going to share with you. So how do we do this? We've developed, based on all our experience, 9 steps to do this one. It starts with generating ideas that solve customers' problem, customers' needs, not our problem, but a customer's need. Then validate, is this problem real? Because what we generate ideas is internal, but is this a real problem? And that only customers can answer. The 3rd step is, okay, fine, this is a real problem. Can I develop solutions for this one? Can I develop how many different ways can it be solved? At the end of the day, you want a hotel room to stay, but you can do it in very, very different ways. Then look at how can you develop this as a business. So you need a business model. You need to make money out of it. Once you have these questions, you iterate through solutions of prototypes. You develop different prototypes and then figure out which of them works. And then you go confirm desirability using a minimum viable prototype. Once you know that desirable, then you go and say, okay, let me check the feasibility of this idea, the viability of this idea in a pilot market. If it works in a pilot market, then you go to the next step. Can I validate my business model? And can I actually generate a sales pipeline, go-to-market strategy? If you can do all of that, that's when you're ready for scaling. That's what we have learned from our experience in working with innovation. So let me walk you through how we have done that. So what we have discovered is that all innovation is about offer development and market development. You just don't have to, you can't just focus on developing your solution. You also have to develop the market for it. Because in innovation, the customers have never seen such a product before. So you have to develop market along with developing the solution. So when you start with innovation, you're only having ideas. So you're starting with validating desirability. You start with ideas, hypothesis. You select based on basic research. You then develop a basic model. You develop a low fidelity product. Then you go and develop a minimum viable product. You develop a working model. You have a proof of application. Then you incubate and you actually scale it up. If you look at this goes through very many stages parallelly. While you're doing desirability, validating desirability, you also need to validate feasibility together. It is not one after the other. You need to do it together. And hence, this is a cycle. It's not a simple process. You iterate multiple times. What you started with is not what you will end with, because you're experimenting and refining. And then once you have feasibility, then you go and check the viability. And you do this in cycles. A lot of viability has to be done with prototypes, not with the finished product. You can't spend $1 million in developing a solution and then discover that this is not viable. You need to do it cheap. And hence you need to do it with prototypes. You need to do it very fast. And that is the trick for all innovations. So what do you do about this? The one that we have discovered is that the best way to do it is first construct the business model. Look at what is the value proposition. It's a hypothesis. How are we going to create value for our customers? Define your customer segments. Who are our most important customers? What type of segments do you have? What is the job that they are doing? How are you going to reach them? How are you going to keep and grow customers? How are you going to actually, who are your partners for doing this? What are the key activities that you need and what are the resources? And then, of course, you have a cost structure and revenue streams. All innovations actually start with hypothesis. You have desirability hypothesis, which address value proposition and customer segments. You have feasibility hypothesis, which deal with partners, key activities, cost structure. And you have viability hypothesis, which deal with customer relationship and revenues. You have to define all the hypotheses. So for example, when we did our startup, we have already tested. We are still in the minimum viable prototype. We are just starting our pilot market, but we have already done 250 hypothesis tests. More than 250 hypothesis tests. Everything that we think of, we convert it to a hypothesis and test it with data. We test them with my customers. We test them with our partners and we collect data. There is no opinions. It's all data. It all comes from hypothesis and testing them. And we classify every hypothesis into three things: desirability hypothesis, feasibility hypothesis, and viability hypothesis. So for example, a viability hypothesis is the pricing is attractive and the offer is profitable. It's a viability hypothesis. Our customers will buy repeatedly. It's a viability hypothesis. A feasibility hypothesis is something like this. Our products can be used even by novices consistently. We can scale up the product. These are all hypotheses. Everything is a hypothesis and you test them. That's what we discovered are short ways of actually making sure that your innovation works. Our principles that we have used in this entire thing are simple. Desirability validation with low fidelity prototypes. Very, very simple prototypes. You don't spend too much money on developing these prototypes. You use them to validate desirability. Test every hypothesis. No hypothesis is ever thrown out. New hypotheses constantly evolve. It is not that it's a static one. They constantly evolve. As you test, you will discover new ones. Business model canvas is very important. Revise them. Revise your business model continuously. You come up with new value proposition. You would come up with new customer segments. You will come up with new growth to go-to-market strategies. You will come up with new processes, etc. Continuously keep refining them. Minimum viable products are very critical. No huge cost without prototype testing. Very, very simple rule. Fast pivots and flexibility. You need to be able to pivot continuously. You need to be able to change things continuously. And till pilot is proven, keep costs low. Today, we are still before pilot stage, and I have a PE firm which wants to put in $500,000. And to get to that stage, I have spent less than $10,000. You know, spending less than $10,000, you can actually do pilot testing and attract investment from a PE for almost $500,000. So that's what we have learned from this process. Some important lessons.
Doctor, I have many questions regarding to your shape. I will later on after that.
Yeah. Some of the things that we have done is, as I said, run multiple iterations. Product doesn't matter. Customer needs are important. That's something that we have learned. Our product doesn't matter at all. It's customers who are important. Don't hesitate to rework. We also realize things will go wrong. Stop to rework things. So never say that, oh, it's gone wrong. My staff is idle, but I have to keep doing things. Transparency with your team is very important. We also realize that don't hesitate to challenge popular beliefs. You know, they call it holy cows, kill holy cows. Even in India, where killing cows is not considered something which you don't do, kill the holy cows. Most important, no assumptions. Every decision based on data and experiments. So I have a last slide. This is the last slide, the summary of the learnings. So we said, solve customer problems. Focus on customer problem, not on technology. That's a starting point for us. The product does not matter. It is customer problems that matter. So focus on the problem, not on the technology. Second, validate the idea with customers. Don't do it internally. Don't bother about validating with your employees, with your management. Validate it with customers that the problem is worth solving. Third, explore multiple solutions. Don't go with one solution. Consider all possible ways in which a problem can be solved. You know, our startup started by defining a problem very differently, and the team had developed a solution, and then we changed everything. Our final solution is nothing like what we started up with. Fourth, anticipate obstacles. You know, and we call it kill the killers. There will always be obstacles that will kill your idea. Find out what are the obstacles that will kill you, and figure out, can you overcome them? That's very important. Then focus on business model. It's very important. Even before you develop your products, develop your business model. Know how are you going to make money. The worst innovation is one which will not make you money. Use low fidelity prototypes. Don't bother about putting in lots of dollars into developing solutions. Develop very simple solutions that you can test. Validate with customers. All ideas should be validated with customers, not with anybody else. It's customers who have to say, this is a good product, not your team, not your management. Validate feasibility in pilot markets. Your viability and feasibility have to be checked in pilot markets and not in anything else. Check that the business model and customer acquisition strategy works. That's very important to do it very early on. You had a question to Mr. Mukundan that how do you validate, how do you make sure that you can market? And this is the method to do it. There are lots of toolkits available for that. Then plan for scale up. What you develop, you don't have to run it. The best innovations are things that you sell to others and make money. Sell the idea to somebody and make a couple of $1 million and start working on your next idea. That might be the best way for you to innovate. So these are some of the things that we have learned on how to succeed with innovation. So that's what I wanted to share. And we realized that in doing this, there are things that there are values as well. Realization of values is one important. Future focus from the leadership is the second one. You must have strategic direction. That's a very important one. Culture is very important. Exploiting insights. So you will keep on learning new things and you should exploit those information. Managing uncertainty is very important. I don't call it risk. With innovation, you have uncertainty. Not doing innovation is a risk. But with innovation, what you have is uncertainty. You do not know what will happen, and you have to manage that uncertainty. You have to be adaptable, have multiple solutions possible, pivot very fast, and finally understand that all of this is systems approach. It's systems which work. It's not one thing in isolation. So with that, I end my presentation. So feel free to reach out to me, connect to me on LinkedIn, and we can have a conversations on innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your nice presentation, really, which I learned from it. But I have questions for you, me first, and I will look for some people who gonna give questions. You explain everything's very perfect. The way from the ideas, the way from how you proceed for the business model, and you do, but you don't talk about the budgeting. And you have to understand something. I have a concept now after 12 years. Don't think if you do not have a support money. Means don't think about any innovation. This is my opinion. I'm not talking about anyone. He can reject this, my opinion. I said now, don't think if you don't have a budgeting. Where is that from your lectures? How can we solve? Because people, I can think and I can do innovation and I can do money certified, which is leading me to be professors. But on the way of practice, there is no business, no support. I'm stopped now. I don't want to think because it Absolutely. Is something that's not useful for me. I'm sorry that I just been getting many ideas and I did many research and I get 16 patents. Now I stopped. I said, if you don't have business, don't let me think. I am not able to think, which I'm struggling on the therapeutical situation, which I explained to you. Yeah. Where is that? Explain to me now. From where? Where is that in your lectures?
That's the business model canvas. To me, this is the one that talks about money. If I can't, what is my cost structure and how am I going to make money? And this is true for every stage of my innovation. For every stage of my innovation, I need to have my business model ready. And that will show me how much of money that I'm going to spend, what is the fixed cost, what is the variable cost, how am I going to create revenue, and this tells me that. If I can't create this, if I can't create how much of cost it is going to have and how much of revenue it is going to generate, I can't move forward.
Stop. Don't
Absolutely.
think.
Absolutely.
Don't think. This is what
Absolutely. And it's a cycle. It will get refined as you go forward. It will keep building.
Because the idea will be in the draw. The idea will be in draw, nothing useful, just nothing you get.
Absolutely. So to me, focus on business model. It's very early in the process. Even, as I said, before you develop prototypes, you have to have the business model ready. If somebody does not have a business model, he has no business building a prototype. Very, very simple.
Very simple.
Yeah.
This is what I'm asking. I want one line for recommendation because I'm gonna write one line of recommendation for my part. What is the line of recommendation? And explain to me. If you don't have money, don't think. Oh, is it right?
To me, there's three things: feasibility, desirability, viability. You need to have answers to this one. Do customers want this? Can we do this? And very importantly, should we do this? All three have to be very clearly answered. If you can't answer all three of them, if even one of the answer is no, then you should stop.
Yes, you stop.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You stop if you can't answer. Find an answer. If you can't find the answer, stop. Very simple.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Mr. Raval, do you have any questions or any suggestion? Because we need to ask you for one line of recommendation. I'm gonna write it to Dr. Hanadi and Mubaraki after this session. You have to give me one line of recommendations on best practice. One line and explain to me. Can you give me one line of recommendation?
For this one? So
no,
I'm
talking to Raval Makandan. Okay. For one line of recommendation. Are you hearing me?
Ravi?
Oh, you're referring to me? Sorry?
Yes. I'm talking to you.
Okay, I'm Ravi, yeah.
Just only one line of recommendation for the best practice. I need to have one line for you for a recommendation and best practice for innovation ecosystem. What is the one line you can give?
If it's a one line,
explain to me. Because I'm writing that, I'm giving this report to Dr. Hanadi al-Mubaraki later on. Yes.
Right. So
go ahead, Rav. No, I think Krishna will be very accuracy to answer these questions. Go ahead, Krishna.
Yeah.
What is the best practices for the innovation? Because our track is discussing the best practices, mean the success implementations of innovations in all over the life is not only in education, it's in education, in financial aspect, in healthcare, in all sectors. And without innovation, we cannot. Now, all the countries, develop and developing country, agreed that innovation will be the driver of the 21st century. Without innovation, you cannot survive in this planet. Specifically now, the booming of the AI, and now they're making merge between the AI and innovation. And again, I can remind all of you about the pandemic, how COVID-19. Who is solving COVID-19? It's innovation, the productions or the outcomes of innovation labs, plus AI, because they found the family of COVID-19 in an easiest way by using the AI, the technology of AI. Without the technology of AI, as you know, any vaccine for the world, it should be validated 3 years to get the result. But in COVID-19, we finalized the result less than 8 months. And the normal people keep asking, why you implement the vaccine for us? In normal life, it taking the duration around 3 years to be in the market. But in COVID-19, within less than 8 months, in fact, they finalize it in 6 months, and they keep making experiment to get finalized the vaccine. Then, based on that, we see the planet will be disappear during the COVID-19. Then, what is the best tool solving and surviving the planet? It's AI with the innovation. Then this is the best practices from my opinion. And I think Krishna also can add some value information about me.
Yes.
Okay. To me, it's very simple. There are 3 questions that you should ask with innovation. Do customers need this? Can we do this? And should we do this? Yes. Those are the 3 things. If you can answer those questions, then you should be working continuously throughout your innovation. These are the 3 questions that you need to do. And you're going to go and refining and refining and refining. Every stage, you're going to ask this question.
Professor Riyad and Dr. Hanadi, this is Wael Badawi. I want to have a question. I want to actually create a dialogue in a different way. And just to start.
Excuse me, Professor Wael, based on the protocol for the conference, only the speakers of the sessions can be discussed together. We don't open discussions with the attendee. If you accept our apology, just to proceed on the protocol of the speakers and protocol of the conference. So sorry about that, but you can send what you want in the chat box, or you communicate directly via Hoover with all the speakers. Thank you so much for accepting our advice.
Right, that is really insightful, Dr. Hanadi. Thank you. Dr. Hanadi, I think you're on mute. So,
Dr. Hanadi, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
The technical support, can you take Professor Raed in?
Sure, he'll be in now.
Can you participate? Sorry, Professor Raed, what happened?
No, Platinum, I'm sorry, I just get out. I don't know why.
No, maybe you're pressing something. Go ahead and try to closing the session. We have 3 minutes remaining.
Okay, Mr. Raval, I would like to thank you. I don't know, I'm sorry. I need to 1 line of recommendation with explanation, and I will give also, you have 1 minute and I have 1 minute to close the sessions. Please. Do you have 1 line of recommendation? And I will give 1 line of my recommendation, and I will closing the symposium.
Thank you. So according to our our business model, pretty much like what Krishnan was saying and what I had shared, the concept of getting the customers, the desirability or the feasibility, all of those elements are critical. But so is the element of rapid prototyping, right? Getting the prototype even for a non-technical person, and that's getting the market fit for that product, getting the product right, and testing that in a pilot or a limited space, right? Those are elements which I feel are equally important to ensure viability. not just the ideation, but ability to create a working prototype, right? And those are elements which we feel. Of course, the concepts of desirability, feasibility, yes, extremely relevant. Thank you, Mr. Krishna.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Raval, and I have 1 minute. I just have one. I will write the recommendation and thank for Dr. Karshan for his nice talk, which are useful, and I want to give one recommendation for the people who wants to get innovation. He has to think about one things before they do the innovation. He has to get support to proceed this innovation. Secondly, he has to industrial or in marketing the idea which is necessary for them to continue his innovation. If he does not want this two concept, he will fail up, or he will be ending with a letter of innovation certified and will not have anything. Thank you for my wonderful two talks with Dr. Raval and Karshan, and I would like to thank Dr. Hanadi and Mubarak for organizing this workshop. And I am for best practice, it has to have one day session, because this is the case study. This is a case study for innovation. This is the best part of the to understand about the innovation, how to proceed, how to get. This is the best one, and I'm willing to give a talk for next with Dr. Hanadi al-Mubaraki for future on that field, the best practice, because it is the important things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ra'ed. Thank you for all the speakers. We will take in our consideration, Professor Ra'ed, and making more summit and more communications for discussing the best practices of innovation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Krishna, to be with us, and also thank you, Ravi, to be there. Send our regard to Mr. Faruqi, because he planned to be there, but he is busy and traveling outside the GCC. Thank you so much, and now we can start with next track. And the next track, it's hero journey for entrepreneurs. We're choosing this title to be really as a hero, because the entrepreneurs or the inventors be hero when they reaching the last destination. And who is chairing the sessions, Dr. Mu'nis Shuja, will taking care about this sessions. Go ahead, Mu'nis, and all your presenter will be in the room. Engineer Ali, and I think Amir. And unfortunately for Ja'far, he is in a hospital, and he told me he can host it from the hospital, but I don't know he can catch up or not. Go ahead, Mu'nin.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. صوت واضح؟ يسعدني انضمامي لكم للمرة الرابعة في المؤتمر الافتراضي للذكاء الاصطناعي. We will start إن شاء الله. This is the second session for today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 International Virtual Conference on Innovation, Artificial Intelligence, Technology and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem. We will start with Engineer Ali, our speaker today, Engineer Ali Abu Zinjali, Head of Digitalization, Sharjah Research, Technology and Innovation Park. Engineer Ali.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Wallah yakhalikum. Thank you for hosting us. My name is Ali Zinjal. I have a master's degree in smart cities and data privacy from Khalifa University. Currently, I'm heading the digitization in Sharjah Research and Technology Park. And I'm here today to share a little bit about our ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship that we created in the Emirates of Sharjah, in United Arab Emirates. So if you want, I can go through the presentation and show you just some facts about what we are doing right here and why the research park established in Sharjah and what the purpose it's established for. So if you can allow me to share my screen.
Yes, of course, Engineer. Yes, go ahead, please.
So first, this is our building. It's located in Emirates of Sharjah. It is near the airport of Sharjah, and it's part of the American University of Sharjah. We established in 2016 by an Amiri decree from His Highness Sheikh Sultan bin Hamad Al Qasimi. In 2016, the main reason for that is to continue the journey of education system, the Emirates of Sharjah. Sharjah well known for education, and 30 years ago, we established the university city of Sharjah. Later on, we found out that with the increasing number of graduates that graduated from the university, many started to flee outside the Middle East to travel to the US, and some of them went to Canada and they established their own startup over there. So we think that we need to retain this talent and we keep them in the MENA region. For that, we established this park. Now this is our 6th year of operation. So a little bit of the facts that we have currently now. The park itself was established to develop developed in two parts. Part of it's a free zone where all the companies, the international company that can come over here and set up a business over here. At the same time, we use all the revenue that we are generating from these businesses to fuel the research part of the park itself. So currently, maybe we have 3,000 companies. Many of them are 100% owned by their owners. Most of them are a startup that work in technology. We have the facility over here, and we're going to speak about it later on. Going back to the facts, that there we have around 47,000 students in the university city itself. So the university city, it's having the University of Sharjah, we have higher technology education, we have the American University, and other few universities that work all in the University of the University City of Sharjah. 2,000 graduates, PhD graduated from the universities of Sharjah and the American University. And as I told you, we found that there is a relative gap between the research that is done in the university itself and how to commercialize this research and come up with a startup that can really fuel the economy of the Emirates and fuel the economy of the Emirates of Sharjah. So one of the things, or maybe we can talk a little bit of the ecosystem, the infrastructure that we have over here. The infrastructure consists of maybe the most important one. We have the Sharjah Open Innovation Lab, where most of the students can come over here and start to do their own prototype. We have different facilities from 3D printing, we have textile, we do have a lab, electronic lab, a coding lab. So the main idea behind it, okay, why we have, or why the entrepreneur or the startup have to develop their prototype and send it to China to be manufactured and then come back and receive it over here. So we want to cut the time or shorten the time for them to develop their own prototype, and we help them through our ecosystem that we have over here. Additive manufacturing may be one of the biggest part that we have over here that really supported a lot of entrepreneurs and startups over here to develop their own prototypes. Many of the students also find that by accessing this lab, they started their own small projects and they started to commercialize it. So we can say that it's a small project, not focused maybe in technology, but it also gives them the ability to discover a new way of developing a new product and new services. This is what's all done in the lab itself. But if we come back to the park itself, when we started, we decided, okay, let's focus on 6 sectors. We started with the water technology because you know the scarcity of water in the MENA region. This is one of the challenges that we have over here in the UAE, and maybe was shared between us and the other Gulf countries. We also looked at the mobility and logistics and the smart cities because, you know, as we developed, there are a lot of traffic jam happening, and this is not healthy for the environment itself. So we wanted to discover a new way of transportation that is environmentally friendly. Also, renewable energy is one of the biggest part that we work on it over here. We also talk about health tech and digitalization and production and design. So maybe I can give you some example of the project that already existing over here in the park. So if we talk about transportation and logistics, we have a few companies that come from abroad, especially one of the companies came from Belarus, where they developed a really innovative system or train system, or we call it monorail system, that will help the future of development of environmental development in the immersive Sharjah, and will help us also on develop a new transportation system, a new concept that we are working at, environmentally friendly. It could be used in a small scale for transportation. And also it will help us with logistics, moving logistics from one part of the country to another part. This will complement also that advanced technological transportation system that we have in the Emirates. So this is also add on to the what you call the continuous development that we have here in the UAE. Also, if we look at the different things with the 3D printing, we're trying to help or solve the housing problem that we have in the region by coming up with innovative solution with the 3D printing. So we built the first maybe 3D printed house in the UAE as a prototype, and we work with the government, we work with the municipality to get it certified, to address really the need of the citizen over here in the UAE, because there is a different need between one country to another, the durability issues, and this is why we are working with the government, hand in hand with the government, to come really with the best concept that can really serve the citizen of the UAE. Also, another part we are talking about water technology. As you know, we have a lot of developed project over a real estate project. So we think about how we can utilize the wastewater and how we can recycle it and use it for irrigation in the future. Other part, the digitalization. When we talk about digitalization, we focus maybe in a metaverse, we put it in augmented reality. We have a lot of companies that already graduated with their own research from the university, and they already established a facility over here, and they helped us with the government when they say that we are trying to develop like a training solution. Maybe we can, for some time, it's in healthcare, like trying to solve an issue, like for example, a phobia, if someone has a claustrophobia, okay, VR, we found that the VR had a good result in solving these issues. Also in a training, for example, one is the civil defense over here, they use this VR to train their new graduates or the new joiner and how to utilize or how to firefight or for firefighting. So this is one also the concept that we developed using the VR in our ecosystem. Also, renewable energy, I think this is something big for us. We have our own farm, solar farm, wind farm that we are developing over here. And we have our students that are already working in some research, and they are collaborating with us in our research facility to come up with a new solution utilizing maybe the weather over here, because you know the challenge is different from one country to another. Over here, the weather is a little bit more hot than other European countries. The wind is not maybe strong enough as the other. This is what really the type of research that will help us to utilize or trying to utilize maybe the wind to power ratio that we are trying to generate over here. Agriculture is also a big thing over here in the Emirates of Sharjah and UAE, and maybe for the whole region. This is why we started to experiment in aquaponic type vertical farmings, and we have some students that are working on this project. We have also international companies that they bring their research and try to help and push the ecosystem of agriculture in the Emirates. We also try to help the entrepreneurs and startups through our events that we hosted every year, and it's on a monthly basis. Usually we call up the companies that they can come and share their challenges, and we have the interaction between the university, between the government, and between the academia themselves to come up with solutions that really can help them in the future to develop a prototype or come up with a startup that really can help us in solving a challenge. Also, when the networking session that happened between them, there is a lot of chance of what you call it, knowledge transfer between different industries. And this is really what really the focus for us right now. Also from the programs that we have, we are really active in terms of women in technology. Women in technology, we know that if we see the ratio of entrepreneurs or startup, usually is dominated by men. This is why we are trying to have some like gender equality in terms of the startup, giving them the right support and really to explain to them, okay, why they have to take this journey and what type of support that we can provide it to them. This is where we host a lot of international speakers from around the world to come and share their experience and how they can motivate the women in the UAE. Also from the program, we have the Advanced Industry Accelerator program that we have it in a yearly base where we have a call up for all the startups around the world to come and share their ideas. We do an accelerator program for around 3 to 6 months, depending on the type of the challenge. There is a lot of support from the government, a lot of support from the private sector, where they come up with the challenges, and then we push the challenges to these startups. Either they come up with a solution, or if they already have a solution from before and they started to refine it based on the challenge that we find in the market. So this is my presentation. This is my end of the presentation. I hope that you enjoyed it and you know a little bit about the ecosystem that we developed over here and what we're trying to achieve in the future. So thank you for hosting us. And if you have a question, I don't know if it will be now or the end of the session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Engineer Ali. We will start now with Mr. Amir Abu Bakr, National Investment Promotion Expert, ITBO, Bahrain. Mr. Amir. الظاهر لو تفتح المايك.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation.
Good afternoon, welcome, Mr. Amir. Go ahead.
First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
بس إذا تكرمت أستاذنا بس الصوت شوية واطي بس عشان التسجيل. ممكن الصوت شوية ترفع الماء. أهلين بس الصوت حق أستاذ أمير. الصوت
لو قرب المايك
اي بس تقرب المايك لانه يبين كانه في صدى.
اوكي
تفضل.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I want to break down for my presentation hero journey for investors and entrepreneurs. My name is Amir Hassan Abu Bakr. I'm working as a National Investment Promotion Expert at Investment and Technology Promotion Office, ITBO, Bahrain. First of all, I would like to give you a brief on UNIDO network of investment and technology promotion offices. UNIDO has about 10 investment and technology offices in different countries: Germany, Italy, Nigeria, Bahrain, Russia Federation, China, Japan, Republic of Korea, and China, Shanghai. These offices has main mission and mandate. The mandate of these offices is to UNIDO network of ITBO brings industrial investment and latest technology to those countries in need of a promotion helping hand. Another mandate of this office is also to open up new opportunities for investors and technology suppliers to link up with potential partners and entrepreneurs in developing countries and countries in economic transition. We have an enterprise development investment program, which is a program for promoting domestic investment, for mobilizing foreign direct investment from different developing countries to who we are and what we do. UNIDO ITBO Bahrain promoting investment and technology both inwards and outwards. And the Arab International Center for Entrepreneurship and Investment is facilitating the domestic investment to leverage foreign direct investment by preparing entrepreneurs to be able to go into joint venture with different promoters and investors. Our program is Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion Program, which is promoting domestic investment for mobilization for indirect investment. Sorry. Okay. The program offered by IDIP or International Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, it is has two levels. First level is institutional level, and the second level is entrepreneurial level. For institutional level, we are targeting the framework of stakeholders of ecosystem in different countries by developing conducive ecosystem for the startup and growth of entrepreneurs and micro, small, and medium enterprises with different types of program to enhance and to promote the idea of ecosystem for entrepreneurs and for innovation also. For entrepreneur level, we have programs support entrepreneurs converting their dreams and aspiration into existing businesses or for a startup. Also, we provide added value services to existing entrepreneurs. So we are working with two types of entrepreneurs: the startups who have ideas, they want to convert this idea into business, and also existing business by providing them with counseling and technological tie-up to sustain and attain sustainable growth for their business. In addition to that, we create linkages and partnership between entrepreneurs themselves. Also, we create partnership between entrepreneurs within different countries, within the country, and also with entrepreneurs abroad. We have a program that we implement in different countries we are working with. It's known as Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion Program, Bahrain model. The program has 3 phases and 5 steps. The first step, and before starting the program, we do some sort of preparation for the program. In each country, we do some sort of understand the sociocultural aspects and factors in this country. In addition to that, we do business opportunity identification in this country to see what are the potential opportunities. And in addition to that, we liaison with support system within these countries. We mean by liaison or support system, we mean banks, financial institutions, and also government institutions, in addition to private sector. After that, we promote the program to promotional aspects and also selecting the potential entrepreneurs. After that, we select the entrepreneur using a special model for selecting the entrepreneur, then formulating the program and do the logistics to start the program. Pertaining to the process of selecting the entrepreneur, we do it in 3 steps. First, application form, where we can look for education and experience and background of the entrepreneur. Then we have a special self-rating questionnaire to measure the traits and habits of entrepreneurial competencies for the entrepreneur. And after that, we do some sort of interview to see the potential of the entrepreneurs. Then after that, we enter into the program steps. The first step is preparation and empowerment. And in this step, we assist entrepreneurs on how to identify and select and their business ideas and clarity also about business idea. Then after that, how we provide them with input about how to set a small enterprises, rules, procedures, formalities in each different country. Then after that, we do help them to make their market assessment, market research. Then we strengthen their soft skills, entrepreneurial skills during the program. Also, we give them input about business plan preparation, how to prepare business plan with its 3 dimension, market aspects, operational aspects, and also financial aspects. Then we give them input about the essentials of managing small enterprises, planning, leadership, monitoring and evaluation, in addition to inputs on how to implement the project and steps pertaining to implementing the project. This is the first step of the model. The second step of the model is counseling and technology tie-up leading to full-fledged joint venture. During this step, we assist the entrepreneurs in finalizing their business ideas, also developing their own business plan with its 3 dimensions. The process of project implementation, which is them to know the exact steps pertaining to implementing the project. Also, we do some sort of technology tie-up, maybe sometimes inside the country or outside the country. We link the entrepreneur with technology providers. Also, we do some sort of business partnership, joint venture collaboration with different investors and technology providers, seeking necessary license and completing legal documents as per each country. This is the second step of the model. The third step of the model, which is financial linkage, we look for the appropriate financial linkage identified based on project requirements of each entrepreneur. In addition, we look for the need-based advice to support provided by financial counselors. Each counselor, financial counselor provides the entrepreneur with counseling pertaining to prepare their financial plans. And also we look for different financial providers like microfinance, loans, venture funds, crowdfunding. This first step, we call them pre-incubation steps. Then after that, we go for the fourth step, which incubation. And we have 2 types of incubation, actually. One type is known as a virtual incubation, or the other type is in-world incubation. The incubation stage, we provide the entrepreneurs with accommodation, maybe sometimes, and also technical business assistance, linkaging with market, government, access to finance, developing business idea, market test, business plan support, prototyping and testing, mentoring and coaching during the incubation stage. And the main objective of this stage is to make the business sustainable and continue. The fifth stage and the last stage is the post-incubation, after incubation phase. This step is comprised of technical support, financial support, and infrastructure support to those entrepreneurs who passes the process of incubation and they want to maybe diversify, export, or expand. The intervention during this step 5 is technical support, which administrative support consists of access to information and data to develop a gross business plan, mentoring, business counseling, co-entrepreneurship, angels program, technology upgrading by providing or supporting entrepreneurs to get raw materials, sourcing source of technology, quality management, upgrading to ensure adherence to international markets, also legal support provided by legal advisors or legal counselors, networking with different entrepreneurs and co-entrepreneurs, also with international service providers, maybe financial provider, financial investors, access to new markets, support of non-exporting enterprises or entrepreneurs to go from non-exporting to exporting, also franchising, cluster export, consortia, subcontracting, exchange. All these are the technical aspects pertaining to gross program. Also, during this gross program, financial support, medium or large financing, seed capital, equity, venture capital funds, or angel investor, also crowdfunding. Infrastructure support comprises of sector-specific incubators, technology park, research and development facilities, research. We have this business growth program or strategy in the axis, x-axis, we can see the scheme, and on the y-axis, we can see level of maturity. The first stage is the startup phase, and during this startup phase, we made some sort of awareness campaign with the schools, universities, education institutions, non-governmental educations, and non-governmental organizations, and media to enhance the society to be more entrepreneurial and more innovative. The second step is growth step, where we provide this growth services, enterprise development and investment promotion services. The third step is expansion. And in this expansion stage, we provide the entrepreneurs with growth programs and growth strategies to grow their businesses. And the last stage or step is maturity stage, where we link the entrepreneurs networking with foreign investors, like foreign direct investment. EDIP modality is adopted by up to now about 54 countries, like extending from China up to Uruguay in Latin America, and comprises all the most of the African countries and the Arab countries. One of the most important interventions we do in these countries is to enhance and develop to create the ecosystem. And by the ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation, we mean the finance institutions, the business support, policies, markets, human capital, infrastructure, research and development institution, culture. And this is an example of ecosystem that developed in Bahrain. It comprises of Bahrain Business Women Society, Minister of Industry, Tamkeen, Bahrain Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Board, UNIDO, Bahrain Young Entrepreneurs Association, National Initiative for Agricultural Development, Kuwait Finance. Those are the players of the ecosystem and the stakeholders of the ecosystem in Bahrain. And we adopt this system in the different countries that we are implementing the enterprise development and investment promotion program. We divide the entrepreneurs into different sectors. We have tourism entrepreneurs. Those entrepreneurs who are working in the tourism sector, technopreneurs, IT sector and engineering sector, agropreneurs, agricultural and animal protection sector, creative entrepreneurs or orange economy entrepreneurs, fitpreneurs, women entrepreneurs, and chefpreneurs. We do implement different programs on a regular basis. For example, Shenzhen Global Innovation and Entrepreneurs Conference. For the 7th year in a row, we are implementing this Shenzhen Global Innovation and Entrepreneurship Conference, which is going to take place during 23rd and 25th of this month in China. And the aim of this conference is to link between China and Arab region. Through this conference, we hope to be able to forge strong economic ties between entrepreneurs in Arab countries and also with the Chinese investors and technology providers and entrepreneurs. In addition to that, we do each 2 years World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. And this World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum, through its secretariat at the UNIDO, ITBO, at various partners, has managed to position itself as a leading pavilion of knowledge and entrepreneurship, innovation, and impact investment. The previous edition of the 2015, 2017, 2019, 2022, and we are preparing now for the 5th edition, which is going to take place May 2014. About 200 countries participate in this conference and forum, and more than 1,000 entrepreneurs and ecosystem stakeholders regularly participating in this World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. Thank you very much for your patience, and I will be prepared to answer any question you deem necessary. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amir Abu Bakr. A nice and useful presentation. Now we will start with Mr. Emry Serban, President Troy Via. Mr. Emry, you can start now. Mr. Emry?
Yes, Dr. Mu'nis, it's Imra coming inside.
Okay.
You can talk till yes, Imra's there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Imra.
Okay.
Open the mic.
All right.
Open the camera and open the mic, please.
Yeah, if you enable me, I can share my screen. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
But I need to be enabled, I think, to be able to share my screen, right? Yeah. Join as a...
Okay. The technical support take care about Imra.
Okay, so hello everyone. Can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
Sure. No, till now, no. Okay, when I'm trying to share my screen, I get a message talking about settings and stuff. Can you see now my screen? No, actually, till now, no. Oh, okay. I don't know what's the issue. Take your time. Okay, so let's try.
First of all, open your mic. Let us see you. Maybe it's the problem with your camera.
Okay. So I'm pressing video, start video. Maybe I'll try to rejoin because I switched off.
Okay. No, now it's okay. I see you.
Can see you now. Okay, good. Hello.
Hello.
So, okay, let's see how it will work. Let me share my screen.
Yes.
But it's not when I click on share, it's not enabled. You need to enable me so I can
share my screen. The technical support, please. Can you take care about the speaker?
By default, it's enabled for everyone. Maybe you can rejoin the session if you don't mind.
Yeah, maybe let's do that. Let me just rejoin.
Dr. Mu'nis, what is your opinion about the presentation? You know that the UNIDO from Bahrain, they presenting their project. They have several projects supporting the entrepreneurs ecosystem and also supporting innovation ecosystem. And also Engineer Ali from Sharjah Innovation Center. They have also several initiatives and they supporting the entrepreneurial and innovation system in very strong aspect. What is your opinion about their presentation? Till the Imra is...
Thanks for you, Doctor. Actually, I'm now in Bahrain, in Cityscape Bahrain.
Oh my God! Yes, good. Okay. Okay, good.
But I have commitment with you. It is my session today.
Actually, yes, you are lucky. Your session is also from the Bahrain.
Yes. Thank you so much. Actually,
yes. Mr. Amir, also, you can participate. Mr. Amir, you can participate. about your recent project in Bahrain, and also Engineer Ali. We know your achievement. Engineer Ali, Mr. Hussein Al-Mahmoudi is joining us for a year. Every year he participating, but this year he told me he will be away, and you will taking a place for Mr. Hussein.
Yes, unfortunately, he's currently in the air show. Okay, they are going to announce a few deals over there. Not about deals, I mean research in terms of aviation. They already signed today with I think the the airspace agency of UAE, because we are going to host a little bit we are going to have a little bit of research over here in terms of educating the whole ecosystem about the space initiatives that we have in UAE.
Great. And Dr. Amir, I think you have many projects through the UNIDO taking care about the MENA entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Yes, exactly.
And what is your latest project?
Actually, we are working with 52 countries. And every time we do work with a country and then another country, and like this.
Okay. Perfect. Yes, Imra, are you okay?
Yes, we are trying to. We cannot see the share screen now.
Would you mind, please? Would you mind to send me by WhatsApp your presentation?
Yeah, let me email it to you.
Sorry, I'm just technical support.
So why can I not share this?
I think I just looked at what I expected it to be. Let's have a look. The screen recording. Have you just changed the screen recording?
No, I didn't set up screen recording. Okay. Anyway, let me send this email.
Send that email, and then I can you can have a look. Of course. Please. Are you using the web browser or using the full Teams?
I'm using Chrome.
I think, Imre, you can talk without your slide, or you can read your slide, because the remaining time is just little. Then take your time to provide your talk orally. Imra? Excuse me, Imra. Engineer Ali, what is your latest training courses? Did you have a training courses for the entrepreneur?
Usually we host several events, and usually all the training courses happening through these events. We are trying to create ecosystem where everybody can participate. We do develop some courses for the government over here, usually in AI, generative AI, how we're going to use the AI, what's the application in the future. We're also having some sessions about the future technology like drones, and the application in our ecosystem, or how it can solve some challenges over here, because there is different challenges between one government entities to another. We are trying to have like an innovation center where they can all come and collaborate, and they come with their own challenges, and we're trying to find out the right solution for them. Maybe a solution could, and we are thinking about an OC center in terms of drones. There's a lot of ideas that we are evaluating currently between us, government, and the private sector. We were trying to find out, we're trying to maximize our benefit out of each technology that we are going to develop over here. I think this is one of the session was talking about this. If there's no demand in the market, okay, why I have to go to the second step? Fund is another thing. When we bring the government, I think the government is the biggest investor in any technology, especially if they have the right vision to do or develop something. And this is exactly what we have over here. We have we decided that we have 6 sectors. That this 6 sectors. This is what we are going to work with. This is what we are going to develop in terms of the technology. We have the support of the universities. We have the support of from the private sectors, and we have successfully came up with different policies in different sectors. And we are really happy about the progress we have developed through all the 5 years that we work in the research park in Sharjah.
Imra, you can discuss your point orally. Can you proceed, Imra?
Okay, I sent you my presentation actually. If you want,
no attachment in the email.
Oh. Okay. Anyway, let me just then.
Yes, go ahead and wrap up, because the remaining time is only you have around 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes.
Yes, that's fine. So my presentation was about innovation benchmarking and strategy. So I run the innovation, in several companies like Toronto Airport and Saudia Cargo. So there is a method of developing the strategy and the executing it. So that was our presentation. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm unable to share. So we are a certified gold partner to Innovation 360. So I think generally research and development expenditure is typically much higher when you look at the competition in high performance companies, the companies who are investing in innovation, okay? So the difference is 25 to 30%. But when you talk about innovation, people often think incremental innovation, which is continuous, improvement, whereby you have
Imra, your voice is gone. There are some problems with your PC. Just check your computer. Now your voice has disappeared.
Actually, still no voice till now.
Accept my apology, Imra. Your voices disappear and nobody is hearing anything. I think, Dr. Mu'nis, you can open the discussion between the speaker.
Okay. Mr. Emre,
Engineer Ali, did you have accelerator in your center?
Yes, we do have we already have 4 accelerator program that we run over the 3 years. Every time we have a different theme for it. We have a little bit support from the private sector, especially oil and gas industry, which they are really trying to have some solutions to come up a solution for the challenges that they are currently facing. Currently, we cannot really measure the impact because this is only the 4th year that we run this program. But I think we are developing a little bit of what called a theme for this accelerator program. I believe we cannot really find out how successful it is only after these companies which graduated from this accelerator program can come up with their own prototypes or develop their own solution. And later on, we come to a commercialization phase. I think the gap is still over there, but what we are trying to do is the bridge the gap between the academia and the industry, and the accelerator program that we have really helped us a lot to know exactly what are the challenges that is faced by the startup themselves. And we're currently trying to develop different methods in order to help them with their programs.
Okay.
Okay. I will ask Dr. Amir Abu Bakr if he can explain or give us example about the entrepreneurship journey they did it before or recently. Mr. Dr. Amir Abu Bakr, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm following.
Go ahead.
Actually, as I mentioned, our program, enterprise, known as Enterprise and Investment Promotion Program, it consists actually of 5 steps and 3 phases: the pre-incubation phase and incubation phase and post-incubation phase. In the pre-incubation phase, we have preparation step, preparation empowerment, which is a training program for 5 days. And after that, we do counseling program. In counseling program, we try to link entrepreneur with counselors, different counselors, marketing counselor, financial counselor, and management counselor. After the counseling phase, we enter into the financial linkage. We try to link our entrepreneurs with a suitable financial institution so that they can finance their business. And after that, we start the process of incubation. And we have, as I mentioned, annual incubation and virtual incubation, where we provide the entrepreneurs with different assistance and package of services like technical package, linking with market and government, also access to finance, development of business idea and business plan support and prototyping until they reach the implementation, and also to formulate their companies and go for growth. When they reach a certain stage, they want to maybe export or diversify. This is the 5th stage, which is the post-incubation and growth stage, if I understand well your question.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mounis.
Okay, regarding to Mr. Emri, you can speak now. Let us no sound still.
Can you hear me?
We can. Yeah. Okay, now go ahead, please.
Okay. So, did you receive my presentation?
Actually, I hear the topic is. I think it's a talk about business and
okay. Let me continue verbally, or we'll look at the presentation later. So what I was saying is basically if you look at, you have 2 different types of innovation. One is iterative. The second is more radical. Okay, you have different horizons. So the companies must work in both areas in parallel. So the incremental innovation will bring small iterative improvements. Radical innovation will bring big disruptions. So the companies who are successful financially in top 25 globally, they execute well in the both categories. I think that's an important point. So a recent research that was done comparing, the participants, 5,000 companies has been researched. And if you look at the difference between incremental and radical, the companies who are in the top 25 globally, their incremental improvement is, they are 15% better than other companies, but on radical, they are 35% better. So that's a very important benchmark. So I'm sorry you cannot see my screen. I have a lot of very interesting charts. So also when we say innovation, it's not R&D. It has product innovation, process innovation, organizational innovation, management innovation, production, business model, service innovation. We have to think much broader. So how do you then execute? You start with a benchmarking and a diagnostic. So you need to understand top-down the strategic direction of the organization or the business. So then you need to understand the strategic intentions of the company. You cannot just innovate, you need to have a direction, you need to have a context. So you need to have some workshops with senior executives, start with that. And then based on that, you can open up the ideas generation in the company. And then you need to have structured processes, to be able to see through the implementation and to get to the results. So I think the clarity is very important in terms of strategic positioning. Why is the first question, whether it's profitability, market share, type of innovation strategy, that's key. And then what? After why, you need to focus on what. Most companies focus on product and service, and that's not sufficient. You also need to look at your processes, your organization, to be able to support the delivery of your intended products and services. Otherwise, you may have great ideas as an organization, but if you are unable to execute, implement, then that's not going to help. And then you need to address the how. So the capabilities, the culture, and the leadership style, these are very important. So when you look at, different stages, I think this chart really, you need to be able to see it to understand these charts. But let me do my best, try to explain it to you. So when you look at growth versus profitability, in both cons, the corporations, organizations, companies that invest in innovation, they perform a lot better compared to other ones. And the area that is most profound is ideation, project selection, and development. Commercialization is less in terms of the gap. So the biggest benefit you get with structured innovation is the first three steps, which is generating ideas, prioritizing ideas, and developing ideas. So that's where you are going to have the biggest, benefit. The slide is showing you a diagram, if you like, whereby we have the shape of different successful companies across platform, products, services, customer insights, customer experience, customer engagement, value, processes, supply. So you have different charts showing the best practice, top 25 companies globally, financial performance driven by innovation. How do you compare with an average company? And it's amazing, the differences. So in terms of value proposition, it's actually very close because companies are very good in doing that. But in terms of actually the products and service, in terms of capability to deliver, there are very big differences in the way in which you execute. So then if we look at the process, it starts with an innovation survey. You have AI-driven, tools where 30 to 40 people from the organization runs through a 20 minutes, half an hour question and answer session just to capture the innovation practices in the company. So this then goes into a AI-driven database whereby you are mapping how this organization is comparing with 5,000, if you like, average globally, and looking at the differences. So from that, then there are things to be done, as well as running an innovation campaign. You may want to improve the processes, you may want to improve the leadership style, the culture of the organization. And then in terms of executing an innovation, so it's about getting the top-down strategic input from the workshops and put in place a team who's gonna ideate, generate ideas, prioritize ideas, select, and then test. And typically, there is no failure, there is only learning. So what you have to do as an organization when you are trying out innovation ideas, very quickly, you need to be able to assess which ones are going well and which ones aren't. Then you get the innovation lab, where you can, especially in digital development, in applications, you can test, you can open up your idea, your prototype, to all of your customers and partners and get feedback. And very quickly, you can see which ones are likely to be successful. So, and then after that, once you select an idea to execute, then you are getting into a portfolio management, like a program management. You need to assign teams, you need to develop benefits case, project plans for this implementation of this idea, which could take 6 months, a year, 2 years, depending on what it is. So this is very important. Then the next slide we have is, it's a collective process. For instance, we've done a project with an airline recently. We had 30,000 people contributing. So that for that to happen, you need technology. You can't just do workshops and things. You can do some workshops, but you have some innovation platforms that engages the entire organization when everyone can put in their ideas. Those ideas are constantly structured, rationalized, prioritized, executed. So you create a campaign, innovation campaign, you collect ideas, and then you cluster them, and then you develop hypotheses for experiments and contingency plans. And that kind of goes on. And it's a very collective process. So for that to happen, you need a platforms. So for instance, our partner Innovation 360 has got a SaaS platform. Everybody can join in with their mobile platforms, mobile phones. So it enables people to contribute their ideas. They can see the process developing. So it's very, very useful. So I'm sorry we had some technology issues. I couldn't share my slides. We had some very nice slides for you, but that's summarizing my message today on innovation.
But I think Mr. Emro, you are the next session roundtable manager, right? You can go ahead.
Yeah,
I think
know,
this
but
is in the schedule.
I can do audio, but for whatever reason, I'm unable to share my slides. I can't
Go
see
ahead and send me
share
again.
button.
Can you send it via WhatsApp? Send your
Huh?
presentation through WhatsApp.
Okay, my next presentation, I will send it to you with WhatsApp.
Okay, now is almost, you can closing out, Dr. Mu'nis.
Okay, we will inshallah. Thanks, Mr. Ali, Engineer Ali Abu Zanjali, and Dr. Amir Abu Bakr, and Mr. Emro Serban to join us with the second session for today. Heroes Journey for Entrepreneurs. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Hanadi Al-Mbaraki and her team to invite us again. And I will see you, inshallah, today at 11 p.m. In my session.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, the practitioner session 3 is best practices on artificial intelligence, intelligent ecosystem. It's chairing by Imra Sabran. Imra, you will take care about this sessions, and the floor for you. your participant inside the room. I think it's Chris and you and Fedwa. Where is Fedwa? Fedwa from early morning with us.
Okay, very good. We can start.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Chris is available. Maybe. Oh, Fedwa is there. Okay. Go ahead, Imra.
Okay. Well, welcome everyone. I think it's a pleasure to chair this session. Clearly, our focus on the session is AI. So that's a very, popular name these days. Most companies are working in AI, and really, the results are phenomenal. So I have a presentation specifically on aviation industry, how AI is applied. So I will send this to Dr. Hanadi now, so she can share on my behalf. And let's start with the first presenter. Who is presenting first, Dr. Hanadi, in our section?
Fedwa. Fedwa is first.
Yes,
Hello,
Mr.
Fedwa. Great, thanks, Fedwa, for your supporting us and from earlier of yesterday, and you continue with us today. Thank you so much.
Yes, please go ahead.
Is my voice clear?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Hanadi very much for the invitation. I would like to thank everyone for the amazing information that is being provided in this conference. I'm very glad and honored to be with you. So I'm going to share my screen now. Kindly let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to start. Today's presentation is about best practices of artificial intelligence ecosystem. My name is Fedwa Al-Bouardi. I'm the CEO and founder of FASAB Consulting Office Information Technology in Saudi Arabia. So the topics that I'm going to go through today, they are mainly the big picture, the role of artificial intelligence in the digital economy in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Then I'm going to talk about AI ethics and global challenges affecting Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I'm going to go through the AI ecosystem and best practices to overcome the AI challenges in KSA. All these topics are from my perspective as a digital transformation consultant in Saudi Arabia for so many years. So why these topics in particular? One practitioner example is during my consultancy role in KSA's national project for COVID-19 prediction model. This was a major mega project, national project with Ministry of Health as well as SEDAYA. And during this project, we aim to predict the percentage of all infected KSA patients in Saudi Arabia based on cities, locations, jobs, and demographics, as well as predict the percentage of availability of ICU beds for COVID patients in all KSA governmental MOH hospitals. The lesson learned from this project is that we have to have a very good, excellent data strategy implemented as a key enabler before we can have artificial intelligence implemented as an emerging technology. And during the coming slides, I will go through these important topics about having data, AI, the digital economy, and how it affects mega projects in Saudi Arabia. Another practitioner example is during my consultancy role in SEDAYA's Data Management Office's coordination with all Kingdom of Saudi Arabia government entities. There is a major initiative in Saudi Arabia. It has been going on for a few years in order to have in every governmental entity a data management office. And these data management offices, they all coordinate with SEDAYA. And I was privileged to participate in this role in coordinating with these entities for some time before I had my own business in order to make sure that their data management, the data governance, the data quality, everything is intact. Another practitioner example 3 is during my certified trainer role, because I do provide with my office a lot of trainings and workshops to some of the educational entities, some of the major entities in Saudi Arabia, such as Munsha'at, Wake Academy, universities, and I do provide trainings on the importance of data strategies, AI strategies, and digital economy. So these are the reasons why I chose the previous topics. So first, I'm going to go with the digital economy. According to the World Bank, the digital economy makes up more than 15% of the global GDP and has grown 2.5 times faster over the previous 10 years than the GDP of the physical world. In Saudi Arabia, with its Vision 2030, we aim to increase the digital economy GDP contribution from 13% in 2017 to 19.2% in 2025. And it is expected in general that AI contribution in the global GDP will increase by 14% by the year 2030. Now, when we talk about the role of AI in the digital economy in Saudi Arabia, this slide is one of my favorite slides because it simply helps even researchers to understand where every component of the digital economy resides. And for me as a consultant, I rely very much on this during my work with the different entities, because in this slide, we can define the key defining trends of the digital economy, which is the dominance of digital business models and having the shift from services to experiences, as well as the rise of industry ecosystems. We have the key enablers of the data of the digital economy, which is digital strategies and regulations, digital infrastructure, data, digital skills. We have the emerging technologies, which now in Saudi Arabia, we are very much depending on utilizing all these technologies. We now have 5G and we are preparing for the future 6G. We have now cloud in almost all the businesses, whether it's government, even public, like we have Sadaya handling the cloud for the government. We have STC for the private sector and more. We have the IoT. We now have NEOM. NEOM is our major exceptional future city. And NEOM, it will be implementing all the advanced technologies, including IoT and robotics and AI. We have, of course, artificial intelligence as one of the major emerging technologies. We have the big data analytics. We have AR, VR, which we are now utilizing in many of the ministries in Saudi Arabia. We have cybersecurity, and we have ranked like very, very advanced ranking globally in cybersecurity. We have robotics. Also, we have the new business models, which is very important because from my consultancy work, I can see that the banking sector in Saudi Arabia is now depending very much on these new business models related to the fintech and the digital government and the e-commerce and the trade marketplaces and so on. So if we want to know where data is in the digital economy, where is it located? It's a key enabler. And if we want to know where artificial intelligence is in the digital economy, it's an emerging technology. So when we talk about the AI ethics and the global challenges affecting KSA, I was privileged to be a speaker at the United Nations Internet Governance Forum, IGF, last month in October 2023. And based on all the UN IGF panel discussions that I have attended, the challenges that Saudi Arabia is facing with AI, it aligns with the same global challenges when it comes to the ethics of AI. So artificial intelligence, what do we want with artificial intelligence in Saudi Arabia? What is the ecosystem of artificial intelligence? What does it want? It wants artificial intelligence to be trusted by promoting responsible and trustworthy AI systems, whether it's in education, whether it's industry, whether it's smart cities, and so on. So we need to have global policies and regulations which ensures that we have a deeper cooperation between governments and tech companies, as well as reporting risks and threats for efficient global response. We need to have a global governance system that is effective and inclusive. Saudi Arabia understands very well that one country alone cannot actually implement everything. We have risks all over the place. We have cybersecurity risks. We have AI even risks. So it's very important for everyone to come together and put their hands together in order to have a global governance system that is approved and followed. We need to have unbiased AI input and results that will be mitigating the bias. We need to have transparency and a common vision for the positive future of AI, as well as AI ethics in regard to compensating replaced jobs. In Saudi Arabia, there is a concern between many of the people about having AI. Is it going to replace our jobs? Is it going to be helping us? So this kind of concern needs to be addressed very well. The threats of artificial intelligence in today's world is the information security and content trust. As you can see, deep fake is everywhere. Sometimes in social media, when I look at posts, I don't even know if the video is authenticated, or is it right, or is it fake. Like, it's becoming very difficult to realize the difference between real videos and fake ones, and this unfortunately happens through AI and deepfake. Also, the use of violence and illegal biological weapons. Technology might be in the wrong hands, and it may cause the humanity into a doom end. Increase in cybersecurity attacks. Saudi Arabia, as everybody knows, it has faced a lot, like hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity attacks. And this is what Saudi Arabia is very good in fighting. Now, when we talk about the AI ecosystem and the best practices in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as we all know, artificial intelligence is an infinite toolbox where we have concrete applications that use a variety of its tools. There are two levels of AI, prediction and judgment. Right now, the prediction is being done by AI, however, judgment is being done by us, by humans. However, in the future, there is like a dream for the scientists that both prediction and judgment will be done by AI. And that's when we are going to have complete creativity. That's when we are going to have complete innovation, when AI becomes able to judge itself and becomes to be able to tell if its predictions is right or wrong. Now, the applied AI is a top tech trend in 2030, and Saudi Arabia is currently investing in a lot when it comes to AI. Like, AI and machine learning capabilities are creating profound value for KSA enterprises. For example, helping businesses to predict and mitigate the disruptions to global supply chains, sustainable procure products, as well optimizing store operations and delivering better experiences. Right now, we have in Saudi Arabia the smart digital government, where everything is being done digitally. We don't have papers anymore. The Ministry of Justice right now is paperless ministry. Everything is being done through digital means. Even the court cases is being held online. So we don't rely right now on papers, and we are eliminating this totally. And to be honest, I'm happy with it, because I'm very much with sustainability and with going green in general. So if we are looking at the sectors that adopt AI, all these sectors in Saudi Arabia adopt AI, and there is a big window opportunity of innovation in all of these sectors. So if we are looking at smart homes, there are so much that can be done with smart homes, whether it's IoT, whether it's 3D, whether now with the smart city of NEOM, where smart homes are going to be implemented, smart schools, everything. So we are very much in Saudi Arabia open to opportunities and investments whenever it comes to AI and innovation. Also, defense. Defense is a major sector that depends on AI. Also, we have agriculture. Right now, we are depending on having robot harvesters, and so on. Healthcare, as I have mentioned in one of the slides, with the major mega project for the COVID, we were able to build a model which actually predicted if we have shortage in any of the ICU units for patients in one of the hospitals, then we were able to mitigate that. The usage of AI doesn't have an end. It's amazing. And as you can see, these are 24 sectors that adopt AI in Saudi Arabia and in the whole world. If we are going to talk about the AI ecosystem, as you all know, artificial intelligence, this is the big the big part, the big ball, and inside it we have the machine learning, which is a subset of it, and then inside of it we have the deep learning. Now, Saudi Arabia has acquired 3,000 NVIDIA GPUs few months back, each chip priced around $40,000. And this is how Saudi Arabia right now is investing in AI. And from my point of view as a consultant, I see this is going very, very well with the ambition of a Vision 2030, because right now the room of creativity and innovation when it comes to how we can use these GPUs, it is profound. Also, it's very important that in the layers of the AI stack, that technology partners will be enabling companies to develop and deploy machine learning models, as well as having app builders that will solve some of the use cases that customers have, whether it's generative AI or others, and as well as having global services and consulting firms like my own to help enterprise customers implement all of these technologies at a big scale. Now, in order for us to know more about the best practices, it's very important to realize that building the most open and innovative AI ecosystem is very important. So the future of AI industry is for it to be open, just like OpenAI organization did. There are many AI-related hackathons by several Saudi Arabian entities in order to come up with creative AI solutions to technical challenges related to cybersecurity, generative AI, and others. For example, Munsha'at, Sadaya, Kaust, The Garage, Ministry of Health, and others. I have been privileged to be a judge in a few of these hackathons, and I saw how the teams work very hard in order to come up with creative ideas in order to solve some of the AI challenges. The findings based on this is that innovative capabilities in areas such as generative AI will come from all corners of the technology ecosystem all over the world. Also, it's very important to build foundation models, including LLMs, including natural language processing applications, as well as fast evolving AI and machine learning capabilities to address the real industry use cases. As you all know, some AI scenarios don't really succeed. It's very important to keep on trying. If we have 10 use cases, right now, if 5 of them fail, this is not a failure. It means that we have to try and to become more and more innovative in order to make them succeed. Also, now Saudi Arabia is utilizing the cloud infrastructure, which is serverless infrastructure, which makes it faster, easier to scale, and also it reduces cost of the physical servers so much. Right now, many enterprises in Saudi Arabia is utilizing the cloud infrastructure. GPUs, as I have mentioned with NVIDIA, GPUs in order to help train the LLMs, as well as quantum computing in order to provide the massive computational capability required for AI research and development. The momentum of AI is incredible, and there is significant acceleration in the number of AI startups and high-quality customer care experts. I go to the garage and I can see with every event the number of AI startups in Saudi Arabia. It is amazing, and they need all the support, the acceleration for their work. So the top challenges for the AI implementations in Saudi Arabia and globally is that businesses are rushing to invest in AI and machine learning. However, few see a payoff. 72% of organizations have not successfully adopted and scaled AI ML. It's because of the difficult transition from pilot to products, and this is in Saudi Arabia and everywhere. Also, the model failure in production, stalling team productivity, as well as limited protections against the potential risks from unknown variables, and the challenges in delivering business value from AI and machine learning, why AI projects end up in a proof of concept graveyard. Sometimes it's a data problem. Just like I have mentioned in my second use case, when I used to work with Sadaya, the aim was to make sure that all the government entities have a data management office. And the data management office is very important because this is the framework where we have data governance, data quality, we have data security, we have data sharing, we have policies for all these components of the data management. This is very important to have a data strategy implemented within every government entity. So 80% of all project time is spent preparing data and not creating value. So one of the key points that I use in my workshops and in my training courses is to make sure that the attendees know the link between data strategy and how to create value and how to reach and achieve the strategic objectives of an organization. This is very important. When this link is being done, then we can have a successful AI implementation. And then also it might be a scale problem because 100x increase in number of models and related queries can also be 7x more costly than we initially planned. So it's very important to be also very creative in the planning phase. You need to know that you are mitigating any risk when it comes to scale and cost. Also, it might be a deployment problem because 5 months to deploy models in production, sometimes it takes 5 months, with 65 of predictive models never being implemented in production. So this is all these points are very important to tackle, as well as, of course, data security and insufficient or low quality biased data, outdated infrastructure, and lack of AI talent. This is one of the findings by McKinsey and Company. It states that it's very difficult while hiring AI-related jobs to find machine learning engineers. This is the more difficult role to find these days, followed by AI data scientists, translators, and so on. I thought that this graph was quite useful. This is very useful because it shows the real case scenario in the market today. And this is an area where even we can have innovation in order to see what we can do with the marketplace and how we can improve these figures. For implementing AI strategies, when we want to implement a successful organizational AI strategy, and this is what I always tell my clients, first of all, you need to ask yourself, why do you need AI and how does it relate to your business objectives? Do you need AI for optimization? Do you need it for increased revenue? Do you need it for operational efficiency? And then the second question, do you have the data for implementation and model training? Is the data properly managed with the data strategy? It's not enough for you to say, I want AI strategy and go ahead with it while your data is kind of messed up. And then, do you have the adequate skill set, the manpower capabilities and tools in your organization? Do you have a data culture? Do you understand when and and how and to who you should share data, for example? And then sustainability. Are you looking to monitor and analyze the organization's natural resources? When we are talking about entities, major entities like ministries, for example, are you measuring the emissions data? Are you measuring the sustainability practices of suppliers and supply chains? Is that why you want to use AI in order to identify areas of improvement? And then, are you measuring the impact of post-AI implementation on your business value and business processes? Using ChatGPT, this was a question that I have posted with ChatGPT a few months back about the AI strategy on an international level, not just on an organization level. What is the best strategy and steps to be taken for a country to be ranked #1 globally in artificial intelligence? I got the answer from ChatGPT in 2 minutes. It stated 7 steps that a country needs to do, and all of them were actually very much aligned with Saudi Arabia and what Saudi Arabia is right now doing in order to reach very high rankings in AI, as well as fulfill the objectives of the Vision 2030. These are going to be my final slides. I'm going to just go through very quickly some advanced technologies that I highly recommend to all my clients whenever they think about value creation based on data and AI. Quantum computing, if you are, for example, in KAUST or one of the major entities, enterprises that can actually afford to have quantum computing, it's very important to invest in this. It's very important to use quantum computing with AI. As you know, the difference between quantum computing and classical computing is that quantum computing, it calculates with qubits, which represent 0 and 1 at the same time, unlike the classical computing, which has a transistor which either go 0 or 1. So it saves a lot of time. The second one is the digital twin. Digital twin right now, even in aerospace, it's been a technology that is very much implemented and utilized in Saudi Arabia. And this is a simulation between the real world and a simulation environment. And this has enormous benefits when it comes to safety, when it comes to accuracy, when it comes to maintenance, when it comes to monitoring, and so on. And it can be used not just in aerospace, it can be used in a lot of sectors such as agriculture, automobile, healthcare, smart cities, and so on. And data as a service, as we are now shifting to the cloud, data as a service is a very important concept because you can have the storage, the processing, and the analytics of data on the cloud. You don't have to do it in premises physical servers anymore. So it saves a lot of time, cost, performance, and so on. And we have, of course, other terms that are very, very important to know, which is the infrastructure as a service, the platform as a service, and software as a service. And having these terms implemented with the clients that come to me to ask for consultation, I always assure them that these technology investments are very much worth it, and they should not really worry about the cost, because on the long term, when you have the cloud service, it will save you a lot more money than having physical servers, and so on. Thank you very much, and I hope that I have provided some insights, and if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Fadwa. This is really an excellent, very informative presentation. So let's have some questions from the audience for this excellent work. Okay, I have one for you. So you shown many sectors. Which sectors where you see AI very prominent? I actually spent a lot of time in Saudi Arabia. I was the head of strategy for the airline, Saudi airline, and also did a lot of work with the airports. So I know the country well. So where do you see AI making a big impact in the country?
That's the beauty of Vision 2030. Right now, there are strategies for all the ministries, for all the government sectors. Each government sector has got its own strategy, and these strategies are becoming digital strategies. So it very much relies on technology as a driver. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence, it is being used in all these sectors. I cannot really say that one sector is utilizing technology more than the other. They're all utilizing it on a very quick pace.
Very good. So it's a development across the board. I think we'll have a session at the end where we have a QA session. Maybe we can pick up more questions then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Hanadi, I sent my presentation to your WhatsApp. If you can kindly share, I can talk through the slides. So, Dr. Hanadi?
Yes, the next presenter is Chris. Chris?
Yes, hello.
Yes, hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Go ahead, Chris, and present your...
Okay. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Hanadi, for inviting me to be part of this conference. And thank you all for joining us today. I think you should be able to see my screen now. And today I want to talk to you about a specific topic, which is basically the future of law and the impact of AI technology on the future of law. So, quick introduction about myself. My name is Christophe. I have a background in software engineering. I've been working in the tech field for more than 14 years, and I've been involved in artificial intelligence for the last 8 years. I have an NGO in Lebanon called Beirut AI that's focusing on promoting artificial intelligence. And I'm also the founder and CEO of a company called Zaka that delivers AI training and upskilling programs across the MENA region to help individuals understand and apply artificial intelligence. So today, I want to talk to you about something. And before that, I want to give you a question to kind of think about. How many of you really feel overwhelmed by the speed of technological change? And if you think about it, things are moving really fast, and we've had a lot of things happen so quickly, right? And I'm sure you feel overwhelmed by the speed at which things are moving, because this is my full-time job, and I even can't keep up with all the advancement and everything that's happening. So if you think about it, we are currently living in a world that is fully digital, right? Everything that we have is digital. We are doing this conference right now through digital means, online, internet. You've probably heard about this event also through an online medium, and we're all connected together through the invention of the internet and the whole digital world. And so we really can't imagine our lives nowadays without anything digital to it, without a smartphone, messages, emails, or any form of technology. And if you think about it, 20 years ago, or maybe 25 years ago, the internet did not exist. And then nowadays, again, we can't imagine a world without the internet. And so the pace at which things are moving is very fast, and it's really gonna accelerate in the future. We talk about a lot nowadays about the data and how data is really the new oil, how valuable data is, and why it's useful for people to collect data and mine that data for value. And so now that we've painted this picture of the new world, let's take a step back and think about the technologies that are empowering these worlds, right? That are empowering this new world. So we have to talk first about digital transformation, right? We have to talk about how every company really needs to be fully digital, needs to adopt digital processes to actually be able to operate. It's no longer an option for companies to adopt the digital world. It's actually something they must do, they must adapt, or else they will fail. When we go to digital and we talk about the digital transformation, we have to talk about big data. And we have to talk about how it's important for companies to leverage their data. And once you have data, you can start talking about artificial intelligence. You can start mining that data for value and figuring out ways that you can leverage that data for. Of course, we have technologies like blockchain, like IoT, like cloud computing. All of these technologies are really impacting today's world. So instead of taking a very wide and generic view, I'd like to focus all of these on the legal sector. And you will find out later why I'm focusing on that sector. But if we focus about specifically AI and the legal sector, how is AI helping lawyers, or how can lawyers leverage AI technology? So first of all, AI can take a lot of processes that are usually done by the lawyers and can automate that process, right? It can help them free up their time, to focus on tasks that are more important, more meaningful than to look up something or to write something. So through the introduction of automation, AI is really helping remove a lot of the time spent on useless tasks. It's really helping lawyers improve their legal research, because AI can scan and process large amounts of data and then find information much easier and much faster, and it can summarize documents much quicker, for example. So it improves a lot the legal research part. It can help organize the data for any lawyer that's doing e-discovery. It can help them create or generate documents. And we've seen how ChatGPT, for example, can draft any email, any article, or sometimes any legal agreement that you can ask it to. So by leveraging this natural language generation technology, we can also assist lawyers in their creation of the documents and in other administrative tasks as well. So again, AI has a lot of impact on many industries, including the legal industry. And just like everyone else, lawyers are also afraid that AI is going to take over and it's going to replace them, right? Everyone is feeling like with the automation and the way things are moving, they're concerned about how is this affecting their own jobs. And let me tell you that AI will not replace you or any lawyer or anyone else in their jobs. AI will mainly help you become better and more efficient in your job. So someone who knows how to use AI will replace you in the future. And this is why it's very important for everyone to understand what are these new tools and to know how to leverage these tools to learn, to upskill themselves, and to catch up with the trend of where things are going. If you think about applications of AI, we have to talk about the ethical considerations that we have. So first of all, we have to talk about the bias. We're building models, and sometimes these AI models can be biased towards a specific set of people, and that's going to have a very negative effect on the users. So it's important to figure out that the data that you train the model on, the AI on, has to be unbiased data. It has to be fair and has to treat everyone with the same amount of fairness, right? Another important problem we face nowadays is misinformation. So AI, specifically generative AI, can help us create a lot of fake information or fake news. And most of the things you see online today, you cannot really trust it that this is factual information, right? You have to really fact check everything you see and everything you read, because it's very easy now for anyone to create fake information, whether that's a text or an image or any type of content. And specifically around generative AI as well, we have the problem of intellectual property. So if an AI is creating an image or is creating a song, then who's really the owner of that intellectual property? Who owns the piece of text or image? Is it the AI that created it, or the artist that we use the data for to train the AI? We don't actually know. There's a lot of considerations that you have to really focus on. And I want to talk about another technology that I briefly mentioned initially, which is the blockchain. So if you don't know what the blockchain is, the blockchain is a decentralized technology that allows people and different entities to communicate together, to send transactions, and to basically share information in a way that's secure and transparent. And because it leverages its features, the blockchain can have a very secure environment where people can send information together. So it's called blockchain because it's made up of chains of blocks. So a block is a piece of, let's say, a group of data. We can group transactions or different types of data into a block, and then we chain them together into a chain. And that's why it's called blockchain. And the blockchain has 4 main features or 5 main features. We have the immutability of the blockchain, which makes it very hard for people to actually adjust or change the data present on the blockchain. It's decentralized, so there's more decentralization process, which ensures the security part of it. So there's no main actor that can suddenly decide to change data or to play around with the data involved. So it's very secure. We also have the cryptography. So everything that is sent on the blockchain is encrypted, and that's why it's secure. We have also the distributed ledgers. Everyone can see all the transactions that are taking place on that blockchain. And we have consensus algorithms, which basically allows all these decentralized parties to come to a consensus and to agree on something. So all of these technologies and features is what makes the blockchain a very powerful technology. And the reason why I'm talking to you about blockchain is because I'm interested in talking about some applications of the blockchain. And the first application, which I'm sure everyone knows about, is the cryptocurrency. We've all heard of Bitcoin, and we've all heard of Ethereum and all of these other altcoins that were created on the blockchain. And so cryptocurrency, which is basically a digital or a virtual currency, is one of the applications that the blockchain allows, right? Another also technology or application that we've heard of is the NFTs, or non-fungible tokens. So I'm sure you've also heard of NFTs that were very, very big last year. And NFTs are also an application where we create a certain token or a certain element, a digital element. We put that on the blockchain. It gets a unique ID, and now everyone can know that this digital asset belongs to Chris or to someone else, for example. And so, again, NFTs are a very interesting technology, but to bring it back to the point of why is this important for lawyers? Well, actually, these technologies are disrupting the legal practices, right? Nowadays, we have something called smart contracts, right? Which are basically contracts that are created and put on the blockchain, and they get automatically triggered and executed when specific criteria are met. We also have the initial coin offerings, or the ICOs, which are a new way for companies or startups to raise money on the blockchain by selling some coins and raising money from that point. So it's important for lawyers to know these things because it's affecting their jobs, because people nowadays might have some application or use case for a legal case that has to do with the blockchain. And if they come to a lawyer who has no idea what a smart contract is or what ICOs are, how are they gonna help them, right? If you look at the criminal investigations, also a lot of criminals are using Bitcoin or other form of cryptocurrency to launder money or to evade some financial restrictions. And so lawyers also have a job to understand how this technology works so they can actually investigate and catch these criminals. So we come to a point where it's actually about not just about integrating specific technology into the practice, like using ChatGPT to send emails, but it's actually about fully adopting AI technology in the legal practice. And because nowadays, as a lawyer, you're dealing with more tech-savvy clients, it's your job to actually understand the world that these clients live in and help them fix their problems, right? The legal problems. So it's your job to actually keep up with the trend and stay up to date with everything that's happening in the technology side. And so there's a lot of digital tools that can help in the legal practice, from digital signatures to e-filing systems to some softwares that help you manage cases. And again, technology and AI will help you be more efficient, will help you automate some tasks, and will help you make decisions based on data. So in my opinion, the role of lawyers in this AI-driven future of law is, first of all, they have to admit that the change is happening, right? It's no longer an option. It's actually a necessity to adopt technology in the legal practice. So there's no way that you can evade that, which means you have to put a lot of effort to upskill yourself, to reskill yourself, and to train and learn more about these technologies. You also have ethical responsibility. If you're using your client's data, in some of these tools, it's your job to actually make sure that data is confidential and it's secure. And this is where cybersecurity and all of these data practices come into play. And finally, this is very important nowadays, there's no legal framework for AI development in the world. They are being currently discussed at the moment, but there's nothing actually in place. And there's a lot of ways we need to go to actually reach a place where we have specific legal frameworks or laws that are guiding these companies that are building AI models. So it's important for future lawyers to actually focus on building these legal frameworks and helping us regulate in a way the development of artificial intelligence. So to wrap up my presentation, how can someone prepare for AI in the legal profession? And I want to tell you about something that I've noticed recently. If you look at some legal jobs, I've noticed a wave that's been happening, which is basically jobs that are being created that overlap between legal sector and technology sector. So I've seen a lot of data science legal jobs like legal analyst, legal project manager, AI privacy counsel, compliance manager, generative AI associate legal. There's a lot of these new jobs where we're combining the legal side and the tech side. And this is something that's going to keep on growing and growing. And this is obvious from the number of jobs that you can find. If you go to any job site and you look for these jobs, maybe not in the MENA region yet, but in the US and Europe, you've started to see that rise. And so I want to tell you about the program that we launched at Zaka in collaboration with Southern Legal, which are the leading legal publisher in the MENA region. And this program is called the Legal Tech Evolution Program. And it's open to any legal professional, lawyer, or someone working in the legal field who is interested in upskilling themselves and learning about technology, AI, and different things that are impacting their profession. So this program covers technical modules like big data analytics, digital transformation, blockchain, data, cybersecurity, and specifically AI. And we also cover legal modules like data privacy, GDPR, intellectual property, innovative thinking, and other topics as well. If you're interested in learning more about the program, please scan this QR code to go to the website, or just go to legaltechevolution.com and you'll learn more about it. Thank you all for listening. I hope this was useful. And if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Excellent. Many thanks, Christoph. It's an excellent presentation. Any questions from anyone?
I saw a question from someone in the Q&A. Sorry to interrupt you. He asked about the current state of the Web3. But yes, I'm sorry, Mustafa, I don't think I'm the right person to answer this question because I'm not really an expert when it comes to Web3, right? But I do know that there was a lot of hype last year about Web3, and it's still a useful technology, but the hype has died down, right? So I hope this answers the question regarding the current state.
I have a question. I think I have next presentation on aviation. You are on legal. I have some examples, like we can't really do any projects now without AI, Gen AI. It's so useful. As a lawyer, when you are executing, the cases, in practice, where do you use AI?
In practice, so you can use AI to help you look up some information, right? So in the legal research, if you want to find, previous cases of something or understand something, it helps speed up the legal search part, right? Because nowadays, similar to Google search, right? If 20 years ago, you had to write exactly the word on Google search to get the results. But nowadays, Google understands whatever query you give it and gives you relevant results. And this is using natural language processing or NLP to understand the query, right? Same thing can be embedded now into these legal softwares or programs that are helping lawyers research things much easier. So this is one thing. It can also help you, by drafting some 80% of the agreement and leaves the last 10 to 20% for you to actually add the specific detail. It can help you in organizing the data. It can help you in the, this is a high level overview, right? So yeah, I think a lot of ways AI can help speed up your tasks.
Very good. Thank you, Christoph. So, Dr. Hanadi, I sent my presentation to you. If you can kindly share, I can speak to it. Thank you. Okay. So the screen is small. If we can kindly make it bigger. Yeah, very good. Thank you. So, okay, I think this is similar to Christoph's presentation. That was more on the legal side. This is more aviation, but looking at from different angles. Business advisory, technology advisory, airlines, airports themselves, how AI is being used. So it's a very practical presentation. Maybe, Dr. Hanadi, we can move on to the next slide. So I think very briefly, we work with very large companies worldwide. Like we work maybe 100 airlines, 50 airports. We do strategy, privatization, digital strategy, digital transformation. And, our partners include big companies like ACL, Wipro, Sabre, Capgemini. So we see a lot of common threads in different companies in the use of AI. Maybe we can go to the next slide. Okay, so if we look at now the whole travel and transport, what are the key trends? Because AI is going to help the business improvement, okay? So the value-added services is a big area because imagine you are an airline, you are trying to decide where to fly. I'm just giving you a practical, simple example. In the history, in the past, it used to be easy. You just look at, passenger numbers in the past that's available between those two city pairs, and you run your models. and if the results are favorable, you think you are going to get sufficient passengers, then you develop your plans. But imagine now there are no previous passengers. It's a brand new destination. Now AI is giving you an opportunity to search so many different sources very quickly, in terms of GDP levels, in terms of the business sectors, what's going on in the region, and can come up with additional information to passenger numbers. And it may be in some destinations there may not be any. And then it's adding a lot of value. And also it's being used in the optimization algorithms, in the network design. So that's one area. Another area is predictive analytics, whereby you have a lot of information about passenger traffic, where people fly, and the airlines operations. So a lot of machine learning and AI is being applied there to improve the performance. And there, the data, I think one of the presenters earlier spoke, the synthetic data becomes very important, because AI algorithms needs a lot of data to really become good in adding value in optimization. Another area is connected passenger platforms. So, for instance, at present, when you have difficulty, when you want to change your flight, you call the airline and you get very frustrated. Nobody answers. You have to, go through the phone systems. They ask you about your flight. You spend half an hour and then nothing happens. So it happened to me many times with many airlines. So what's happening now is the operational and the service information on passengers is being deployed, and the AI is context aware. AI knows who that passenger is, where is it going, whether or not he had a problem earlier on, and then you don't need to explain 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I am this, I am that, that's my PNR, that's where I'm going. When you contact, you don't talk to a person, you talk to a chatbot. And the chatbot already knows who you are, what you are doing, what you've experienced. And it's coming up with suggestions for you. So we are going to see this end-to-end in future. I'll talk more about that in the presentation later. Another area is operations, whether you're assigning pilots and cabin crew to flights, or you are engaging, your employees with the company's operations. There you have chatbots doing that, engaging with the customer, with the employee base. For instance, recently I was involved in a project where, by creating an app, AI-driven app, you are improving the relationship between the airlines and the crew. Sustainability is relatively new. I think we are seeing some improvements there. And also another big area is maintenance. Aircraft maintenance is very important. And AI is widely used now to pool the collective experience of experts. And if you imagine now engineers, they have Google Glasses. When they look at a problem at the aircraft, they can read, what the AI is advising them to do. So they don't need to carry manuals, and suddenly that person has access to tremendously more experience, collective experience of his peers and the AI on how to resolve the issue, the maintenance issue. So these are some examples. In the interest of time, maybe Dr. Hanadi, we can move on to the next slide. So this is what you are looking at. This is a typical airline value chain. So you are forecasting the demand, you are designing your network, you are ordering planes, you are deciding what type of aircraft, how many, and then you develop your pricing, your revenue management, your distribution, then you do your operational plan, assigning pilots, cabin crew, maintenance people to tasks, to jobs. Then you are running your engineering, operations control across the board. We are now seeing the green where we see AI is starting to make impact. I already talked about market forecasting, network planning, customer engagement. We already talked about that. Now, pricing and revenue management is a new area where traditionally, the inventory if you imagine an aircraft like 200 seats, you have different blocks, you assign different prices. And when you are buying, if you don't buy early, you see that the prices goes up because algorithms, pricing algorithms, revenue management algorithms, they close off the cheaper seats because they see that there is more demand to it. The system decides we can sell higher. Now, this is moving to dynamic pricing as a result of machine learning and AI. What that means is there is a unique price for a unique demand at every point, every single time. So in the past, this was impossible because it's too complex. But now this AI is making this possible. The resource management I talked about, predictive MRO I talked about, augmented reality is virtual and augmented reality is another area. You might have seen a lot of social media, like if you take somebody's picture, yes, and then suddenly that person starts talking, AI makes it bring it alive. Now companies, travel companies, airlines, they are using AI to bring the destinations alive. So as a passenger, you have an idea where you want to visit. You just say, okay, I want to go to Rome, I want to go to Florence, I'm interested in art, I'm interested in Italian food. And suddenly the AI is producing this very engaging, specialized videos, animated videos, appealing to the interest of that particular passenger. So it's context aware. That's very interesting. I talked about context aware chatbots. So anyway, we can now move on to the next slide. So, of course, when we say AI, it's not new really, because the AI has been active for a long time. When you go to customs and integration, you always look at a screen, right? That screen is facial recognition. And even when I was doing my PhD, I've done it in AI. In 80s, 90s, people were working about neural networks. So the function of recognizing somebody's face is actually done by neural networks, which is the foundation of AI. So it's not new. I think it's being used, but now it's becoming much more prominent. For instance, the airlines, IATA, they are working on new initiatives where your face is your passport. You don't need to carry a passport anyway. With the blockchain, I think both presenters before me, they talked about blockchain. The airline and the security organizations can track any passengers from the moment they buy their tickets, even before, because they look at social media. They already know who this person is. Where does he spend his time looking at? Okay, does he a threat? Is he a kind of normal guy, or is he someone that the airline needs to be aware for? I don't know if you remember this movie Total Recall many years ago. It's becoming real now. So you just walk through, and so what will happen with that is the getting to an aircraft or a train will be a lot faster because of this, because your face is your passport. And if there is a question mark about a person, maybe it's 1% or 0.1%, very small percentage. This is not delaying the rest of the boarding process. Okay, so Dr. Hanadi, maybe we can move on to the next slide. So let's look at now a little bit deeper in different functions how AI is helping. And I will just talk about practical examples. Customer service now is very important because to be able to serve customers, it's very expensive for airlines because you need somebody at the end of the phone. And the people who get agitated during flight, they want to talk, they have issues. And if a flight is canceled, if there is a delay, you have another 200 people calling you. They want some attention, they want to be taken care of, they want to know what's going on. Typically, it's very, very expensive and time-consuming process for airlines, and it's not done traditionally. It's not done very well. You get into a phone system, and then you get some instructions. You often end up frustrated, you know. But now, as I told earlier, AI-powered context-aware chatbots, it's making it a lot easier. And also, right from the beginning, when you are planning your trip, through AI-driven, exciting features about your destination, selecting your flight, it's a lot more interactive, helping passengers. And also, you have AI now analyzing customer behavior. So, for instance, I go to Sweden, Stockholm. I like to go to countryside in the past. So AI now is giving you value propositions when you go to your next trip. Here is something you can do. I think, do I need to speed up, Dr. Hanadi? Okay,
No
I'll speed
problem,
up.
no
I think,
problem. We have plenty
okay,
of
I'll
time in
speed
the
up.
next session. You can take your time.
Okay, I'll try to finish in 10 minutes, okay? Or 5 minutes, if that's okay
Yes,
with
yes,
you.
yes. No problem. 5 minutes will be
So,
okay.
okay, so there is that. So personalized trip offer. So what's happening?
You're
You might
speaking
have heard
about a very hot issue. You know, the AI now, that the hot issue in the world. Go ahead.
Yes, yes, that's very, very important. So then, okay, I think you get the idea about customer service. Let's speed up. On the commercial side, yes. So on the commercial side, we talked about pricing, but now also we can talk about optimal onboard sales inventory volumes. In future, you are going to have a lot more digital retail. So right now, when you are an airline, you watch movies, right? In future, just like an airport, you will be able to buy things that are not necessarily on the aircraft. You buy it, but then it's being sent to your home address. So you are going to get a lot of context-aware engagement. AI will know who you are, where you are going, what you like, and it's going to come to you proposals. It says, oh, it's your birthday, it's your daughter, here is a value proposition for you. So it's going to generate a lot more ancillary revenue, non-seat revenue for the passengers. Maybe we can go to the next slide. So on the operations, then there is a lot to be done. It's ranging from optimizing the flight patterns, where should aircraft fly, whether or not pilots, are they tired, they can watch the AI can watch the pilot executing the flight, and then it can give recommendations for improvements. How? Because it's comparing with an idealized flight plan, fatigue trends. Then it says, okay, the way you are doing the rostering, it might be very good for you because you are working this guy really hard, but this pilot is getting really tired and it's making mistakes. So it improvements in the rostering process, and also on the maintenance, how to improve maintenance yield. So it's giving recommendations, and the chatbots as well, just like on the other examples. So I think that's and then one more slide I think we have. Let's go to the next slide. That's my last slide. And also the back office systems. For instance, fraud detection is a very big area. A lot of people, they just create fictitious bookings, travel agencies to get money from airlines. AI catches them. Financial planning, financial report generation, just like on the legal case earlier, we've heard. Now you have AI doing a lot of heavy lifting, and then the senior finance people, they are overseeing the accounts. It's produced by AI. Risk management is another one. The whole HR is changing very fast. Like when you are going to apply to a company, you are dealing with AI. AI is evaluating your CVs. It's much more than CVs now. AI is checking you out, who you are, before you apply to the company. Performance management and so on. I remember from the earlier presentation, one of the things I've done 6-7 years ago, I was working with Toronto Airport. The CEO said, oh, you know what, the legal department, whenever I ask for a contract, it takes forever for you to send to get me my contract. So he asked me, he said, what can we do here? I said, well, why don't we do AI here? So we put in an AI system whereby with optical character reading, you read all the contracts, and then retrieval becomes very fast. And furthermore, when there is renewals, 90% of the work the legal department does, then AI is doing it, a senior lawyer is checking it. Also we started using at the time, new contracts. So that was, 6 years ago, and things moved on a lot since. So that's my presentation. Sorry, it was a bit longer than intended, but if you have any questions, we can discuss. Any questions from anyone? Okay, so Dr. Hanadi, I think we hand over to you now, our session. Thank you to all of our presenters, and we look forward to contributing next year.
Thank you so much, Imra. Thank you. Hi, Professor Mike. How are you? We missed you yesterday.
I'm doing very well, Hanadi. I'm sorry I couldn't make it yesterday, but I'm here today.
No problem. We're taking care about you, about your sessions. Thank you so much. Now we will be presenting the next sessions. It's a practitioner session 4, best practices for entrepreneurial ecosystem. It's chairing by, can you chair the session, Professor Mike?
I don't have the schedule, but I can chair the schedule.
Yes, I will send you the schedule now.
Okay.
There are 3 presenters. It's Kevin and Naza and Walid. Is Walid coming in? And Tariq. The 3 of them, it's there. Kevin, you are the first, and I will text you, Professor Mike, okay?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on what part of the world you're in. Hello from Austin, Texas. It's my honor to be here with you to discuss best practices for entrepreneurial ecosystems. And with a perspective from Austin, Texas. I live in Austin, Texas, in the United States. And I want to talk a little bit about a model that we've been looking at and that we've been implementing for Austin. For those of you that don't know, Austin has an interesting background in that a lot of what has happened in Austin in a very short period of time, this town went from a sleepy university government town to one of the top entrepreneurial ecosystems in the world. And it sets some interesting it sets the table for some interesting conversations about what might be implied by this for the world. Well, we'll go over very quickly. I know that we have a short period of time today, but TechRanch and our vision for the world, economic disruption, what we see coming. In fact, this is a very apropos to be right after the sessions on artificial intelligence. I think there's an interesting tie-in between the two. Insights from the city of Austin. And then we'll talk about the big shift in economic development models that I see. And I don't know that a lot of parts of the world, I don't think, are shifting into the new models. And that's partially what I'm concerned with. Why enabling the entrepreneurs makes sense, and then a handful of key takeaways. Okay, a lot to talk about in a very short period of time, so I'll go a little bit fast, but I appreciate your participation. And for anyone that has questions for me, you can always go to techranch.com, and we can follow up with you. Just fill out our contact us form, and I'm happy to tell you more. And we also have a lot of free lectures and stuff like that. You're welcome to join us in as well. TechRanch is Austin's first privately funded incubator. I started TechRanch. I started the first business before it was called TechRanch 20 years ago in 2003. Very proud of our accomplishments, but probably the most important to me personally is to be recognized in the top 3 social impact incubators in the United States. Now, we do not use the word social impact. We use the words impact innovation technology that solves some human need. Because my premise for what's happening, I'll tell a little bit more about in the next couple of slides. But the first thing I'll say is there's a stark warning from Detroit. Detroit used to be the technology capital of the world for 60 years. And then all of a sudden, in a very short period of time, Detroit ended up hitting a wall. And for those of you that know the history, especially during the years 2008, 2009, this was the most difficult part of the United States to be in, just because they had been on the top of the world from a technology perspective, but everything kind of stopped. In fact, that's what technology does, and especially when we look at the impact of some of the AI technologies that were just being discussed. Here's a few things. Why is it that we need a pioneer in this new world? Well, Netflix did not kill Blockbuster. Ridiculous late fees did. There's these shifts. Uber didn't kill the taxi business. Limited access to taxis did. Apple didn't kill the music industry. Having to buy full-length albums did. Amazon didn't kill retailers. There's this continual set of disruptions that are happening. Now, I would like to look at these disruptions that we see here. And in most cases, I think that these are very positive for the world. We're looking at new service models and things like that. In fact, but when we reflect on the different activities that are happening right now with new technologies, as well as the different just disruptions that are happening in the world of all different types, the shifts to electric vehicles, GM has announced no gas vehicles by 2035, AI and other tech disruptions. I'm not sure if someone's trying to say something, but I hear some background. So just go ahead and let me know if there's something that I should catch real quick, but I'll keep on going. Difficulties in the U.S.-China relationship. For those of us that are in business that don't play politics, this is causing a lot of different change. Then there's, President Biden has a lot of different policies to engage with that are shifting a lot of manufacturing activity to the U.S. and in North America, and then these trade opportunities. Well, in all of that, I think there's an interesting time that I want to take advantage of. I don't want this technical difficulty and these disruptions end up producing what happened in Detroit. I think that we're at a point in the world where we can actually do what's implied by William Gibson's quote. William Gibson is a science fiction writer, and he said, the future's already here. It's not widely distributed yet. And my corollary on that, the Kevin Kwan corollary on this idea, is all the world's problems have already been solved. It's just a matter of connecting the entrepreneur with a solution to the market with a problem. And with these simple words, I think they point to what's possible from what we've learned in the Austin model of entrepreneurship. Now, Austin went from what I said earlier, from very difficult place to start a company to one of the world's top in a matter of a couple of decades. And I can give a whole 8-hour set of presentations about the in-depth why this is and what happened and what matters and how we can take this model to the world. But the thing I want to hop into is immediately just go to economic development models. The historical measures of economic development were the two things on the left: number of jobs created and the tax base. But the new measures that I think are emerging very fast are entrepreneurs and innovation and connectivity between ecosystems. And this last idea, especially as we start the shifting of the world in a massive way with the disruptions that are happening, I don't think we can talk enough about the connectivity between ecosystems and how fundamental this is going to be to the future that comes. Now, part of what TechRanch does is we build what we call venture bridges, bridging between different parts of the world, because if you truly believe the quote that I mentioned a little bit ago, that all the world's problems have already been solved, it's a matter of connecting entrepreneurs and markets, then this final column here of this new measure is a fundamental idea. And this is partially why. these large organizations like Cemex or Dell or any of the large corporations, they have access to markets. They can spend and quickly get there. But the truth is that they're not anywhere near as innovative as these early stage firms. And the difficulty that we have is a lot of times to find, promote, select, discover, and then scale these earlier stage firms is the most fundamental difficulty. If we can do that, then as these disruptions are emerging, we can respond to them very quickly. And so what we actually talk about is building the connective tissue between different parts of the world. In my case, in the last 6.5 years, I've been in 28 different countries. Each one of these visits in each country was to start bringing a little bit more connective tissue around this, about how do we find these early stage firms that then can solve these fundamental problems in each area, especially as this acceleration of disruption occur. Again, there's a lot of extra things that can be said about this slide alone, about this, creating this set of loose ties across the world. For those of you all that have read the research paper, Loose Ties, there's the research paper that talks about this that came out about 15 years ago. But part of what I did was use that as a model about how do we create these loose ties between these ecosystems regionally, and then help these earlier stage firms that have these solutions for the different regions gain access to those markets. And, bridging cultures, bridging markets, bridging needs. It's quite an interesting opportunity. And I'm convinced that for the future that comes, especially as we engage in further disruptions, this will be essential to do. A few things, a few takeaways, and again, in a very short period of time, it's difficult for me to just say, hey, these are all the different pieces, but I just want to give you kind of a taste. The whole process of training people in entrepreneurial thinking at all levels. In the past, entrepreneurial thinking was kind of held for the C-suite of the corporation. We really need to have this all the way through an organization. In fact, you see this in a number of universities that are leading with teaching about entrepreneurial thinking and that type of work. The second thing is really studying the early adopter process. Now, the picture on this column is the technology adoption life cycle. But part of what I'm actually really pointing to about this is, how do we engage in early adopter conversations? Early adopter conversations are what really drive this. Now, for me, this happens to be something very personal, in that in 1994, when I started my first company, my first startup, my first customer for that startup was a bank in Mexico, one country away, 1,500 miles from my home. I was able to gain access to the Mexican market for this specific new tool that I had built. Part of the thing that we've learned, and part of what I actually see is a solution about bridging regional ecosystems, is figuring out how do we not just have a bridge and send delegations back and forth, but engage in the early adopter conversation. Then with one of my colleagues that's based out of Santiago, Chile, he has a book called How to Achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, where he focuses on what he calls extreme collaboration. There are lots of parts of the world that historically have chosen not to work together for a different set of reasons, political or what it might be. We're at a point now that even if the world is so connected, that extreme collaboration, as Leonardo talks about in this book, is kind of an essential tool about figuring out what are the alignments, because at the end of the day, all humans are aligned on the planet at some level. We all seek similar type of things. And so how do we create those alignments? This book and the whole set of practices that Leonardo has developed are quite interesting. And you see these taking off across South America. I think that this is part of the tools that we need to take to the world. And then all 10 types of innovation, for those of us that have gotten, and I know many of you have gotten to study innovation like I have as well, part of what we're looking at is how is it that we can engage this not just in the corporations and the engineering departments of the world, but how can we engage this across each stage of each possible engagement of innovation? And then finally, there is a place for regional policies. There is a place that us tech entrepreneurs need to lead the politicians into the space to support what's coming, because a lot of times I think we've seen this in many different parts of the world, including here in Austin, Texas, that the technology is leading politics and leading legal structures. We need to make sure that these legal structures are aligned and are quickly catching up to where the technology is taking us, so that we can actually harvest out of it for the betterment of the world. We've kind of gone over a number of different things very quickly, and I appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate that you've allowed me to kind of hit on a bunch of different subjects that would be helpful for the world that I see is coming, especially as we look at how we can craft entrepreneurial ecosystems. And the main thing I'd like to say is, through this, it's my honor to be here with you today. My biggest concern is that we use these disruptive technologies in these disruptive times to make the world a better place. So with that, I'll close by saying, let's go change the world for the better together. Thank you very much for this opportunity. If you'd like to get a hold of me, my email is kevin@techranch.com, also kevin@techranchaustin.com. Please let us know if you have any other questions. You're welcome to go to techranch.com and fill out our contact us form. For anyone that hears what I'm talking about and would like to follow up as well, you can send us an email. You can send me an email or otherwise. So thank you. I think I heard someone speaking. I could take a question or two if there's time, but I think there was someone else that said something a while ago.
Kevin, I was just going to add, you brought up in very beginning here something I think that was a very good point. The disruptors that you listed there, and there were 6 or 7 of them that you listed there, what they really did was they found opportunities where the current market was very inefficient. And by using technology, they were able to make it much more efficient. Taxi cab drivers didn't lose their business because Uber came in, but rather taxis were extremely inefficient, and Uber saw a need there. And today, Uber is extremely efficient. The reason I wasn't here yesterday was I happened to be in Austin, Texas, and I was at my daughter's house, and I had to be at the airport. I pushed some buttons on Uber. 5 minutes later, the Uber driver was there, and I easily made it on time to the airport. Retailing was done in a relatively inefficient manner too. Especially people said, well, look, there are products that I buy routinely, so I don't have to see them and feel them and touch them. I know what the products are. So Jeff Bezos saw a need that could have easily been filled, and now practically, especially since the COVID problem, people now use Amazon and other competitors that have come into the market very routinely. So we use the term disruptors, and they have disrupted the way the normal practices are done, but it was because the normal practices hadn't evolved and hadn't accepted technology and newer techniques that created the opportunity for these disruptors to come in. I thought that is a very profound point. Most people tend to blame the disruptors, they ruined this, but they really didn't do that. They looked where there was opportunities and where there was a lot of inefficiency, and they were able to fill that in and become very successful.
I totally agree. The main thing about it is, and in fact, in the examples that I chosen for that slide, is to recognize the inefficiencies that technology and other packaging around how to innovate was brought together for the purposes of good responses. of course, there's an ethic that's being expressed in each one of those. There's a value system and an ethic that's being expressed. The main thing that I'd like to see as well is that as we build this future together, that we hold to an ethic that is forward-looking like that. Obviously, with some of the AI technologies that were just being spoken about, there's some really bad ways that those technologies could be applied as well. And so part of the thing that I think is essential, and especially why it makes sense for us to bind together and build what I call venture bridges across the world, is so that we can support technologies that have ethics that really serve the world, serve people. There's so many examples about how disruptions and technologies could be used in really negative ways, especially now with the advent of AI alone. We can see lots of different ways how that could be used in quite horrible ways. And so I think you're right on about each one of the examples, and we just have to be cognizant of how we work together so that that doesn't happen, so that there's not some isolated set of capabilities that happen that are put into hands that have bad intentions for the world. It could be that we're at a moment that can truly be the birth of something new and truly amazing. And we have a responsibility as technology entrepreneurs to see that serves the world.
So considering that some of these disruptions could be negative, do you see a role for the government with regulations and things being involved here? Typically regulations are needed, but they tend to slow down a lot of this innovation. So is there a certain kind of place that government should be to ensure that, or to help ensure that some of the negative parts aren't there, but not too aggressive so that they tend to slow down innovation?
I think there is a role, and I'll tell you that I absolutely don't think it's my area of expertise to tell you how governments should play. It's only been recently in my career that some of the governments that we've worked with have engaged us and asked us those kind of questions. I've given some recent speeches, but around that, as well as we have foreign governments that have engaged our systems. The truth is that part of what myself, since I come from a technology entrepreneur background, is to figure out how do we set this set of conditions up so that positive things result in the first place. And it's not that I don't mean to punt on the question about the governments, but I'll tell you quite literally that I don't know how to control that and affect that as much as having entrepreneurs that are positively working with each other and have a positive result out of that. I can give you a lot of different examples that, especially in healthcare, we've got examples where we've had Texas and Mexican and Italian and Egyptian entrepreneurs that have worked together around a set of concerns in healthcare, that because these earlier stage firms were working with each other, they produced outcomes that wouldn't have been possible just in the past. And the ethic that gets expressed by that is getting more access to healthcare to people that are underserved or not served in the first place, which I think is really essential to see for the future. So yes, government plays a role. There's probably another expert that's in the in this group of experts that can really speak to that, but I think that we can bind together and create an ethic with each other that serves the world in a profound way, just by organizing our entrepreneurs together.
Thanks, Kevin. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, and I know the
no worries. I'm happy.
Excuse me, Mike.
Government difficult. Yes.
Excuse me, Mike. Engineer Tariq, he have other meeting. If he can participate, and we leave open discussion the last 15 minutes. If you don't mind, please. Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you so much, Professor Mike.
Okay, so who's next here? Emery?
Tariq.
Okay. Oh, here it is, Naz. Okay. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just sharing my screen, yes.
Okay.
my screen is visible. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi, for giving me this opportunity to present my work at this forum. My name is Dr. Tariq Omar, and I'm a senior lecturer in construction project management. And the work which I'm presenting today is related to the future of cities and how to make them sustainable. So just to give a quick outline of my presentation, so it will include an introduction, the research which I have done on the topic, and the method which I have used, and then it will be followed by some result analysis and then discussion. At the end, I will present a conclusion, and then if there is an opportunity, I will have a quick question and answer session. Right. So obviously, we know the Earth population is increasing, and because of that, it's putting a lot of pressure on the Earth resources. And the fact is that many people want to live in cities, and obviously there is reason why the people want to live in the cities, because it provides better lifestyle opportunities, facilities, and obviously better lifestyle and opportunities. And then this basically increase the population of the cities as well. If you look at the data, so obviously there has been an increase in the population in the cities, but after that, that increase steadily increased. A sharp increase come in 2018. And obviously that increase then resulted into a number of social and environmental challenges. Right. So let's know the challenge. So obviously, so we know the challenge that there are social and environmental issues which is created by the increased population in cities. So the purpose of this research, which I have undertaken, was to develop some solution for to face the challenges of urbanization. And obviously, the solution should be robust. So that should be able to tackle the current issues and obviously looking into the long term. But before to propose that solution, obviously we need to understand the context of sustainability when it's come to cities. So the question is, why cities? Why the focus should be on cities only, and why to make them sustainable? Because obviously more population on the Earth's surface mean more requirement. And if you look at the projection, so by 2030, 5 billion of the Earth population will live in cities. So the expansion of the current cities will be more. If you look at the current requirements, so we need at least 6 Earth to meet those requirements, the current requirement. And if you look at what is the outcome in terms of waste or environmental issues, as I mentioned, so the city itself generates 70% of the total waste. And also, it's utilized 70% of the Earth resources. For example, we take the example of energy. And if you look at the cities, obviously they are located mostly near to the coastal area, so they are more affected by the impact which is coming from the climate change, global warming, and obviously sea rise. So the cities are more at risk. While there are different solutions, so what we need to do in terms of solutions, obviously, we can utilize the underground spaces, we can make tall buildings, and we can also make cities in ocean. My focus is basically to look at the perspective of making cities in ocean. And the factor which I have considered is obviously how to design those cities, what would be the material of construction, because I'm a civil engineer, so I'm more interested in that aspect. And obviously, when we look at the sustainability indicators, so what is important in terms of energy, water, waste, mobilities, and obviously habitat regeneration. Yeah, so what I have done, so obviously the focus of those cities is to, this research is to make the cities, or look at the feasibilities of making cities in ocean. And obviously, if you look at why ocean, the question is obviously, if you look at the Earth, so the general understanding is that 70% is basically occupied by ocean. And that was basically the goal of this research. So a number of research approaches has been incorporated, both qualitative and quantitative research approaches has been used. Obviously, academic will be able to understand more better than that, but I don't want to go in detail in terms of qualitative and quantitative. And obviously, I look at the existing literature, get the key information from the literature, and then I look at what could be the potential sustainability indicator, or let's say the most important sustainability indicator. When I was looking to the literature, so I look at some of the literature published in 2010 to 2019. A systematic approach has been adopted. After that, obviously, I interviews and I use a questionnaire. I try to get or collect the data from the experts in this area. So just presenting the result of the finding, the data which I have collected. So after analysis of the data, I try to classify the key sustainability factors or element. I categorize them based on the data which has been collected. So obviously it's include energy, water, food, waste, mobility, and habitat regeneration. And then that was the ranking of those sustainability indicator. I also asked the participant that is it the floating cities or the cities in ocean can be potential solution for the cities. So majority of them, they responded as yes. Now, the way we produce energy or the way we use them is obviously non-sustainable. So what we need to do, we need to reduce that quite significantly. And if we reduce it, let's say to 31 kilowatt hour, then this can come from different sources. For what purposes we are going to use, and then how we are going to produce. Obviously, we use for housing, we use it for agriculture and stuff like that. How they are going to be generated? So obviously, the renewable sources, including solar, wind, ocean, and experimental energies or production of energy will be the main source to produce that energy requirement or to meet that energy requirement. Then obviously water is important for life and for human. We need not only for drinking purpose, but also for other industrial and food production purposes. Again, the way we are using the water, so it's again non-sustainable. So we need to reduce the consumption of water. And then we need to bring that to 583 liter per capita per day. And it will be used for different purposes. I don't want to go in that detail, but the water which can be coming from different sources, obviously, there will be a systematic ways to meet those requirements. The second aspect which I consider was the food. So how much food consumption a human need and what kind of food basically we eat. So I look at to that as well. And then what kind of food. So apart from how much we need, what we need. So in terms of proteins and stuff like that. So I look at to that as well. And how that requirement can be met if a city is made in ocean. So obviously indoor farming, outdoor farming, there is a possibility to use the ocean farming and aquaponic and aeroponic process to produce those food. Yeah, as I mentioned, that is the requirement for that. It's just an example to demonstrate what I mean by outdoor farming and indoor farming and what could be the aeroponic and aquaponic and outdoor farming as well. Again, the waste, so the way we produce the waste is quite a lot. If you look at to the GCC region, so obviously we are one of the top waste producer. And when we look at to the waste, obviously, it's not just the waste, it's have negative consequences as well. So obviously the emission which is coming from this waste is also significant. So we need to reduce the waste, and then we need to do the recycling or retreatment of the waste which we are producing. So if it is a solid waste, obviously that need to be properly treated. Yeah, so this is just an existing scenario, how much waste we are producing globally and how we are disposing that. So majority of the waste is still going to landfill, and when it's go to landfills, obviously it's create a number of environmental issues. In terms of the cities, to make them sustainable, it can be applicable to the existing city, but if you look at to the future cities, if it is going to be built in oceans, obviously we need to have a proper collection system. We need to have an exchange hub, which we can separate different types of waste, and we need to have a community compost garden. Obviously, the people participation will be important, and we need to have different types of treatment system to make those waste reusable or recyclable. Okay, then the mobility. So obviously we need to think in a different way. We are talking about making cities in oceans. Obviously, it's not only to be one cities. There will be different cities, and then how that will be connected with each other. So obviously, but in terms of sustainability, we need to reduce the number of cars. But when it's come to the floating cities, obviously, we need to think about the alternative mode of transportation. And that transportation should be should have different approaches or different method of transportation. I mean, even using the cycles, but for short distances. And we need to utilize the electric car and electric boat to move from one place to another place, because cities or the towns, if it is developed in the ocean, will be connected in that way. Habitat regeneration. So obviously, when it's come to the materials, obviously there is a potential use of materials which is normally created, I would say self-created in the ocean, which is called biorock, because we need to have a strong foundation for these cities. So one of the main important material which can be used to construct the floating cities, and obviously we need to look at the protection of those cities. So we need to make sure that the cities, because they will be in the ocean, so that need to be protected from the flooding and things like that. So obviously the bio rock will be one of the most important element that can be utilized in the protection and the development or construction of the floating cities. Right. Just coming to the concluding remarks. So obviously we have a problem, and the problem, it might not be at this stage, but we are going to face this problem in the future. If we don't face it, our new generation will face it. We are talking about life in Mars. It will take a long time. So we need an immediate solution. So I think before going to the Mars, or before leaving the Mars, I think we need to think about what we can do on our Earth. And as I said, sustainable cities are global priorities. The current cities are not able to meet the current requirements. Obviously, we need to think about the alternative. So we need to make sure that the existing cities are sustainable, but we also need to think about out of box and how to make new cities and how to make them sustainable. Now, the concept of the floating cities or the cities in ocean is quite complex, but it is not something which is not doable. And obviously, there need to be kind of big collaboration in this area. This is the end of my presentation. We'll be able to answer your question if you have any, and you can also access to me or reach to me through my email, my social media account. I have a web link as well. So if you want to go there and try to get my contact or mobile number or telephone number, is also available there. Thank you very much for your attention. And that's it. Let me stop sharing this.
Well, thank you, Tariq. I found that to be very fascinating. I think we have one more paper, so let me just ask one quick question. I imagine these cities will have to be built fairly close to the coast of a country, right? So we're going to have to deal with that. And I saw that you had roads built in there, so it won't be something like Venice where you have to get around in water. You would actually have roads as part of the city too. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think from an engineering standpoint, I know that's your expertise. This can probably be be done. But as you mentioned, there seems to be a host of other problems that we'll have to deal with. The city won't be completely sustainable, so they'll have to get some products from the coast and they'll have to be shipped. Okay, thank you so much. Hanadi, we have one more paper here. Is that correct?
Yes, please. Naza.
Naza.
Yes, Naza, present yourself, please.
Hello, Naza Ben Ammar. Hi, everybody. I'd like to thank Dr. Hamadi al-Mubaraki that allowed me to
Naza, your mic, your voice is not clear. Maybe you are away from the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, your voice now is very clear.
All right. So I'd like to thank you, Dr. Hanadi, for giving me this opportunity to be among this great team that made the presentation since yesterday. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Thanks again. So I would like to share my experience during this great conference on innovation, technology, my experience as an engineer that graduated with a master's degree from Stanford University with a double major in engineering from Purdue University. That was in the beginning of the 90s. I have more than 26 years of experience in entrepreneurship, mainly in Tunisia, but also abroad. I'm a member of a network of business angels in Africa, MENA region, and the Mediterranean Sea. I will be very happy to share with you this presentation about the best practices for entrepreneurial ecosystem. It will be less academic than what I have seen until now. It's more of experience sharing. These are, I consider these are the major factors that can make an ecosystem, an entrepreneurial ecosystem work. That we need first that the environment has to be like an open innovation approach from everybody, from the government, from the professors, universities, and then talking more about the sponsorship earlier to have this discussion about how far does the government has to get involved in entrepreneurial ecosystems. The role of universities, coming from Purdue and from Stanford, I have seen the role of the universities in helping the ecosystem develop. Coming from a country that is sitting in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, but it's also North Africa, we need definitely to talk about access to technology, access to data, which is, I consider that as a major factor in making research, in doing benchmarking, in knowing about the market, the worldwide market. And these are the musts in order to build up an entrepreneurial ecosystem. This is the figure that I have seen, I found that is very interesting, which shows how the interdependencies on all the factors that I was talking about, that I'll be talking about in my presentation later on, how all these factors are intermingled one to another. And we really need all these outputs, the inputs. What do we want to do with either innovative SMEs or with startups in order to develop the new economy. We need the talents. Talents can come from the university, but also from high schools, from wherever. The knowledge, access to knowledge. Now it's much easier with the internet or new economies. Support. Is there a demand? And I'll be more talking about the demand for the local market, but worldwide, and especially in Tunisia. We are very much open towards Europe, but we are lucky to be also open towards the MENA region and Africa. How good are the physical infrastructures, internet and others? The culture and the habits of the economies in these countries, and the formal institutions, the network, and the leadership. What are the must-haves? Data access. And in Tunisia, if I take an example of Tunisia, even neighboring countries in other parts of the world, for our startups. And this is the role of the ecosystem to gather and to help finding the necessary data in order to get the knowledge and to see if there is a real opportunity in order to go ahead or with no go for a startup. Regarding human capital, in Tunisia, this is a factor that is, we are glad and we are happy to say we are exporting a lot of human capital. It's unfortunate, on the other hand, we have many engineers, ITs, medical doctors, in general, in the health sector, many who are leaving because of the economical situation in Tunisia, which leaves some startups with less capabilities of finding the right people in order to develop their startups. The legal aspect, the legislation in Tunisia about in 2018, we have had this, what we call this, especially with tax incentives, increase their numbers and allow Tunisia to be more attractive with this startup act. We started, myself as a founding member of Carthage Business Angels and an incubator called Wikistartup. We started just after the revolution in 2011. We did extremely well even before the legislation. The legislation has to be there, but it's much more the opportunity of investing in startups that can help than tax incentives. And this is my general impression. We have also through this Startup Act, we give labels to startups. Some of them are doing extremely well right now, even for a small economy like Tunisia. What we also need is the general environment, which by that I mean all what we can see, including the economy, which will be the next component, in order to have an ecosystem that can be interesting, not only for the local investors, but for foreign investors. And by the way, in Tunisia, we have very, very successful startups that did extremely well in AI, which is the largest, the biggest startup that is Tunisian and based also in England and in Europe, which is called InstaDeep, which is the AI arm of BioNTech. That we have some others like Expensia and Xprotein, My Wardrobe, and many others that have such an environment where they were able not only to be to start in Tunisia, but also they opened that to Europe mainly, and hopefully in the next coming years we can see more startups that will stay local, but also that will open up to Africa, but especially with the MENA region. Just to give you an idea, among the 1,000 startups that we have about 700 or 800 who have the label, but 25 among these startups are foreign startups. And now we hope through the Startup Act 2.0, there will be more incentive to have more foreign startups in Tunisia. The reason will be, in order to develop the business, in order to have the prototype, Tunisia remains very, very attractive with its engineers, with its technicians, with its IT engineers. And we hope through the ANAVA, which is the fund of funds, which is encouraging a lot to have foreign investment in Tunisia. The legislation was not very encouraging in the past, but in the future, I think with hands off from the Tunisian central bank, there will be more and more foreign investors, VCs, business angels, that can benefit from about 70 co-working spaces. We have about 8 accelerators, 7 incubators, 10 investors, and there will be many more investing opportunities in Tunisia. The major players in Tunisia, as I was talking about the incubators, the accelerators, but we also have very, very interesting research centers. In my experience with Carthage Business Angels and Wiki Startup is a program that was funded by USAID and the GIZ, the German corporation, is a program called Univenture. Univenture was, we were able to go to research centers, to universities, and we have developed this ingredient, which is the entrepreneurial ingredient, with researchers who didn't really think that they can succeed in this wide world of startups, because they be in their research centers. They were very happy with what they were doing, but they really didn't know that there could be an opportunity to go into industry and get out of their comfort zones. Since I would say 2011, there are some anchor organizations that are helping also to develop the ecosystem in Tunisia, and other institutions, governmental and non-governmental institutions that helped up to level up the entrepreneurial ecosystem. As you might think, in Tunisia, the real challenge is the financial support. Access to finance is one of the most difficult things that we have. And I do believe that through conferences like this, when we open up to people who are sitting now in Austin, others who are in Kuwait, and I've seen many speakers who are from the Middle East and from England and elsewhere. There could be great synergy between the possibilities of countries like ours in Tunisia and in Africa in general. The love of money is something that it's in our habits. We have always been very close Mediterranean families. We have very, very close friends. But as soon as we get into business angels, we didn't have business angel network until Carthage Business Angel, which was established in 2011. And we have had the challenge to explain what's a business angel, how he can look at the exit, what are the risks, what are the possibilities.
You seem to be having some problems with your internet. connection. Things have frozen.
Until now, we don't have more than 100 wannabe business angels, and they don't even know how it's business angel organization averse than before. We see more and more institutional investors, and with Anava, we will see more VCs. We need also to give enough support to our business angels, to the VCs, to understand how we can evaluate startups. Hopefully, we will see more exits in the coming months and coming years. And we need to talk more about the success stories about Tunisia, and we need to do more storytelling, to talk about the ecosystem of Tunisia, where we helped about 10 other countries in Africa who copied our Startup Act, and we are very proud to share that with our friends both in Africa and the Middle East. The must-haves, given the size of the market, if we don't have this international approach, the Tunisian ecosystem will remain extremely small. And I'm very glad to say that Tunisia has been always open up to the Mediterranean Sea, to European countries. I would say less North America and less Asia, but definitely to Africa and to the Middle East. Tax incentives can help, and it's helping investors to make some deals with startups. We have less spin-offs, unfortunately. We didn't see these large groups helping startups come out of their programs. Market access is a large issue. We have some startups who are doing extremely well, but given that they don't have this opportunity of traveling or going abroad to let the other markets know about their funding or their innovative products, that will be a must, and we need to find some means as the ecosystem to help these startups to get access to market. As I was saying earlier, we are also working on cross investment to Tunisia. We have much better mentors and experts in helping the startups in different fields. I would love to see more experts in the deep tech, helping up the startups. We have very good university level, but it will be great if we can have some more overseas expertise, either from professor or industry experts. The network events, we have made it, but it's much more concentrated in the capital in Tunis, and we need more network events to show to everybody that it's to become an entrepreneur. It's just either you have it or you don't have it, but if the others have done it, maybe you can succeed. The side factors for diversity and success, I do believe that gender incentives have to be there. By the way, we have about 16% of our startups are women. We have 52% of the engineers are women. We are the second best ratio in the world. We need to more.
Naja, I hate to interrupt, and this is extremely important and interesting. However, we're 6 minutes over, and the next session's about to start. Okay. So wrap it up in the next 30 seconds or so. That'd be great.
Okay, I will do that. We need to go more into the regional inside the country, because most of
Okay, you seem to have frozen up with the internet. So we're going to have to call an end to this session because we have another one that's, as I say, late. So There was a bunch of questions I would have liked to ask too, but again, we're out of time. I think access to capital is really the critical path here that virtually all these systems are going to have to work on.
We need to look at water, with energy, social, in order to work on social development business in Tunisia. Things to avoid. What we have is the issue about the heavy regulation. We have tough foreign investments. We have a lot of foreign institutions who are helping up with in Tunisia. The perennity of the ecosystems has to be there. Without these foreign investors, we need to do the same thing in other regions. We need to avoid bureaucracy. We need to work on IP, which is something that is very costly in Tunisia. I'm not going to add more into that. I would like to thank you again. Sorry for this delay.
No, thank you, Nazir. That was very interesting. We're ready to move on to the next session. Hanadi, who's the first speaker?
Yes, the next session should be sharing by Christy. You can take it, Professor Mike, till Christy is joining.
Okay.
And the first presenter is Charles. Just we've been in contact with Charles. Okay, I think it's Rob. Rob, it's there. Rob, are you ready to present? Yes, Professor Mike.
I'm looking. Are any of the three speakers here?
Yes, the one speaker is Ron. Sorry, Ron. Ron?
Ron Giblin?
Yes, Ron Giblin.
Okay, I think.
Good morning. Yep, I am here.
Okay, good.
Yes, go ahead. Start. While other it's no. I think it's a moment, Professor Mike. I see Charles is coming and raise hand. Yes, okay. The technical support. Can you take Charles in? IMBA. Can you take the IMBA in? Just a moment, because it's in the
I
room.
already sent them the request for it.
Okay. And there are Professor Amin also. Can you also send request?
And is this session chair
I am
here?
here. Yes, yes. The who's chairing this one? It's Christy. Good night. You can take it till Christy is joined. Hi,
Okay.
Charles. How are you? Nice
Okay,
to participate in our event. It's competing with your event.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Professor Mike, and present Charles.
Okay, Charles Ross will give the first talk here. So if he's ready, he's certainly welcome to proceed.
Great. Well, fantastic. Thank you, Professor. Is it Bustler?
Bustler, it is. Thank you.
Bustler. Okay. Thank you for the introduction. And it's definitely a pleasure to join the international conference. Wanted to congratulate Dr. Hanadi for putting together a great lineup of speakers and
marvelous
topics. Last year, unfortunately, I was planning on joining the convening, and because of some logistics, wasn't able to, but just honored and pleasure to be a part of the convening this year. And it's a pleasure to speak with everyone. So in reference to the title for the convening, I am going to go ahead and I think hopefully share my screen and share some slides.
Perfect.
And in reference of the title for this convening, I'd like to share some comments on the opportunity to support entrepreneurs and to support entrepreneurial support through entrepreneurship ecosystem building. This is a topic that's been top of mind for MBIA in our community of practitioners. And during my few minutes here, I want to talk a little bit about how we kind of think about this work, how we define this work, entrepreneurship, ecosystem building, talk about why I think it's really important for practitioners and entrepreneurial support, how this ecosystem movement has kind of evolved both globally and specifically on what I've experienced in the United States. And then lastly, just wanted to share some opportunities for practitioners to engage with MBIA to start or further their journey in applying ecosystem building competencies to their work. As I share my comments here, I'm going to hopefully try to put some links into chat on some resources that I'm referring to. So if I can navigate the technology, I'll go ahead and do that. But first, let me just talk a little bit about MBIA for those of you who do not know us. So MBIA is an acronym that stands for the International Business Innovation Association. We are a 30+ year organization of practitioners that are focused on empowering entrepreneurial support organizations to be more impactful. We were formed in the early 1980s to support managers that were specifically doing business incubation. Over the years, we have evolved to be service model agnostic, but specifically focusing on entrepreneurial support organizations. And our community right now is about 1,000 or so professionals, 400 organizations, and we are active in about 30 countries in just about every state in the United States. And these are the three core buckets that we look to leverage to add value to our community, to provide a set of resources to help this work, provide training, and then provide thought leadership in the space. Okay, so with that introduction, to provide a little context to my comments, let's dive into the topic of entrepreneurship ecosystem building. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion over the past day and a half, and there's going to be a lot of discussions tomorrow on this. I'd just like to share a couple of definitions that I think just kind of grounds the discussion, and definitions that I'm fond of to help us think about this work. And these are definitions that are mostly espoused by an organization called the Ewing Marion Kauffman Foundation. This is a philanthropic U.S. foundation that's done a lot of work in increasing well-being in communities through entrepreneurship and ecosystem building, The definition that they use for an entrepreneurship ecosystem is pretty simple. Their definition is that it's a network of people who are supporting entrepreneurs, and it's a culture of trust and collaboration that allows for these people to interact with each other successfully. So I think that that's a pretty simplistic kind of definition of a topic that is pretty complex, and it's a definition that we like to use in thinking about this work. And then applying this to the work of ecosystem entrepreneurship, ecosystem building, the definition that they use there is that this is really a new approach to economic development. And it's an approach that's focused on helping both people and communities achieve economic independence, and doing that through entrepreneurial success. And what I love about that definition is that it kind of frames it in a context that all countries are familiar with, which is around the work of economic development, but it extends that to include not only communities themselves, but the people who are involved in those, the entrepreneurs that are involved in those ventures. And it talks about success measures being economic independence and also entrepreneurial success. So with these definitions in hand, let me provide a little bit more context on what we've observed in terms of how this field has evolved. And I think that this will provide some additional appreciation for how quickly things are changing in this space, and what some of the opportunities are in this space. So about 15 years ago, there was a lot of attention around this concept around entrepreneurship ecosystem building. And I think that there were a couple of major factors that were driving this. And these are factors that were experienced in both the United States. I'll share some numbers that takes a look at it from a United States perspective, but these were factors that are also being experienced in other countries outside of the United States. So first of all, there was a recognition of this whole concept of these the outsized impact that new and small firms, high growth firms were having on a country's economic impact or economic output. There was a study that came out in around, I think, 2005, 2008, 2009 timeframe from the Kauffman Foundation that looked at U.S. small and new companies and saw and had the finding that companies less than 5 years old were responsible for nearly all of the net new job creation. And then kind of complementing that, there was a study that was done in the United Kingdom that kind of profiled these high growth companies that represented about 6% of the economy, but was responsible for 54% of all of the net job creation. So a lot of interest around these high growth companies, these new companies, these startup companies. Then in around 2000, we were starting to see kind of mid 2000, which represented on this slide here in the US, a dip in entrepreneurship. So this particular graph takes a look at the percent of firms that are entering the market and exiting the market from the time period of 1982 to I think 2020. And you can see just a gradual decline over that time period, but a pretty significant decline starting in 2006. The other factor that kind of has driven a lot of this interest in entrepreneurship ecosystem building is that gray bar that you see right there at like 2008 to 2009. That gray bar is a recession. And so you had these factors that, people were recognizing these high growth companies, but entrepreneurship engine was declining. And oh, by the way, we're in a recession. And so these factors, I think, kind of contributed to more and more countries transitioning to policies that were focusing on high growth entrepreneurs. And in the United States, that's actually precipitated into kind of a new way of thinking about economic development. So in the 30s, most of the economic development was focused on large companies and the concept of attraction. In the 80s, there was a shift towards focusing on small businesses, but that was also focused on specific interventions with companies. So these were all programmatic approaches. Then in the 90s, you started to see kind of a shift towards more of, let's look at the environment in which companies are growing in. And there was a lot of work around cluster-based development in the 90s, but this was really focused on industries and not necessarily exclusively on high growth companies. And now we're seeing entrepreneurship ecosystem building that's focused on entrepreneurial companies. So just wanted to provide that little kind of background on kind of where the journey that we've taken so far. When we look at what's going on in the US, there's a couple of other moments that I'll share with you that provide some context. So many of you might be familiar with the work of Daniel Eisenberg, who put out an initial framework for entrepreneurship ecosystem building. That was in 2011. It was also complemented by much of the work that's been done with Brad Feld, where he's looked at specifically some data around starting up communities in cities like Boulder, Colorado. Then in 2017, you start to see in the United States some field building efforts where the Federal Reserve Bank in Kansas and the Kauffman Foundation are pulling together thought leaders in this space to talk about how do we really develop this practice in this field. And then you had the pandemic and the racial reckoning in the United States that also brought more focus to how do we make sure our ecosystems are diverse, inclusive, and equitable. And then on the federal side, we've seen several major federal fundings that have really emphasized the importance of ecosystem building for supporting this particular work. And then I'll talk a little bit later. And a couple of years ago, the NBIA, we received funding from the Kauffman Foundation to work on a collaborative project to set up a network in the United States focused on advancing the practice and the field of entrepreneurship ecosystem building. So that kind of gives you a little sense of just kind of the journey that we have been on. Currently, right now, we believe that there are just tremendous opportunities to enrich the work of both entrepreneurial support and then entrepreneurship ecosystem building by really exploring kind of the intersections between this work, overlays on this between these streams of work, and opportunities for alignment. First, in terms of alignment, we think that entrepreneurial support and ecosystem building complement each other very well. So while they're both centered around entrepreneurs, the way in which the work is accomplished differs, and the mechanism for doing that work differs between entrepreneurial support and ecosystem building. So, because clearly for entrepreneurial support, we're looking at how do we directly support the entrepreneurs and those ventures that they're supporting. And in the case of ecosystem building, it's a lot more of holistic systems-based work where we're looking at not how we optimize individual parts of the ecosystem, but how do we optimize the summation of the parts, and making sure that all of the sectors are involved and these sectors are communicating and talking to each other. So we think that there's good complements there between this work. We also think that it's very symbiotic. So, clearly we can understand how a strong ecosystem where if capital is available or corporate organizations know how to work with startups is good for startups, and vice versa, as we look at trying to engage other folks into entrepreneurial ecosystems across our communities, being able to have a strong and rich set of entrepreneurial companies that are really pursuing differentiation and creating value is important for the value proposition around ecosystems. So we think that they're symbiotic. And then the last thing I will mention is, especially from the perspective of those of us who have been doing entrepreneurial support for several years, this movement around entrepreneur ecosystem building will be bringing in new resources into the opportunity to bring new resources into this work. Clearly bringing new organization and people into this work. And I think it's really incumbent upon those of us who have been doing this work for a while, at least in the entrepreneurial support area, to be able to articulate how we are aligning with individuals who are doing ecosystem building, individuals and organizations, and how we are adopting some of those competencies and best practices. Let me talk about the role that NBIA is playing. So given all of this that I've talked about, we're really excited about anything we can do to advance the field of entrepreneurship ecosystem building. And then we're focusing our work in two ways. So one thing that we're doing is we are a part of an initiative called the Ecosystem Building Leadership Project, which is the initiative that I referred to earlier to stand up a network within the United States to advance this type of work. We are honored to be a part of that leadership council, and that initiative is going to be focused on three areas. How do you better define what entrepreneurship ecosystem building is, really being simple on how we define it? How do we do more of this work better? And then how do we bring more resources to the field? So that's one way we're going to be advancing the field. The other thing that we're going to be doing is really helping our community come along in understanding the opportunities around ecosystem building, and also being able to adopt some of these competencies. So I'm going to talk a little bit later here in my next slide about several convenings that we have coming up. Will be an excellent opportunity to learn about ecosystem building, entrepreneurship ecosystem building. And then we're really excited that at the beginning of the year, we're going to be launching a new community of practice that's going to be focused on helping entrepreneurial support organizations specifically look at how to adopt diversity, equity, and inclusion practices to better amplify their program outcomes. And this is a core capability of well-functioning ecosystems.
Charles, everything is excellent here. We're running a little short of time. So if you can wrap this up in the next 30 seconds or so, I greatly appreciate it.
Oh, no problem at all. So I'm actually on my last slide. So the last thing I wanted to communicate is how can you folks here on the call can participate in engage with NBIA and learning more about ecosystem building and developing competencies. Three ways you can do that. You can follow us through our email updates, follow us on social. We have 2 events that are going to be coming up next year that's specifically focused on ecosystem building. The first one's going to be in San Antonio in April. And then in October, we have a forum that's exclusively focused on ecosystem building. And all of this, you can get more information at www.mbia.org. So it's my pleasure to, again, participate in this. Congratulations, Dr. Hanadi, on a great conference. Here's my email that's on this particular slide. If you have any questions about what I presented or if I can help your work in any way, please feel free to reach out. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Charles. Very, very informative. I see you've been doing this a long time, and it looks like you're going to do some real good things going forward. Thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you.
I think the next one is Amin.
Yes. Professor Amin.
Amin, sorry.
Hi. Hello. Apologies, I need just to adjust the camera. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Okay. I normally take the sort of online calls from the home. I'm now in the office, so now hopefully it will be suitable now too.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Please proceed.
All right, thanks very much. Good evening or good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amin Al-Habaibi, Professor of Intelligent Engineering Systems at Nottingham Trent University. And today, my presentation, if you'll let's try to share the screen, is of a technology-related application, and which is about looking at using artificial intelligence for air quality monitoring. Hopefully you can see the screen now.
Yes.
All right. So it's about innovative application of sensor fusion and artificial intelligence technologies in assessing air quality during urban commuting. And I really enjoyed listening to the previous speaker, Dr. Charles, about the sort of entrepreneurship and in terms of how the ecosystem of actually attracting the funding and to be able to commercialize products, because this is one of the areas we work closely with in terms of developing technologies, and we always work with partners and our students and the local companies to attempt to commercialize some of the ideas and the IPR we are developing here. So just a very quickly introduction about Nottingham. Nottingham Trent University is within Nottingham City, which is about 2 hours drive from London to north of London, within the East Midlands of the UK. And Nottingham is very famous of Robin Hood. This is me with Robin Hood character in Nottingham, and we have one of the trip to Jerusalem pub, which is one of the sort of oldest in England, and it's a beautiful city. And this is some of our buildings as well within Nottingham. So the Product Innovation Center, we develop different product technologies in relation to renewable energy, medical applications, software development, sensors integration, sensor development. And today is one of the applications about developing software application for air quality monitoring as part of that. So for the audience, please, if you feel we could collaborate on any technology in the future, please get in touch. with me, and I'm available on LinkedIn, and I'll share a link at the end of my presentation in relation to that. So the Product Innovation Center, we look at condition monitoring, artificial intelligence, enabling technologies, medical design, people-centered design, and sustainability. And all of that within the context of entrepreneurship and supporting businesses or developing our own businesses in relation to putting products in the market. So the air quality is one of the very interesting sort of areas we are working on at the moment, because the microplastic in the environment is increasing, for example, and there is, the research shows that in microplastic from automotive tires, for example, is significant tons per year, and this is most likely not related to electric cars or diesel or petrol cars, because tires basically will continue, because I don't see, I'm not aware of any development in or change in the tire technology between electric cars and diesel and petrol cars. So there is significant sort of pollution in cities in relation to wear on tires. I will focus on the UK as a case study here to look at the pollution, for example. And if you look at the roadside versus urban background for particulates, 2.5 microns emitted from in the environment, and you can see there is always roadside has got higher level of air pollution particulates in comparison to the urban background. And interestingly, rush hours always has got an increase. So 9 a.m., the rush hour at 9 a.m. and the rush hour in the evening will always have increase in air pollution monitoring. And what we found over the years in the UK, for example, the average is decreasing. So it's a good news. The air quality is improving, but still there is fluctuation, and roadside is higher than urban background because, again, most likely cars, diesel engine sort of, and engines, and the tires wear, and that's aspect of the pollution levels affecting that in terms of particulate. And the annual average is still decreasing as well. So that's there, we are heading towards the right direction. But there are many news about that the government set to miss their pollution goals. For example, that's on the BBC website 2022. So there is more effort is needed in relation to that. So what should we do? That's one of the questions, one of the entrepreneurship ideas we have, and one of the innovations. What do we do, and how we can actually measure and assess the air quality during commuting? So one of the BBC news was basically was about that walking to school is better than using the car for children. And this is simply what we found, that was, we questioned that, because if children are walking next to the roadside walking to school, that means the air pollution most likely will be high. So I assume for this study, the walk was in a park, not actually on a main road. So that's one of the applications. And there was another study in another city in Leeds, where they have compared between cycling using the bus, the car, and walking in a stretch of road which is busy at the peak time, and they found actually cycling was the best one. And now this is not related to the air quality. Actually, it was related to the time spent to cover that stretch of road, and therefore the bicycles was the fastest one. Walking, actually, and contradicting with the previous news, actually was the worst, because people would, if they're walking, they will spend more time on the stretch of road, therefore breathing more pollution. So there was conflicting sort of ideas about how can we develop a technology to actually see the air quality aspect. So this is a stage one of our project that we've done to look at air quality during thing. So what we've done, actually, we developed a software where we're integrating air quality from portable sensors and GPS data together. And prior to COVID-19, we've started the first experimental work where people will take the sensor with them when they commute to university, work, and back home. And we can see actually the air quality they breathe. It doesn't matter what journey they take and what mode of transportation they take, whether it's a bus, whether it's a bicycle, or a combination of tram and so on. And this is an example of the software we developed, where basically we will look at the person who walked in the morning to the bus, walked again, and used a car or a taxi, and walked again. And there are variation of mode of transportation. And we actually looked at the location and the air quality during that process. And we developed a map as well in relation to air quality. So we developed the geographical location of the air quality as well as the mode of transportation. And we found the air pollution increases more in the city center than in the further away from the city center. And that was the 3D map. But also, interestingly, we found that using the tram in the city of Nottingham, where we've done the study, was the best air quality during commuting. And we found cycling and walking worse than a car in that case as an average. And the worst was the bus, because the majority of buses were diesel buses in relation to, as a comparative, of course, between the particulate 10 and 2.5. So that was one of the technologies we developed. And then we moved to stage 2 in terms of looking at cycling. Wanted to see how cycling specifically are affected by air quality. So in that case, we developed, we added another sensor, the GoPro, so that we can actually see what cyclists are affected by, what sort of environmental situation the cyclists are cycling through, as well as the pollution level, so that we have better understanding. And therefore we integrated also artificial intelligence to look at the availability of trees, cars passing by, and to identify if they are electric cars, diesel cars, or actually petrol cars. And we developed also a map, which was very useful, because in that case we could support the people, inform people about what the best option to cycle or to commute in relation to that within their journey through the city. And we developed also a map of the pollution. You can see here we integrated that data with the location and also the particulate readings. And you can see some locations, there's a huge area of high concentration of air pollution because of the junctions where the cyclists were used to cycle through. And this is particulate 2.5 in relation to that. Now, one of the things we found is the electric cars versus petrol and diesel cars. So we've used actually a novel approach of using the sound of the engine when the car passes by to detect if it's diesel, petrol, or electric car, because we wanted to see the relationship between the car's proximity to the person, cyclist, and the air pollution level. So that's one of the areas. And we use neural networks, deep learning neural networks, to try to detect the car's sort of distance or availability within a specific radius from the cyclist, and that relationship with air quality. And again, that's simply, we developed that using artificial intelligence to see that relationship. So we developed image processing techniques to look at also green areas and their relationship with air pollution, air quality. So we managed to estimate also the number of cars using artificial intelligence, and also that will help to build a product that we are developing where you can actually advise people about the best route to take and the air quality within their journey. So we used artificial intelligence and the SPS approach, which is an algorithm I've developed over the past years to be able to estimate and detect the cars and their type of cars they are, and relate that to the air pollution level. So this is the neural network that will detect the cars using the GoPro images and the sound produced, detected by the microphone. And basically that then we managed to detect the availability or the passing by of cars next to the cyclist. And the artificial intelligence neural network was very successful in relation to that. So the plan is to actually integrate that into the future of the product. This is the number of cars basically within the map as well of the image, and you can see there is variation in terms of number of cars between no cars and 20 per minute, and therefore the idea is to develop that sort of algorithm as well to see where cars passing by more than other places to advise the cyclist. And again, this is also estimation using an artificial intelligence, the number based on the number of cars and the green areas. So we managed to actually detect the pollution estimation as a relationship between number of cars passing by and the green areas around the cyclist. So this is one of the, so the third stage we have done is to use the e-scooters. Now most cities, I'm aware in the States and other countries in the Middle East, the e-scooters, and we have also a scheme in our city. And the third stage, we want to look at not only air quality, but health and safety of those users, because one of the issues is that they don't wear high visibility clothes, they don't wear a helmet, and we wanted to see when should evaluate the risk as well to the e-scooter users in relation to that. You can see this is an image, for example. If a person is not wearing high visibility clothes, there is only one LED light, which is very low in comparison to the car lights. Very difficult sometimes to see in at night, and even sometimes in daytime. So we wanted to look at those aspects as well as part of that. So this time we have added another sensor. We have looked at the 360 camera as well, to be able to actually monitor all the environment 360 degrees around the user. So that's 360 degrees image, which shows this is the helmet of the user, that's the road for them, and the side, and basically this is the left-hand side, but it's basically unfolded in a way, and that allowed us to see 360 degrees around the e-scooter user, to be able to evaluate not only the cars but also any risks within that process. So we've done a trial. Sorry. So apologies. Okay. What happened there? Okay, so that's simply, we looked again on the route of the e-scooter users, and we also look at the pollution levels within the journey. And actually what we found is most e-scooter users were subjected to air pollution lower than the maximum average expected. So that was good news in relationship to that. And you can see here, this is the air pollution map of the city. We looked at all e-scooter users that they volunteered to work with us on that. So that again, an expected sort of application where we will develop a product to look at those aspects as well. In relation to also car densities, using the camera, we can also look at the car densities while the e-scooter users are sort of using their e-scooter. So we are looking at the air quality, we are looking at cars proximity, and also the inner risks in relation to that. And what we found is there is a relationship, clear relationship between number of cars and the high level of particulates, especially on the location we have identified. So, and sometimes there was an exceptions, like there was high air pollution in an area where there wasn't, for example, cars, but it was next to the train station, for example. And sometimes next to the river, we found there is low air quality issues. So in conclusion, we found it sometimes difficult to provide a comprehensive conclusion about which mode of transport people should use to reduce air quality. So this is where we developed this technology software to be able to integrate sensor fusion from different sensors using artificial intelligence to be able to provide data about people's daily journey from home to work or to school, and actually advise and monitor the sort of what people are subjected to, so that hopefully in the future we can develop a low-cost application product that would support advising people on healthy living, safe and healthy living. But the main conclusion is that normally trees, green areas are something good in relation to enhancing air quality, while cars, because of their tires and because of their engines, they produce high levels of air pollution, especially particulates matter. This is the end of my presentation. There is a QR code. Please feel free to scan with your mobile phone. That will link to my LinkedIn. Please feel free to link with me if you would like to develop any sort of collaboration in terms of technology development and in terms of any entrepreneurship projects you have. I focus this today on the technology side, and hopefully in the future we can give you some case studies about some products that we are developing to the market, or products already in the market that we could showcase how we managed to do that for commercialization.
Thank you very much.
So much.
I don't mean to cut you a little short, but we are running over. I believe Ron is up next. I see Ron is here, so if he can take over.
All right.
And feel free to share your screen.
Okay, let me see if I can start my video there. All right, so it appears my video is going in and out, so I will have to do this in my radio voice. Do you guys have my screen, please?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, and does it have the, I just want to be sure I've got the appropriate one. I can't tell from what's here. Is it
your name, the future of work?
Okay, very good. Thank you. Well, I thank you for handing this over here for my presentation today. This is going to be a little bit different than some of the presentations that we've been enjoying on some of the research and the technology applied to it, and of course on entrepreneurship. I'd like to express my gratefulness to the organizers of this conference, and especially Dr. Hanadi. This is the first time I've had the opportunity to be a presenter, and I'm certainly delighted to extend a warm welcome to all the participants here in the innovation and AI ecosystem, gathered here for what I hope to be a helpful orientation towards competitive strategy and what it means to the future of work. Following this presentation, I believe in another hour or so, we'll also have a roundtable on this topic. So I look forward to having an opportunity to gather some perspectives and through the questions that might be asked. So my name is Ron Giblin. I'm a principal AI strategist and solution architect, seasoned business and IT expert with 30 years experience, been a member of the IEEE P7010 work group on ethical AI design. I'm educated in economic development topics and innovation ecosystems. I specialize in advanced design concepts and principles and using a multidiscipline approach to strategy and implementation. Well, today, getting into what we're hoping to focus on is this newly arising challenge of balancing humanity and AI, which is going to redefine the future of work. We certainly stand at the threshold of a new era where the intersection of human ingenuity and artificial intelligence promises to redefine the landscape of productivity and employment. I think the essence of our discussion today hinges on discerning the crucial inquiries we must both pose and address regarding the equilibrium between human values and artificial intelligence, It's the questions we ask today, and certainly more in the near future, that will set us upon a path of innovation and AI's relationship to humanity. For me, the heart of our dialogue should help us explore and answer three pressing questions that we'll dedicate the next sections to explore. And those are, how should we think about the future of work in evolution in light of AI advancements? In shaping our future, should the paradigm be AI-centric or human-centric? And what is the default lens being pushed by big tech today? And where can humans outperform artificial intelligence? Are there natural and unique qualities of human contributions that are complementary to ongoing competitiveness? Our exploration and the subsequent answers to these questions are not merely academic. I believe they hold the power to direct our collective strategy and future. So, coming to the first question, how we should think about the future of work, I think it's becoming an increasingly urgent question, and one that is recently, in the light of AI progression, has quite a few people looking over their shoulders and wondering if their jobs are at risk. So what are the pillars of capabilities that are defining competitiveness in the global and enterprise landscape? What will frame the problem to be solved that drives solutioning and innovation, acting as our guidepost? Will technology be aimed at driving better products, services, or eliminating jobs in the front or back office? Will this be the next era of technological development characterized as a race to the bottom through competitive commodification, or a race to the top based on competitive differentiation? And so we want to ask today, what is defining the global competitive landscape in the great powers contest, but also in enterprise? In the early 2000s, the digital revolution reshaped the competitive global landscape. And as startups emerged that could scale rapidly with unprecedentedly small workforces, we started to see things become very concentrated in what was characterized by David Bollier's work in the Power Curve Society as a shift in social equity and power. This shift saw a decrease in labor needed to generate revenue, with programmers, platform managers, and investors emerging as primary beneficiaries of the power curve, using platforms to replace people in e-commerce, marketing automation, payment gateways, and settlement processes. By 2023, this transformation is evident across most of the advanced economies, with the battle for economic dominance hinging on the mastery of data and artificial intelligence. In his publication, Four Battlegrounds About Power in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, Paul Scher from the Center for New American Security characterized the competition with needs and support in talent acquisition, generating or collecting data, the access to scalable compute using newly formed GPU clusters and advanced algorithms for job allocations, and of course, in the institutions that also diffuse and drive dual use in the market. So coming to the first or second question, certainly about what the paradigm should be, AI-centric or human-centric. I think this is an opinion based in philosophy, and whether to place our faith primarily in human ingenuity or the potential of AI and cognitive automation. And it's this philosophy that's pivotal as we contemplate our future, and a future sculpted by our values, conceivably also our fears. Now, my personal appreciation of humanity runs deep, as all my loved ones, barring my canine companions, are members of the human race. Yet my practical side recognizes that zeal unbacked by viable business models often leads to unmet aspiration. Pragmatism necessitates a business perspective that assesses competitive strengths through the synthesis of people, technology, and processes to deliver distinctive value to customers and to enhance brand engagement. And it is this that dictates a need for the management strategy, sometimes referred to as a paradigm. Today, my philosophy and pragmatism have led me to concentrate on helping enterprises develop a suite of initiatives that prioritize sustainable competitive distinction. This approach would champion human-led differentiation and augmented with automation efficiency, fostering a complementary rather than an adversarial relationship between human capacity and technological prowess. The evolution of management strategies has been spurred by digital innovation, broadening consumer outreach and interaction. We've transitioned from the attention economy, where the internet replaced traditional directories and traffic metrics reign, to the engagement economy, marked by the rise of e-commerce, supplanting some physical stores with metrics like conversion rates and average sales. And then came the experience economy, blending physical and digital commerce while tracking customer satisfaction and loyalty as indicators and future revenue. This paradigm continues to evolve. So what's the next capability in the new paradigm that the digital evolution will unlock? Well, we're seeing it emerge as relational economy and relational computing in support of relational economy. The digital capabilities that help classify and tokenize information for analysis, especially in the form of vector databases, of course, ChatGPT chiming in now, not only in generative capabilities, but being able to be tasked with specific work steps. As someone in contact with business leaders and technology, first, I should say that I observe a disorienting gap in strategic vision and management strategy in enterprises, a kind of vertigo. I believe, in part, it's stemming from not mapping technology to system actors and activities that are the basis of competitive differentiation, which I'll cover in another few slides, but also due to the influence of big tech in organizations, which, in my opinion, are not the right partners for this. We've also seen just recently, as a note here, hyper-tokenization with the latest release of ChatGPT, where we move from discrete LLMs and LangChain implementations to be able to increase from 8,000 tokens to 128,000 tokens. And most recently, hierarchical agent swarms that can also use outbound functional API calls with other applications, enabling dynamic AI agent provisioning for myriads of tasks. Think of it like an AI gopher that will run something down, but that can be provisioned, tasked, and deprovisioned and deleted by other AI agents. This is a virtual AI workforce. So moving to big tech, what do these leaders have in common? First of all, we know that they are certainly shaping the vanguard of technological progress through AI. Leaders like Nadella, Amazon's Bezos, Google's Pichai, but what they share mostly in common is their approach to business. Their company's business models are built on the commodification of their extensive technology infrastructures, utilizing this foundation to monetize and thereby fuel their impressive market caps and shareholder returns. This drive towards commodification of intelligence is, in my opinion, antithetical to focus on growth strategies that are competitively differentiated and enabled by IT. These tech giants harness cognitive automation to streamline and, in some instances, significantly supplant human labor. The cornerstone of their revenue generation strategy is deeply rooted in out of the three primary effects of technology on workforces, in the form of productivity gains and reinstatement effects identified by scholars at MIT and Boston University. It's the reinstatement effect, which also flow into the third element of displacement, that redirects tasks to specialized teams of programmers and engineers within the company. And this is what they're banking on. The automations are currently aimed at high-rigor, policy-driven processes that can replace back-office workers. Concurrently, front-office automations are being employed to reduce the need for human labor in handling routine customer interactions. Left unchecked and uncontended, this strategic pivot to cognitive automation, championed by big tech, is more likely to lead to a broad industry trend where, instead of raising the game and capabilities of organizations through strategic IT, that the easier path will be chosen, which is the one that leads to commodification these industry leaders intend as part of their own growth strategy. So where can humans outperform AI? Well, the unique advantage of human capabilities lies in our intrinsic abilities to process and respond to novel and emergent situations. Where cognitive automation excels in routine tasks, humans shine in areas that require ad hoc problem solving and creative thinking. Specifically, humans are unparalleled in non-routine cognitive tasks that demand adaptive reasoning and emotional intelligence. our capacity to form dynamic collaborative groups is particularly significant. We excel in initiating exploratory discussions around new phenomena in the form of emergent inquiry and seamlessly transitioning into structured teams that brainstorm, develop prototypes, and refine ideas, the appreciative inquiry that directs capital. This process of collective innovation is distinctly human and fosters a flow of information that ultimately shapes products and services, imbuing them with a unique value. The technical term that analysts use for looking at workflows and work steps is to certainly identify the non-routine cognitive tasks that are associated with this process of innovation. Humans actively participate and create differentiated value through the social process that is innate to ideation and, of course, directing the activities of the team. These are the realms where AI at best can only serve as a passive observer. Humans possess shared ontologies, systems of belief and understanding that are communally constructed by cultural and social nuances that AI cannot authentically grasp or mimic. It is in these complex interrelated domains of culture, society, and collaborative interaction that humans maintain their edge over AI, leveraging their deep-seated competencies to create, innovate, and drive values in ways that machines have yet to emulate. Next, we'll speak to the specific business activities that should become the focus areas for full catalog IT enablement. So I bring the value curve of differentiated task as a helpful way to engage in thinking about differentiation that supports a race to the top rather than only having mainstream AI vendors that will be well satisfied with monetizing technology that is not focused on differentiation. The value curve framework stands out for its ability to graphically depict the various activities involved in the life cycle of a product or service, spanning pre-production, manufacturing, post-production phases. What enhances this model is its capacity to pinpoint precisely where customer impacting value is generated. For instance, during the product design phase, crucial decisions about the product's form and features are made and tested, ensuring they resonate with the intended market. This is an area where social signals and processes help collect information that inform and validate product design choices and feedback on prototype commercialization evaluation. This model extends to the communication of the product or services to potential users, encompassing marketing strategies, the selling approach, and ongoing support post-purchases. It is with these stages that human input is invaluable. Humans possess the unique ability to tailor and localize products to align with specific cultural context, linguistic nuances, demographic preferences, fostering a deeper connection between the customers and organization. A pivotal aspect of this human advantage is the continuous innovation and engagement with customers. Humans excel in providing empathy and advocacy during interactions, which are crucial elements of the brand experience and episodes of interaction, known as moments of truth in consumer science. Such interactions can be transformative, turning customers into satisfied endorsers and even ambassadors of brand. The continuous spectrum of care and the capacity for empathy are what often lead customer satisfaction and loyalty, making humans indispensable in crafting and maintaining the relational aspect of the value curve. Next, we'll talk about improving the aim and process to support human differentiated value.
Ron, could I interrupt for just a second? This is very fascinating and extremely interesting. We're a little tight on time. So if you could wrap this up in the next minute or two, I greatly appreciate it.
Sure. Just 2 more slides.
Thank you.
All right. The strategic direction should focus on enhancing and expanding human capabilities rather than simply automating their roles and responsibilities away. Humans excel at creating and delivering products with an understanding of complex social dynamics using social process. By supplementing human processes with strategic and operational insights, creating virtuous cycles of intelligence, we can enrich the product design process. Integrating data from social media, customer support interactions, and blog feedback can inform product improvements, feature development, driving product owner prioritized backlogs, and ensuring alignment with evolving customer needs and preferences. Similarly, in the realms of marketing, sales, and service, infusing additional intelligence can refine the personalization of customer interactions. An augmentation approach allows for a more nuanced understanding of customer behavior and puts the product and design and delivery teams in contact with the evolutionary and selective pressures of the market. In essence, to prepare teams for their future, they must be intricately connected to their markets and customers. This connection is forged through signal to action flows, streams of data and insights that highlight current issues, guide informed actions, and resolve underlying causes. By doing so, teams are not only reacting to the present, but they're strategically positioned to meet the future head on. So the future of work, it is possible that this AI-driven ecosystem wanting to advance its own strategic foresight will continue to recognize and preserve the unique human contributions that are crucial for maintaining customer loyalty and profit margins, and that it should remain committed to fostering unparalleled globally competitive skills. If my words reach you today, understand that I am convinced that the genesis of a truly innovative ecosystem lies in embracing the appropriate paradigm, but even more crucial is your own story, the narrative you craft about humanity's irreplaceable role in sustained value creation within business. I extend an invitation for you to join me on the extraordinary expedition towards human advancement. Reaching for the gold is a step towards a future that elevates the finest aspects of our nature, empathy that ignites outstanding abilities and generates substantial value.
Thank you so much, Ron. That was extremely interesting. I wish we had more time to discuss this, but we're running out of time. I'm going to turn this over to Aaron McDonald.
Hi, thank you, Michael. Hi, I'm Aaron McDonald. I'm an assistant professor in strategic management at California State University, San Marcos. As Michael mentioned, we are a little over time, so I'm just going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Professor Zubair Laffage. Please take it away, Zubair.
Hi, I am ready. I hope that you are hearing me.
Great, yes.
Thank you. Can I upload my presentation?
Please.
Thank you.
Great, we see it.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much for this invitation, and I'm very delighted to be with you to share some knowledge, some skills, and to share with you the field that I am monitoring here in Central Lille. So the purpose of my presentation will be the construction additive 3D printing, in fact, construction additive manufacturing and lean construction, and the status and opportunities for a better impact. So my name is Zubair Laffage. I'm full professor in Central Lille, which is elite university in France. I don't like to say that, but it is one of the sister of Écoles Centrales in France. We have 5 Écoles Centrales in France, and are located in the north of France in Lille. I have been the Dean of International Affairs of Central Lille. I am chairholder in Construction 4.0, which is kind of public-private partnership located in Central Lille, focusing on the construction of the future. And I am also the founder and president of the Lean Construction France Institute, which is gathering public, private, big companies, small companies, where the focus is mainly in how lean construction could enhance the collaboration and to reduce wastes in this field of construction, and many other positions which does not have time to explain today. The summary of my presentation is dealing with Industry 4.0, which is the strategy of the strategy of Germany. From this Industry 4.0, I will focus only on 3D printing and on lean in order to see what is the link and how my vision is in this link. So what does it mean, Industry 4.0? So there is a 4 industrial revolution. The 4.0 means 4 revolution. The first industry 1.0 was between 1765 to 1845, where the beginning of the first industrial revolution, where it is linked also to discover the coal. The second industrial revolution is between 1870 to 1930, mainly known as the area of the Fordism, where Ford main focus on the industry of cars and so on, and even in the business. But it is linked also to the discovering of electricity, which is linked to the energy. The third one is 1980 to 2000, and we're focusing on electronics and automation and robotization. And now we are in the fourth industrial revolution, which is we are living in it, which is linked to artificial intelligence, cloud, and IoT, and so on. So all the countries in the world have a policy, have a strategy, and each one have a name of the strategy. Germany, the name of the strategy is Industry 4.0, very simple. French, the name of the revolution, the name of the equivalent of the German one is l'industrie du futur, which means the industry of the future. And China, the name is the Silk Road. It is the strategy of China. Japan, the name of their strategy is Society 5.0, and this is very important. So in fact, there is no Industry 5.0 because it is linked to industrial revolution, and some papers and some documents we find that. So I'm somehow a little bit disturbed by that. So I would like to, as academic, to focus on that there is only 4 industrial revolution until now, and the strategy depends on the status of the country, the willing that what we would like that to do in the future, but in the same time they have to inspire from their history and from their culture too. Here, the beginning of the preparation of the Industry 4.0 in France was in 2015, and we call it the Industrie du Futur. There is 9 technology for that. The 9 technology inspired the Industry 4.0 or the Industrie du Futur are, as you see here, cybersecurity, the cloud, additive manufacturing, reality, augmented reality, big data, and IoT, and so on, that we can see them here in the slide. The difference, in my opinion, from France and Germany for the strategy is linked that the French are not based only on technology, linked to the history, linked to the culture of France, and more than the technology in France, there is 2 things that we are focusing on it. The first one is the environment, and the second one is the social. So there is the technology with the first umbrella is environment and energy, and the second umbrella is the sociology and the social impact of any introducing of technology. It is why I am presenting today only 3D printing, which is technology, in fact, one of the technology or one of the 9 technology, which is called here in additive manufacturing, and the social, what I represent here in my presentation about lean construction. Here we can see here the vision. Wilmart in 1910 was a very visionary architect, and he gave his view about architect. And can we see here the architect, how can he imagine the world in 2000? And here some robotization, some mechanization, and this is really very interesting to know that there is a lot of people, architect, engineer, see it, usually are focusing what the future can be. So one of the success story in the 3D printing is, without doubt, is Winson, which is a very big 3D printing company in China, one of the leader in 3D printing in construction, and making even some agreement with Dubai, with international action with Dubai, and this is something that I would like to give as perhaps as example. This is my vision of the construction site in the future. It is my work, it is my vision, which is I have another time perhaps to explain it. This vision is based in that in 2049, I think that will be have a recycling factory, training center, 3D printing, drone platforms, maintenance center, autonomous vehicle, modular construction, and mobile control tower, which is, I think, very important. For me, in the future, we have a city and we have only one construction site, which is monitored as we monitor now planes and the airports. So here you can here see some places that we can focus on it. So perhaps another time I would like to focus on what does it mean, my vision. I wrote for that a book, especially for my vision. Technology usage across to life cycle of a project. You can see the origin, the planning, the design, the construction, and the operation. And you can see here that 3D printing we are in the construction phase. In this phase, you can see here example of drones monitoring and simulation. And this gives the idea that we are progressing in this field. This is the map mount of what is done now in 3D printing in the world. So we can see here there is a lot of works in USA, mainly with André Rodenko in Minnesota, with NASA, with MIT a little bit, mainly Berkeley, and for sure the leader for 3D printing in USA and even in the world is Contour Crafting from the University of South California. We can see that there is a lot of work in Europe, but a lot of work also in China. And we can see here that from USA, André Rodenko worked in USA, but also he worked in Philippines, which is very, very clever from his side. Winston from China worked in China, but he worked in Africa and he worked in Middle East too. So the vision for this 3D company now are really international vision in the beginning of preparing their company. In Europe, we have a lot of work in Europe, but not so famous as we can see in China or mainly in Asia and in USA. So we have here mainly a lot of company in Netherlands. One of the interesting work is done in Louisburg University with a kind of agreement with Skanska in Sweden, and a lot of work in Italy also and Spain. What we can see here that the beginning of this kind of company dealing with the 3D printing and construction are now for the agreement. They are not only national. So, okay, as example, French company are not building their strategy only with French stakeholder. They can do it with the Chinese, or they can do it with English, and they can do it with the Sweden. This is really global vision of 3D printing that we would like to focus. What are the 10 principles of 3D printing in construction or in any field? There is an input data, there is conversion process, and there is output data. The 10% for the input data and limited design. So thanks to 3D printing, this is a new technology, there is now unlimited design. So for the architect really, or for the engineer, there is a kind of freedom which is incredible to design anything that you want, because there is no problem with the technology. Infinite range of materials, so we can combine the materials. Conversion process, there is complexity is free. So designing 3 pieces linked to each other in the first way, we can do it. Technology is not a problem. Compacted and portable production, precise replication, the variety is free also, and there is no need for skills. So we can put a new 3D printing company and we can hire some employees and they can do it without any problem. This is something interesting for this new technology. Now assembly required and less waste per production. And this less waste is really important, because for me, the fact that now we are speaking a lot about 3D printing, it is not abnormal. It is linked to the fact that we have a lot of waste. So in the beginning, when I am working on that, I link 3D printing to the waste. So 3D printing is interesting if we use the wasted material, in fact. This is me, some experience in 3D printing. And we are working on designing a new formulation of concrete printing. But the concrete that we would like to produce is zero carbon materials. This is really something important. We focus in Central Lille, in my team, only on 3D printing, innovative process technology, but for the materials, zero carbon. And we have a lot of work with a lot of partners. We discuss with a lot of companies. We work with Bouygues Construction, which is one of the biggest companies in France, in Europe, and even in the world. We have a lot of projects. What is our specificity on working on 3D printing? That we work on 3D printing, but for sustainable materials. So this is something interesting. So the materials must be sustainable. The building that we will build must be sustainable, and we have a lot of knowledge for that. Thanks to our experience, because we are working in France and in my lab, some colleagues are working on the sustainability of the materials that will be used for the storage of nuclear waste. So this is something interesting. The skills that we got from that, from the sustainability of the materials, the need is that we need zero carbon materials, and the 3D printing materials is really technology. So we combine on that, and we focus on to prepare our future. Here is some standard sample formulation to speak about the sustainability indicator, which are general sustainability, specific sustainability, specification of indicator, and basic future. This is some equipment that we have, really incredible equipment to prepare ourselves for the sustainability of these materials, and a lot of young people, bachelor student, master student from Central Lille, and mainly international student working on that. So this is something that the young students are very interested by, this new technology, and this has inspired us a lot for construction, which before are not very interesting for the bright students, because there is now competence, now skills, so now it is really the opposite. The fields of construction attract a lot of the best students, because there is a new technology, 3D printing, IoT, and artificial intelligence in construction. Here are some examples that we print in Central Lille with many best students. Here we have, we print with mortar, we print with clay, we print with concrete, we print with the new materials, as I said, and we print with our colleagues from Mood. We can print with also with drones, as you see here with this kind of drones. So the printing is not only done by robots, by drones also. This is really original. Why I have to speak about 3D printing in construction and business models? Because for me it is very important that the technology, you have to be linked to our organization system and to the waste, and we have to think about in the same time in the beginning of the new business model that we have to put. This is the complexity needed to prepare the future, and we have for that some skills, some method to resolve with, especially for the complex project or the complex problems. Some workshops done since many years for that. What does it mean lean now? I spoke about 3D printing. What does it mean lean? Lean, it is, as you can see, the conventional thing is versus lean is you have time, quality, and cost, and lean is really the very center of that. So this is very important. It is not the time which is important, it is not the quality, it is not the cost. So really, lean is the very center of the three. The principle of lean are the CAT-P, 4P, model by Linker, philosophy, process is very important, and people and partner, and problem solving. Lean principle by Womack and Jones explain that we have to identify value. Map value streaming is a kind of tool that we can really use to go further, create the flow, establishing the pool, and the continuous movement. I would like to speak about also something that for me it is very important. We speak usually about the 3R, reduce, reuse, and recycle. But there is a new scientific article which was published in Nature in 2021, which I really think it put something new, which is the fourth R, which we use more retrench, which means that in our mind, in our how we are trained, how since many years, we are usually trained to add something, to add a new law, to add a new regulation. So we don't think to retrench something. And this scientific study was done on a lot of young children, and the children, because they are not obliged to think as us, and they are not disturbed by the training, they retrench something when it is not needed. So this is really something important that I would like to focus here today that we have to think, we have to deconstruct how we think before, in order that when we have a problem, when we would like to do something better, we have not only to reduce or to reuse or to recycle, but to return things. This is very important. This action put more value for the new steps. The concept of collaboration is, for me, more important than the concept of reducing the waste. Because reducing the waste is really something now admitted by all the people, but the collaboration is really something different. It's something we think that we have some friends and we can collaborate. We would like to win money and we can collaborate. It is not true. In order to collaborate, there is a lot of scientific method for collaboration, and this is really important for the company, for the teams, even for the society. The skills of collaboration are more important than waste, because this is really, I focus on that. What does it mean, a linear economy, that you know that all of us? So it is linear. So it means that we have a lot of wastes. What we call circular economy also. This is a new field that we have to think on deconstruction, on demolition before any construction, and we think about recycling, reuse materials, things like that, or sharing energy. So lean and 3D printing, for me, lean is important for collaboration and for waste. 3D printing is really important as a new technology, which reduce wastes and which enhance and increase collaboration and efficacy, and reducing penibility of the worker, reducing a problem of quality, reducing a problem of safety also. This is really something that I think very important in the future. We have not to perform on technology, but on investments in the human capacity. You can see here the traditional construction before, and the new integration of 3D printing in the future. And I think that the new model of 3D printing in construction will be, this is one that we can see on my right. Example of lean waste is...
Zubair, we are winding down on time. If you can wrap up in the next minute, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm finishing. This is my five books that I published. The first one was lean construction. The second one is blockchain in construction. The third one is what does it mean logistics in construction? My vision of the future of the construction site and for the city, and the woman in construction, which I think it is a really field that we have to focus in. Thank you so much for your listening and for your interesting and ready to answer any question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Zubair. That was incredibly interesting. I'm blown away by the advancements in 3D printing and how you're able actually to apply these on that scale and durability. Very, very fascinating. Unfortunately, we are out of time for questions. Our next speaker, Anna, has a hard deadline, so we're going to move on to her. But thank you. And there is a roundtable coming up in about an hour or so that we can chat further on. So thank you, Zubair and Anna. Please, Anna Rubin is our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Rubin.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. All right, everybody can see we're all good? Yes, I assume no news is good news. So thank you very much. My name is Anna Rubin. I work for the Organization for Economic and Cooperation and Development, and I just want to thank the conference organizers for inviting me to speak at this event. So before I get into the content of my presentation, I just want to give a brief overview of what the OECD is for those of you who are not familiar with it. We are a multilateral organization based in Paris. We were initially created about 60 years ago to administer the Marshall Plan and support the economic rebuilding of Europe post-World War II. But since that time, we've really evolved to be a platform to support our member countries and partner countries in creating better policies for better lives. That's really our tagline. So we're a secretariat of about 3,000 people, and we basically cover any policy area that a national government covers, from education to health to innovation to the environment. And we work in a number of ways. So first, we provide a platform for peer exchange and policymakers. So we have about 300 different committees, expert groups, and working groups that bring together senior policymakers and experts on specific topics. We also develop internationally comparable statistics, so that we can help our member countries kind of benchmark where they are compared to their peers. So the one that most people are familiar with is our PISA study that looks at how 15-year-olds around the world kind of score on key competences compared to each other. A third pillar of work is also developing global standards to help the international community address common challenges, for example, in relation to climate change or international taxation. And on this slide, you can see the kind of the map of our member countries. So we have about 38 member countries, mostly based in Europe, North America, and Asia Pacific, and some in Latin America, but we also engage more broadly through our global relations and outreach. But I just wanted to flag kind of our member countries for the purposes of this presentation, because when I present data, it's for OECD member countries, so it doesn't necessarily apply in the same way to the rest of the world. Within the OECD, I specifically work for a program called the Local Employment and Economic Development Program, so the LEAD program, a little bit different than what we think about when we say LEAD in terms of construction, but that's the acronym that we have. And this program was created about 40 years ago during another jobs crisis. And it was created because national governments realized that one-size-fits-all policies that were designed at the national level were not doing enough to address kind of job challenges and entrenched disadvantage in different types of communities. So they created the LEAD program as a platform for international exchange, both to understand how can you better tailor national policies to different local communities, and how also can you kind of lift up some of these local innovations that emerge within different cities and regions. So our guiding mantra is really creating good jobs in great places, and we look at the contributions of a number of different policy areas. We look at employment and skills policies, social inclusion policies, what we call the social economy or social enterprises and social innovation. We also look at entrepreneurship and small business policies, as well as some kind of core local and community development policies. We also take a deep dive on specific sectors. In the past couple of years, we've looked, for example, specifically at how culture and creative sectors can contribute to local growth and well-being. So our main constituents is national governments. We have a directing committee made up of delegates of our different member countries that kind of steer our overall work, but we also work directly with local and regional stakeholders. And the main way that we do that is through what we call our local development forum. So this is a community of thousands of local development practitioners around the world. And for us, it's really a way to bring the OECD to local communities, for example, through our in-person and virtual events, kind of curating the best of or the most relevant OECD research for people working in city governments, in education institutes, and universities who are interested in local development. But it's also a way for us to bring local voices to the OECD. So it's kind of our reality check. Are we working on the right topics? Do our policy recommendations make sense to the people who are actually going to have to implement them? And it's also a platform for international peer exchange across local stakeholders. So of course, we engage with public sector stakeholders, but we also bring in chambers of commerce, social economy organizations, local entrepreneurs, with the ideas that there's kind of, it's more than the sum of its parts, right? When you bring these different perspectives together for a conversation, often you end up with insights, ideas that you won't necessarily get when it's just public actors sitting around the table together. And if you want to kind of get a sense of a flavor of our work, I encourage you to check out our new Places web portal, which stands for providing local actors with case studies, evidence, and solutions. And through this web portal, we've kind of created a searchable database of some of our best practice examples and case studies. And I can add a link to the chat at the end of my presentation. So I know that's a lot of kind of institutional intro, but I think it's helpful for people to kind of understand the perspective that I'm coming at with this, because I know it's a little bit different than the other speakers. But now I'm going to get into the kind of substance of the work that I think is more relevant. So last year, our lead directing committee, our official governing body, and our local development forum met in Cork, Ireland to celebrate the 40th anniversary of our program. And this was really an opportunity for us to kind of reflect on what we've learned over 40 years of LEAD's work and how that might need to be adapted, looking 40 years into the future. And so we came up with what we call the Cork Action Plan, imagining local futures, and that S in brackets is, by design, because we don't know that there's a single future or that communities may be taking different paths to different futures. And it's about preparing for the jobs and skills of tomorrow. So first, a quick snapshot of what we at the OECD see as some of the kind of bigger picture changes that are expecting local development. So the first, and I think this is not surprising, is that we see that shocks and transitions are the new reality. It's not an exception, right? So within the OECD, we tend to talk about 3 megatrends reshaping our economies and societies. We talk about demographic change. In OECD context, at least, this is really about kind of populations aging, and in many communities, population shrinking. So for example, in OECD countries, we see that over the past 20 years, about 1 in 5 cities have actually lost population. So that really means you have to kind of rethink your local development strategies. The other big megatrend we talk about is the green transition, and then of course, digitalization, automation, and AI. But it's not just about the transitions that we can more or less predict. It's also about understanding that we need to be better prepared to respond to unexpected shocks in the future. So, you know, COVID, the war in Ukraine, we're understanding whether it's climate change, we understand these shocks are going to be coming kind of more and more frequently. The second big picture item is that when we look at the traditional recipe for local development, we tend to think in terms of economic factors, you know, R&D spending, the business environment, human capital, and hard infrastructure. But increasingly, academics and policymakers are realizing that what we call kind of soft infrastructure also matters. So these are the local individuals and institutions that play a leadership role. It's the local partnerships that allow a community to kind of come together when a shock hits and deliver on a shared vision for what the future may look like. These are a little bit harder to quantify in our models, but we know that they matter, and we're seeing it kind of appear more and more in how policymakers are approaching these local development questions. And then the final big picture item is that we see that kind of long-term resilience may require what we're calling a change in the game. I think we talked a lot about economic resilience post the 2008 crisis, but we see this idea of resilience really coming back into the conversation in a more comprehensive way, whether we're thinking about supply chain resilience in strategic sectors or resilience to climate change. And I think we have to recognize that moving to a resilience-based model may require some hard trade-offs. So for example, it may mean investing in redundancies that may actually be less economic efficient in the short term. So it does actually require kind of a rethinking of how we think about kind of local development and growth. So what we've done in this Cork action plan is kind of take this big picture thinking, reflect on all the work that we've done, and come up with kind of 4 pillars to guide the future of kind of jobs and skills and local development policies. So I'm going to go briefly through each of these and try and highlight some OECD data and examples to illustrate what we mean. The first bucket is about ramping up local skill systems to help people, firms, and communities keep pace with these megatrends that I just spoke about. So for example, if you look at the green transition, the latest OECD data shows that about 18% of workers in the OECD have what we call green task jobs. And these are jobs where 10% or more of the tasks contribute to sustainable development. If we look at a decade ago, this share was about 16%. So we haven't seen a huge amount of change, just 2 percentage points in 10 years. But we do expect that this kind of the share of green task jobs is going to pick up pace. So for example, when we look at recent data on online job postings, we see that demand for green task jobs has outpaced labor demand overall. In this work, it's also important to flag that we also see some important divides in green task jobs. So we see important geographic divides, for example. Capital regions in most OECD countries tend to have the highest share of green task jobs. So when we think about kind of greening our economies, there's a risk that this could kind of further exacerbate increased existing regional divides. So then the question is, what can we do about it? So we have kind of 4 bullet points here. And the first is really about linking local skills strategies better with local economic development strategies. And this has to be done in collaboration with the private sector. So for example, last week, we organized a workshop on investments in battery plant gigafactories. So we all see these investments it's every week, there's a new headline about a new major investment. But what we heard from the investment community is that there's really a risk that skills and labor shortages could be a bottleneck to successfully delivering on these investments. We also heard from 2 best practice examples, one from Nord-France and one from Michigan in the United States, where they're really ramping up skill systems in response to these big needs. So for example, Nord-France has developed a new battery training center right next door to a new gigafactory. And in Michigan, they're actually developing a new curriculum on battery plant workers that's going to be shared across its whole community college system, which is really an innovation for the community colleges to be working together in that way. Other priorities in this pillar include making skill systems more responsive and agile. For example, better using real-time monitoring of local labor market conditions and skills to manage to kind of change training provision locally. There's also kind of another recommendation about expanding participation in lifelong learning across the skill spectrum. I think this is especially relevant when we think about population aging in OECD countries. So education is training, that's not something you do once in your life and then you're done. It's something we need to be increasingly thinking about as something that comes across the life cycle. And then we're also big advocates of leveraging new tools for the design and delivery of skills and training, such as digital delivery, non-degree or micro-credentials, or kind of module learning. The second priority within this Cork action plan is about building local business environments that are resilient to both these short-term shocks and longer-term transitions. So, for example, this chart looks at the results of a survey of small and medium-sized businesses in 33 OECD countries, and it really kind of makes it hit home the high share of supply chain interruptions that small businesses faced in 2021. For example, in the wholesale and retail sector and manufacturing, close to 2/3 of small businesses reported facing some kind of supply chain interruptions. And you may be wondering why we kind of put the local business environment here. So of course, the national business environment really matters, but we really think, especially for small businesses, it's that local business environment that can really make the difference. So for example, across OECD countries, we see that the number of new firms per capita is 1.5 times higher in capital regions than the rest of their respective countries. And I think this is an indication of that local business environment question. So what concretely can policymakers do about this? So the first is about developing local ecosystems that support the incubation and scaling up of SMEs and entrepreneurs. You know, this audience knows this really well. I'm not telling you anything new, but we really put a focus on including traditionally underrepresented groups in these programs. So whether it's youth, women, immigrants, older workers, people with disabilities. So data from the OECD series on missing entrepreneurs shows that there would be an additional 34 million with an M, early stage entrepreneurs in the OECD area if everyone is as active in entrepreneurship as 30 to 49-year-old men. So that's why we call them these missing entrepreneurs. It's kind of a missed resource for our economies and our societies. And if we look at women, for example, even once women kind of start up businesses, on average, they're less prepared to kind of scale these businesses and grow. And we see a lot of examples of how governments can support this kind of scaling up. So not just the initial startup, but that scale up question. For example, in Canada, there's the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, which is a great example of a public-private collaboration that I think reaches, hundreds of thousands of women entrepreneurs every year. Other strategies within this pillar include kind of thinking about this balance you want between, I call them kind of homegrown businesses, so your local businesses that are kind of started up by local entrepreneurs, and bringing in international investments in the community. I know the big FDI announcements are kind of the sexy things that grab headlines, but I think your economic development strategy can't just be about that. We also really encourage people to assess the health of their local economy and business environment using a kind of broader suite of measures than kind of the traditional economic indicators. So for example, you may see a relatively low unemployment rate and think, great, we're doing really well, but that can actually hide kind of a high share of low quality or poorly productive jobs that may be kind of dragging down your economy over the long term. Or for example, we've talked to communities that have experienced layoffs, after the major employer closed, and they said, actually, we should have seen this coming because we saw entrepreneurship rates in our community kind of declining. So we became more and more reliant on a single employer. And when that shock hit, it really hit us hard. The next pillar we have is about revisiting local employment and job creation policies to be better fit for the future of work. And there's a lot tied up in the future of work. We heard about 3D printing earlier. We could spend a whole, 3 days on this question, but I want to focus here on the question of remote working. And I think there's this question of how well adapted are our local development strategies for the future of remote work. So looking at data from Europe, for example, we can see that the share of respondents who sometimes work remotely, it peaked during COVID and then it kind of leveled off in 2022. But the share of people who mainly work remotely effectively doubled between 2019 and 2022. And what we see across our OECD countries and more local communities are thinking about this question of remote and teleworking as kind of a core part of their local economic development strategies. So for example, in Trento, Italy, they've actually developed a kind of remote working strategy to think about this as kind of a whole question. In Ireland, we saw a great example last year of the Ludgate Hub, which is in a kind of a small town in West Cork, Ireland, of about 2,700 people. And they've really leveraged their high-speed internet connection to try and create a kind of a co-working space that attracts businesses, startups, entrepreneurs, and kind of remote workers from major multinational corporations. Other suggestions in terms of kind of rethinking local employment and job creation policies for the future of work is upgrading your local employment programs, recognizing that people are going to be switching between jobs more frequently. It's not, you enter an employer, you stay there for most of your career. There's many more transitions throughout people's careers. So when we're thinking about how we support people, you have to kind of reach them before those transitions and during those transitions as well. We also talk about working with employers to focus not just on the quantity of local job creation, but also the quality of local job creation. And this goes back to that question of kind of local economic resilience. And then even in the context, where we're facing record low unemployment rates across the OECD area, we know that there's still a lot of people who just can't access the labor market. And so we're really putting a focus on better addressing the wide range of barriers that keep people out of work, for example, by integrating human-centered design strategies into employment programs. And then my last and final pillar, I see Aaron, is getting a little worried about time probably, is that we need to be leveraging a wider range of local assets to support more inclusive development. So local development is about jobs, it's about good jobs, but it's not only about jobs. It's also about well-being and creating attractive places to live and work, and if I can even say play. A broader approach to local development considers a range of factors that contribute to well-being, such as healthy environment, quality local services, social capital, access to cultural amenities, pride in place. And here I want to highlight specifically the role of the social and solidarity economy, because this has really been a pillar of LEAD's work over the past 20 years. And we see that many people think of the social economy as a kind of a band-aid to repair problems, but it's not just a band-aid. It can actually be part of your core local economic development strategy. So for example, if we look at France and the Netherlands, actually about 10% of employment overall is in the social economy. So these are not niche sectors. These are really kind of core parts of the economy. So we've identified a number of ways you can think about better leveraging these local assets. So for example, when we think about the social economy, we often cite the Mondragon Cooperative in the Basque Country in Spain as a really good example of how the social economy is an integral part of the local economic development strategy. For those of you who aren't familiar with this cooperative, it's actually kind of a federation of 95 separate self-governing cooperatives. It employs about 80,000 people. It manages 14 R&D centers. And it's really been a vital part of the kind of local economic fabric of the Basque Country for almost 70 years. Other strategies that we encourage policymakers to think about include investing in local quality of life and pride in place, thinking more broadly about the who and the what of local innovation. So it's not just technical innovation, it's also thinking about social innovation, or what role can the culture and creative sectors play in local innovation ecosystems, and how do you leverage the spillovers from those sectors to your broader economy? We also encourage people to invest in developing kind of soft local infrastructure, investing in the organizations that play a leadership role, investing in kind of developing those local partnerships that, yes, maybe the outcomes are harder to measure using, the exact number of jobs created in year one of the program, but you're really developing a kind of a local infrastructure for your economy. So I know that was a lot of information to throw at you. I'll throw some links into the chat for those of you who want to know more, and thank you for your attention. And don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions or want to engage with our local development forum. We'll be meeting next year in the greater Copenhagen region. And so I encourage you to sign up for our newsletter if you might want to attend in person. Thanks so much.
Hey, thank you, Anna. That was an incredibly fascinating perspective of this big transition on the technology and what it means for jobs. And I really appreciate the local perspective and strategies for that. So fantastic work, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much, Anne, for your participation. From today, we invite all the keynote speaker to joining our next international conference, 12 to 14 of November. Then we will see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And I believe who's next? It is Luis Carlos Pinto. Please. Thank you.
Baron. Are you listening well?
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Zubair.
Thank you.
Can you hear me well? That's the classic question of the digital times. Aaron?
Yes. All good.
Okay. I'm just sharing the presentation now. Well, it's a pleasure to be here in this virtual conference and share a little bit of the insights that we've learned from a major project that has been the creation of a Quadruple Helix Collaboration Pact that's helping transform the city of Porto Alegre in the south of Brazil in a hotspot of innovation in Latin America. So why this is so important? Because one of the innovation megatrends that we see around is how we can foster the power of collaboration and networks. That's probably the game that we'll be playing on this 21st century. And a little bit about Porto Alegre. Porto Alegre is the capital of Rio Grande do Sul, the southernmost state in Brazil, close here to Uruguay and Argentina. It has a population of around 1.5 million inhabitants. It represents the 12th city in terms of size in Brazil, but it has some very good indicators in terms of knowledge and fuel for innovation, because it has the second highest rate of PhD ratios per capita and produces around 11% of the qualified knowledge that's published in major magazines around the world, despite having around 5 or 6% of the GDP or the population. It's a very diverse and cosmopolitan, and most of this strength that is shown on the last slide is because we have more than 50 higher education institutions and more than 100,000 graduate and undergraduate students that are based on the city. The best federal university, second best public university, it's located here, URGS, and we have 2 of the top 5 private universities in the country, PUC, the Rio Grande do Sul, and Unicinos, and a lot of a very deep pool of talent that is based on engineering, IT, and health sciences. In terms of location, Porto Alegre is the epicenter of a large region that has a lot of international companies and players like the ones that are listed here on the right, and it's in the main axis of development with clusters that are related with microelectronics and deeply heavy equipment and other agrotech technologies. Economically, it has a GDP of around $116 billion. The main economic sectors are retail, health, construction, food, gastro, tech, and creative economy. And it has a percentage of around 1% of the GDP of Brazil. More than 250K businesses, are around 1,000 startups. And a very strong and healthy local innovation ecosystem with some of the most well-recognized science and technology parks in Brazil, like Tecnopuc and Tecnocinos. We would think that we have a blend of the ingredients that would be necessary to create an innovative city. But unfortunately, like many other cities, up to a few years ago, Porto Alegre was not finding its roots around the 21st century. In fact, the city was a lot worried about competitiveness, how to adapt to these new technologies, these new economic clusters that were coming, the new future bringing technologies, the loss of talents, and talent will be the main ingredient for innovative cities in the 21st century, and the idea of adapting to the digital innovation global scenario. And we were looking at some players that were already very well recognized as innovation champions around the world. Some are very different from Brazil, and it's difficult to create a parallel among Switzerland or the Silicon Valley or Shanghai. But when we go to the right of this figure and we start to see Barcelona, Lisbon, Medellin, that's one of the innovation capitals that we have here in Latin America, or Recife and Santa Catarina in Brazil, we cannot have more excuses, and we find that there must be something that we were lacking if we have all those ingredients and we couldn't click as an innovation hub in Brazil. And when we look into what was missing, it was a little bit the idea that like football teams, it's not enough to have a lot of very good players.
You need to have a way of connecting these players in a system of play, so the strength of each player can be really useful for the city. So we decided that we wanted to create a common agenda, to create a collective sense, to make sure that we were working on an ecosystem kind of sense of collectiveness. And that was the idea of creating an innovation pact. The first helix that we were kind of moved, and we use it as a trigger to start the movement. Unlike many other cities where government or the private sector are the leading helix, was the academic helix. In this sense, we united the three major universities and created the idea of the Alliance for Innovation. That was a way of showing that being together is better than being isolated, and that the rule of the game would be the we and not the I. That provided us with the basis to create a major movement in the city. And here we have an important moment in July 2018, where most of the mayors, most of the private leaders, most of the academic leaders were reunited. And we talked with them about Recife, Barcelona, Santa Catarina, and the idea of creating a unique pact that would bring together private, public, academics, and social organizations to create a common agenda with the possible consensus for the city. Of course, we had a friend that had already worked successfully in some of these environments, and we invited Professor José Piqué from La Salle Tecnova in Barcelona to be the mentor of this new movement. And we designed with Piqué a whole plan to establish this new movement in the city that was supposed to harness a lot of the power and make sure that we were able to change the city into a real impactful innovation player. And the roots had a lot of important steps. The establishment of a real governance that with volunteers from the universities and the city council, the establishment of a consulting body made up of businessmen and media leaders, the hiring of the mentorship from José Piqué, the establishment of the city table. 77 of the most important institutions in the city were invited to sit down and think together about what will be necessary to change the city. That sits table now has more than 110 entities that reunite at least once every 6 months to decide what are the main targets for the city and how we will achieve them. We defined an identity that is Pacto Alegre, that was represented by the quadruple helix, by the interaction, by the bright folk colors, and by the transparency and a lot of values that we were kind of putting into the movement. And a communication squad made up of volunteers from the universities, from the city council, from some of the players, the private players, and the manifesto that brought together the idea that we were celebrating and fostering the collaborative action to improve the city. That was the made up of Pacto Alegre. Pacto Alegre is nowadays a movement that's supported by more than 100 of the most relevant institutions of the city and has hundreds of volunteers that act together to create collaborative projects to change the city. The announcement of the viability of establishing was placed on December 18, and the first meeting of the city table with the 77 leading institutions was done in the city birthday, 26th of March of 2019, as a gift that we were kind of giving to the city, putting people to work for the betterment of the future of the city. One of the key issues was to sit down and listen to every one of those 77 institutions and understand how they would see innovation and how we could bring together challenges that would be meaningful for each one of them, even if they had very different views of the city, and because they were clubs of football, the health sector, public sectors, the legal sector, some of the innovators. We had a very comprehensive city table. And these are the challenges that were kind of clustered from the opinions of every one of these institutions. Education and talent development, the only issue that was cited by all the 77 institutions while we were talking and sitting down with them. City branding, how we can show Porto Alegre in the world. Urban renewal and improvement, Professor Perquet always talks about how important it is to have a city that is attractive to talent. If talent is the fuel for innovation, we need to have cities that are attracted to talent, because talent is very movable and can go away if we do not have an interesting city with good wine, good coffee, good cultural life. The quality of life, and then we understood that the pact would have to go beyond innovation and talk about how we can build a better city, modernization of city administration, and the business environments to foster entrepreneurship innovation. During COVID times, PACT was also responsible to create collective projects to kind of face the hardships that we were having in the city at the moment. From the approval of the challenges, we created very agile project design sprints to create the first cohort of projects that would advance one of these challenges. And we had hundreds of participants, representatives from the city table entities, but also volunteers from all other sectors of the city that went to open quick design sprints where we would have a tempest of ideas and define proposals that would be submitted to the city table, where presidents or vice presidents of the most important institutions would commit to advance those projects. We had 24 proposals in the first cycle, or all of them were approved with more than 80%, and we went to create the project charts. Each project of these 24 was related to one of more city challenges. It had a long-term view, but it had first results in 6 months, otherwise it wouldn't be approved. The idea of being pragmatic, to have the long-term view, but quick wins, it's very important to make sure that the movement has enough energy to follow up and build up. The idea was in the sense that no project could demand human resources or other physical resources that were not already available in the institutions of the city, and we would have governance that would depend case by case, because each project would have a different set of players that would be involved. Sometimes the public sector, sometimes the private sector, sometimes one of the innovators of the city, or a social organization. Of course, we used a lot of the energy that was already in Porto Alegre, and that was made of the participatory budget. Porto Alegre was the first city to have a participatory budget, and we built this collective idea into the participatory city building that was being proposed by Pacto Alegre. Today, Pacto Alegre has almost 5 years, and it's a key platform of collaboration that's helping rekindle self-esteem and foster high-impact transformation projects that are placing Porto Alegre as one of the hotspots of innovation in Latin America. Some results that we could share with you. One of the projects of the Pact was the creation of a very large innovation hub that was mixing old GDP companies with new innovators, and it has grown since 2021 to connections of more than 700 startups, a community of more than 5,000 people, more than 450 linked companies, and is the fastest growing innovation hub in Latin America. It put together a campus, and it's bringing learning experiences out of class to more than 5,000 students. It's really something that's being visited by all administrations in Brazil, and all of them want to bring a caldeira to their own cities. Another project kind of enroll all the players to make sure that we would put Porto Alegre as one of the educating cities. So we brought together players from the private and the public sector with a lot of policies that went to all places in the city, including the idea of having mayors for each square in the city, and to make innovation Olympics with students from lower education, to make sure that we would embed in them a sense of citizenship and a protagonism citizenship. Another project that's very important, and it kind of goes hand in hand with Instituto Caldeira, is the Territories of Innovation. And I was hearing Anna talking about the importance of social innovation. We have a lot of vulnerable communities and irregular settlements in Brazil, and sometimes innovation is accused of being a bubble, and that is more for the medium and upper classes. And we were very worried that Pacto Alegre would have a way of connecting with these vulnerable communities. So we started this project that's called Territories of Innovations, that has the idea of creating community hubs for innovation and local development, the childs, where some local social actors that are already related to innovation are mapped and helped to, so they become a kind of ambassador of public policies, of entrepreneur policies that are being offered by the government in communities. So that was very important, and we are illuminating with free Wi-Fi access each one of these places, and we are investing into providing good installations, because sometimes people in this community say that they have to go down into the city. The idea that they are not part of the city is something that we have to break up, and this is part of the effort that we are doing together. This is the methodology that we are creating for these innovation hubs, to map local social actors, to provide support to improve facilities, to install free rapid Wi-Fi connection, to engage universities to train and help governance of these places, to establish them as community hubs, as ambassadors of the cities in the communities, to connect with public services and entrepreneur support services, to engage local population, circle talks, co-creation, to map with the community vocation and aspirations that they have, in a way that we develop a local development plan supported by public policy, but very well related with the ideas and the local entrepreneurs. And also, we had an effort to kind of understand these people before designing policies for them, And so we together with some other players, we started a survey of the entrepreneurship in communities with more than 1,000 interviews. It's a major report we can share if anyone has interest. It has very good insights on how we can and the needs of these kinds of things. And some of the needs I kind of summarized in here: internet access, because a lot of people have cell phones, but few of them have data plans that allow them to have real access to the public services or online courses or other things. Pricing practices, a lot of them have kind of budding businesses, but they lack skills to define prices. And sometimes they are losing money selling products, space to work, skill development, business management support. So we are kind of using the local innovation hubs, the community innovation hubs, to kind of offer support for these needs that were mapped during this survey here. We are also looking into making Porto Alegre one of the friendliest cities for startups in Latin America. We have the most active living lab in Brazil. More than 60 startups are testing solutions in the city. And we have special calls to foster food tax, good tax, gov tax, and culture tax. 1 minute, and I will finish on don't worry. Our government is also working to improve the business environment. And we have even some tributary incentives for this kind of things. That's placed in Porto Alegre in one of the 15, around the 15th position in terms of the best places for startups in Latin America. And we are rising a lot of other rankings also, including the Nomads digital rankings. Porto Alegre has become one of the destinations chosen by digital nomads because of these kind of things. That has brought South Summit, one of the major innovation events in Brazil. And the 4th District Innovation District is now part of the IASP Global Innovation District Alliance, because we were able to connect with these kind of things. Because we believe in connections, we have joined with Caxias do Sul, Joinville, Florianópolis, and Curitiba to build a regional cluster in this idea, this fractal idea that you have to have alliances from different sizes, so we have more capacity to engage in collaboration with other clusters. And the learning outcomes, and that's the end, the 10 insights that I can share with you. Make sure to enroll the leadership of key institutions of the local ecosystem, borrow legitimacy from ecosystem heroes and mentors to jumpstart the movement. You need the legitimacy of people that are really giving themselves to the movement, so the movement can start with a lot of traction. Listen before building proposals, foster citizen and institutional engagement as city builders, and invite people to be real protagonists in the building of the better city. Celebrate and reward collaborative behavior. That's very important to make sure that people behave on the logic of abundance. Think big, but act quickly. You have long-term goals, but you need quick wins. Be always aware of the challenge of communication. That was always the misstep that we had, to communicate what we are doing. Do not dismiss opportunities, even if they are not on your plans. Build the narrative and use the power of symbolism. It's not by sorts that we chose the birthday of the city to make sure that we started Pacto Alegre. And in the end, we are talking about mindset change. That is the greatest challenge, to make sure that cities are enable themselves to be relevant in this new economy. And if possible, have an innovation musician on your team. Jose Piquet was really quite an important guy for us. It's a pleasure to share a little bit, and if you need any more information, I will be happy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your great presentation. We are a shortage of time, but just I need to show all. It's part of the innovation. You see it? Yes. This is also for creativity, mindset. Entrepreneurial mindset. We're running this one. Okay. Great. Thanks from Parazil. And really, we are a shortage of time. Now, the next, I think Arno, Dr. Arno, again, and you have a next session, right?
Yes. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, I have the next session. Yes, I will go ahead and start with that.
Russia is there, and Muhsin have social unforeseen activity for social emergency. Okay. He apologized. This guy, it's one of the leading inventor in the GCC and in the MENA. He have many registered GCC. He received several medals, several appreciation through the world. And really, we need to be part of our conference, but unfortunately, he have problems with emergency for the family, which lead to miss our conference. I think Rasha Abdin is there in the room. She can start. And the other guys, now I will be in contact. He told me soon he will join.
Great.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Rasha.
Hello, good evening, Doctor. It's a great pleasure for me to be part of this great conference. And I'm really thankful for you to be a speaker in such a great conference. I'll start with my presentation. Okay. As a start, AI is being a revolution in many fields. We believe that AI is important, and it's not just a trend, but it has been in different industries. And here in Style with I, we are planning to make a revolution through AI technologies in the fashion industry itself. Imagine that you want to have an occasion and you want to be in the best fit and the best image of you. And at the same time, you don't know how to go forward on that. And you need some guidance and the stylist professional advice. At the same time, imagine that you are a busy person and you don't have that much of time to go to the mall and spend that time in searching for your best outfit. You are undecided of what you have to choose, and at the same time, it's taking you a lot of time to get into the best outfit that matches you. Or there is some circumstances that hinders you from going to the mall itself, such as the period of Corona that we have all faced. Also, many people understood now that the image that you have is the most important thing that people consider as the first impression that they'll get from you. So basically, fashion is important. At the same time, AI is empowering fashion industry, and this is the application that we are talking about here, where style meets innovation. Style with AI application. I'll start talking about it. It's not just an application that is. It's a unique application. It's a comprehensive full package application that is based on AI technologies. The idea of our company and application is based on two technologies. It is a chatbot technology and the AR and augmented reality or generative AI. It will make our life much easier. It will empower individuals and as well retailers in their journey, in their shopping experience. It will be the first platform in the region that will provide a full package of a personalized and highly interactive shopping experience. So why did we come with this application? We have noticed and from our research and studies that were based on McKinsey reports and Business of Fashion journal, that there are several challenges that whether online shoppers or physical even shoppers in the malls face. First of all are the need for a personal stylist, where image is important and how you appear to others is really important. And many people, they are in doubt of what matches me, or what is the best for me, or what is even the latest trends in the market or in the fashion industry. So basically is the need for personal stylist. The size fit concerns. Online shoppers, they enjoy searching and looking for different items in the web or in the website itself and the different online platforms. However, they face disappointments and dissatisfaction with the size and fit concerns. How many times did you try buying something online and at the end you end up dissatisfied with what you get? Many of us. And it's sometimes difficult to return these items. Also, we can notice that the fast rhythm, the life rhythm that we have, is also a trigger for us that we need such an application to be there, where we can save time and save time and I get the best advice, stylist advice. This is a report and capturing a report from UAE and United Arab Emirates and from Saudi Arabia. We can notice that the best challenge for customers is the size fit concerns and the difficult to return process, and also sometimes the absence of content in Arabic. it's important here in the region that sometimes we need some customization of the features that we have. So after this, illustrating these problems and challenges, we came up with a platform that is based on generative AI. It is based on a chatbot that will play a role where it will be your stylist, personal assistant, based on machine learning algorithms and generative AI, and at the same time will give you the best results that will fit your body type, size, skin color, and will also match with the fashion trends in the market, the latest trends in the market, with some customization with our taste in the region, if we can say that. It will be something that something that we can customize it in a way. This platform is a user-friendly and easy-to-use platform. It's unique, and it gives you an excellent experience by bridging the gap between virtual and physical shopping. Also, why we see it as a unique and comprehensive package is it's not some of the applications, maybe you can find them having a chatbot assistant, but we have the final phase, which is the virtual try-on with augmented reality, where you can scan your body and at the same time check whether the outfits that has been chosen for you are matching your size and are the best fit for you. It also give you some size and style recommendation based on the previous search that you have done, and the recommendations of your favorite or the best your favorite, for example, let's say outfit, based on certain algorithms. It can work on that, and it will match it with the latest trends in the fashion industry. The opportunities and strengths that we have as entrepreneurs, we have some challenges, and but we believe in this application, and that it will make a revolution, not, as I mentioned, in the individual level, individual customers, but also in retailers and malls and in the retail industry, not only in the region but worldwide. It will make a totally different shopping experience for everyone. How we started with the e-commerce and with online shopping, we believe that Style with I will be the starting point and the first step for this revolution in the retail industry. It will totally change the mindset of everyone of how to shop and how to go online and how to purchase your fashion, or even not only by clothing. We will combine it with other things like accessories, makeup. This is what we are planning to do. So it's an opportunity and strength. Listing now the opportunities and strength, we noticed through different research studies also from McKinsey, that there is a market demand in the region, especially in the Middle East. It's based on this study that in this region there is a need and there is a demand. It's the fashion industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry that is constantly evolving. So there is a demand in the market, and there is the people are aware about how the image is important and the fashion is important. There is also the change in customer behavior. In addition to that, customers in the GCC countries, they are spending more in the in the luxury items more than any other items. Also, the supportive ecosystem that we have here, and being number one in your field is a challenge for some people, but an opportunity for us. We believe that being the first mover in any field is the best thing to do. And we want to do that. We want to be the first mover and to take the first step in this field where we combine fashion and AI and have it as a comprehensive and full package. Also, we believe that we have a talented team. The competent team that we have can make this journey and this application possible. The secret behind our success is the teamwork and professionalism that we have. And our founder, Umayma Al-Halabi, she has combined both fields. She has her experience in fashion, and as well, she has her degree in AI and experience, and she combined both fields in a fantastic way, where she applied all her knowledge and experience. Knowledge and experience in this application. Also, the development team that we have that joined our company is one of the best development teams that has several success stories in the AI field, and they assured us that it is doable and it's possible to do it, and it's and the most important thing also that our marketing core consultant, Mr. Davish, and his professional team who are they are working on that. So we are working together on making it possible and to have a successful application that will revolutionize the retail industry. Style with I, our mission is to be the pioneer to revolutionize the fashion retail industry and to succeed in that. Thank you again for allowing me to be in the conference and to be a speaker, and it's a great pleasure for me to be part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasha. Thank you. That was great. And next you said we're going to Dr. Aziz Al-Kanain, I believe.
Yeah, hello everyone. Let me first share my screen. I know you're running a little bit late, so I'll try to stick on time. So, okay, hold on a second, sorry. So yes, I'll share my screen at the moment. Sorry. So are you seeing my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Hanadi Mbaraki, for inviting me to this conference, and also I thank for the organizing committee for doing such an excellent job in gathering these wonderful speakers. I learned a lot from watching or listening to the speakers yesterday and today, with all this IA technology and things on economy and everything. But now we're going to shift a little bit of our talk a little bit about something which might affect the health of the individual, and something that people sometimes suffer from. So I'll after a long day of hard work and activities and listening to interesting lecture, people are wanting to have a time to rest. And in the humans, they are in time of sleep, because sleep not only just reboosts your energy and but give you time to grow mentally and physically. Any interruption in the sleep pattern will lead to problems, either mobility or mortality level. So we'll just start with a brief introduction about sleep and how it will and what's the physiology of it before we go to the disturbance that could happen to it and what's the innovation that we can do to make this sleep a better experience. So sleep is a time for resting of the mind and where you can get your clock rewinded. It's that's a definition of sleep. It's as a physiology of sleep. Usually, adults need about 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Mostly, that's a common knowledge for everyone. How about? But sleep usually comes in different cycles. So it goes from REM sleep to non-REM sleep, and we can further elaborate on the types of non-REM sleep as well, because these cycles where the body gets a little bit of rest and then goes into deep sleep and then goes to REM sleep and then go back to wakeness. So the stages of sleep can be categorized into 4 stages plus the REM stage. So in the first stage would be falling off sleep, where you just feel lightheaded and you just close your eyes and try to get into this mechanism of sleeping. And then your heart rate gets slowed down and then body temperature drop down. And then you get to this deep sleep level, which is stage 3 and 4, where your muscle and tissue get repaired. And that's the time where growth hormone is exerted. Growth hormone is just not for young individual to grow bigger or in terms of size, but also for adults to repair their cells and regenerate their cells as well. Now REM sleep, which is that's the time of the body where it's totally go into relaxation mode, and that's where the dreams happen. And if you look at dreams, that's the part which is maybe related to technology. That if you think of REM sleep, it's like the RAM on the PC. So it's the body wants to empty its RAM in order to get refreshed for the second day. So because if it's accumulated more information and that RAM, it will stop functioning and it will be disturbed. So the REM sleep day is the place where it empty all the information in a way of the dreams that we have, and then to start refresh for the other day. Now, unfortunately, REM sleep starts very high as younger individual, but tend to decline as you get older. So the infants is quite high percentage of REM sleep, but when it goes to children and then adults, it becomes less and less. So one of the major problems that happen with this sleep is something we call sleep apnea syndrome, where there is a disturbance in the oxygen level that comes to the body because there is kind of an obstruction happening. So it's a sleep-related breathing disorder where there decrease of the airflow to the body, and basically that's interfered with our repair cycle, as we said in the stage 4, and also interfere with our physical function. So for brain to function, it's need an oxygen certain level to do, and also the other cell needs. So this sleep apnea happen, which leads to this kind of phenomena. Now, what's happened is that there are types of sleep apnea, and one of them is central, and that's because the medulla in the brain, which is responsible for the breathing system, have dysfunction. So the breathing stops or ceases for quite a while, and that will disturb the body. And then we have peripheral type of sleep apnea, which is the major part of sleep apnea, and that's where a blockage in the airway happen because of the certain obstacle or the certain anatomical feature in the airway, which led to this kind of problem. So if it's the season of oxygen in like 5-second interval, we called it an apnea. If it's less than that, it will cause hypopnea, and it's more in 10-second intervals. So with this, when we can get an index of it, we can evaluate the type of peripheral apnea or obstructive sleep apnea. So it will be 5 to 15 would be a mild kind of apnea, and then if it's moderate, it will be 15 to 30, and then above that would be like 30%. So sometimes the peripheral apnea could go to a central apnea, and that will be a mix of. So what happens usually? So what happens is that most of the people, they sleep on their back, and so they lie flat. So what happens is the gravity kicks in, and then you have a narrow airway, and as you get into deeper sleep, your muscle will relax, and then the airway will be completely blocked. As you can see, that the airway have some kind of narrowing here, but it's when it's completely patient in relaxed, so it's the blocks completely by the tongue, and the lower jaw, or as we call the mandible, go back and block the airway. So what's the prevalence? I mean, is it something common or something which rarely happen? Well, it's actually becoming more and more common, unfortunately. It's affected actually all race by any kind. You can see the number of studies I gathered here. It's like affecting from the US to Europe to Asia, and also here in GCC countries. So it's basically it's mostly affecting male and female by a ratio of 2 to 1, and it's actually we can see that in country where you have like increased body weight, you can have incident of more sleep apnea, but the prevalence is between 5% up to 10% in most of the people, in most of the population, and it's like 10% of the population are affected with some kind of sleep apnea. Okay, so when we compare it to the age, unfortunately, it goes worse as you get older. So as you get older, your structure gets weaker, so it cannot hold a problem that is, I mean, narrow airways, so it's becoming collapse, and that's what happened as you get older. You can see the increase in prevalence, especially among male, more than females actually, and more with age. So what's the signs that you know that you would say it would be as you consider? There are a number of signs, mostly the high BMI. If you have a large tongue, neck circumference, or hypertension, is always a problem that can indicate the person having a high sleep apnea. Now, when it comes to how do we diagnose it? We diagnose it by certain questionnaires, and there is abundance of questionnaires that we can diagnose it with. These are example of it. So that's the first initial type, but also we can, by visiting a doctor, you will be able to really know how to do that. So these are the way that we do it in the clinic, by seeing the patient's narrow airways, and that's called Mallampathy technique, where we can see how the airway is narrow. You find it here, it's the more narrower parts compared to other places. But there is other more definitive way of doing, which is the portal sleep study, where you give a device to the patient at home, and then we tell him how to use it, and then we'll be able to diagnose. We also take series of X-rays. There is also the nasopharyngoscope that we use which is like a small camera that goes into the airways, and just to see how the airway, the size and everything. So that's basically a picture of the nasopharyngoscope. You can see that it's patients having a normal airway here, and then on this side over here is becoming very narrow. So a patient with a big buildup in structure would be breathing in a small airway like that, will gasp for air, and then would have all kinds of problems. So one of the ways as well we can know to diagnose it by using the X-rays, and that was something which is quite common, to take an X-ray to see the narrowing of the airways, and it's we call it cephalogram, with a picture of the body, and it can be in 3D as well. So it can give you a picture of the airway and how it's tight, and the certain colors indicate how narrow it is. So in green, you're safe. If it's red, it's quite narrow. So of course, there are an anatomical structure we see that we know if it's a tendency for a patient to having sleep apnea, but I just want to elaborate on that, which is the hyoid bone, especially, which is this structure over here. So if it's very far from the jaw, that means it's a patient who's have a tendency to sleep apnea. The airways, as you can see, is over here. So it's very far. It's becoming more obscuring to the airway, and that's what my innovation is all about, that bringing the hyoid away from the airway, so it's becoming the airway more bigger. So the gold standard for diagnosing of the sleep apnea is the BSG, which is like a sleep study where patients is kept at night to sleep, and then they wire him up with all of these monitors. So and then they get like a reading from a computer which is being programmed. So they will know how to come with all these numbers, and then they're analyzed, and then we can know that the patient have how many incidents of sleep apnea, how many incidents of oxygen level going down. So because if the oxygen goes below 90, you're in a quite tight situation. So these are the gold standard for monitoring of the or diagnosing of the sleep apnea. Nowadays, things are becoming easier. There are rings that you can be given to the patients, and then you would go home and you would monitor, and that will go to an application. So with this application, it will be sent to the doctor or the attending physician, and then he would know what's the reading and where the disturbance, and then be able to diagnose the patients. That's becoming more popular because arranging a sleep study in the hospital would be, time consuming and also more expensive, and there is like a waiting list for that. So as we said that sleep deprivation will lead to kind of problem, but there is all kinds of relating issue related to it, which is environmental or genetic sometimes. The structure of the airway is not developed well, or there is illness. Sometimes sleeping pill could lead to kind of sleep deprivation and also lead to hypopnea. Also, it can happen, unfortunately, in children, and these are some of the symptoms in children, but that's a different kind of field. I wouldn't go through it. I just focus on the adult mostly. So these are the criteria how we diagnose the sleep apnea by looking at the apnea index, which have to be more than 5, and the oxygen index, which have to be more than 85. Now, the cycle of treatment would go like this. So the patient will come, we see his clinical features, we give him some questionnaires. So if we having a questionnaire with a high number, we set him up for a sleep study. If we are in doubt, we can give him a quick sleep study at home, and then if he is diagnosed with a sleep apnea, we can give him the device. If it's high, then index of above 30. If it's like below 30, then it would go for an oral appliance or maybe a surgery. These are the way that you connect the patient in the study and in in the clinical or the hospital environment, the sleep center technician would do the connection, and he would monitor the patient with all of these devices. And that's the device actually, the computer and the camera, the infrared camera that sees the patient during the night to make sure that he's not having anything, because we have to shut the lights off, and so and then the infrared camera will monitor him during that, and then the device of oxygen sometimes needs to be connected if he's gasping for air, and that's the study that comes with it. Now the treatment option for this kind of situation is either conservative or could be more definite. So if a conservative, it's what likely to most to give a radio frequency volumetric tissue reduction or electric stimulation to the soft palate to make it away from the airway, or maybe laser tissue reduction. Sometimes they advocate putting pillars in the soft tissue to make it away from the airway and to allow air to go through passively. However, these type of options are not definite and need to be repeated. So people are not really wanting to go through repeating action, and sometimes they have a considerable amount of failure. The more defined approach is the CPAP, which is like a continuous airflow. It's like having an external lungs and an electricity that pumps air into your body. A surgical approach to correct the structure of the base, so it will allow the air to go more passively into the lungs, and that's the airway. So this is the device, and imagine this voice coming to you all the time to speak up. So the way of surgery is going on. Let me shut that down. So okay. So this surgery is an advanced surgery where you place the jaw in advanced position to keep the airway clear of the device. The other way of doing is doing a surgery to stimulate the hyoid bone electrically. So they implant this chip inside the chest, so it allows the airway to open up and the airway to flow passively. Now coming out to the oral appliance device. The oral appliance device is meant to allow the airway to clear up. So you can see that the airway is narrow, like this individual here with a narrow airway. The appliance which I came up with is an appliance that works inside the mouth. You have to wear it just during sleep, and it's basically will move the jaws forward away from the airways. So it would be the jaws will move away by this kind of device. It's have to be worn just at night time, and it's easy to adapt. And then you can see as your patient wear it, the jaw will move forward, so the airways, and that was basically happening on an X-ray. So you can see the airway is quite tight here, and it's with the appliance, it's moving. The airway is becoming more clearer, and the air is having passively, even if the patient lie down. And you can see that the patient is also going to have the airway cleared with the appliance device. And that's a picture of before and after. So this is the way of the device is placed on in the patients, and it could allow the movement of the jaw in all three dimensions without obstruction. Of course, that appliance is working at night time, so it's not interfere with his daily activity, as talking and eating and everything. And it's actually inside the mouth, so it's not causing any disturbance outside. And that the patient's usually how he looks with the appliance in, so it's not like just a little bit buff, but nothing in particular. That's my presentation for today. So if you want to get in touch with me, I hope I stick to the time frame. So just have me look, and if you fall asleep during the presentation, that doesn't mean that you have a sleep apnea. At least one person pay attention. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a very fascinating and interesting use of the technology here. So I believe we have a roundtable, discussion now for this this group of speakers as well as the prior ones. I know we had some people stick around. It looks like Ron Giblin, is still here, and maybe a few others. So first, because we haven't had time for questions, I just want to open and see if there are any questions to any of the speakers who are still here.
Excuse me, Dr. Arno.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Trent Simon from Switzerland is joining us, and we need to participate, and he will continue also in the other sessions. Give him some time. Hi, Trent, how are you?
I am very good. Thank you for asking.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll keep this first presentation super short and cover a few of the details in the next hour when I come back. Is screen sharing enabled here? Let's see. Okay, so I'm just going to start with a controversial statement, and I know that it's controversial because I uttered this statement at last year's conference and got some pushback on the concept. But the statement is that any support which anybody provides for a non-impactful entrepreneur, in many cases, makes life harder for impactful entrepreneurs. Now, the main reason that that's a controversial statement is that there's a lot of people in the world with very good intentions who are supporting entrepreneurs, and that's a great first step. And if there hasn't been entrepreneurial support in your community prior to that, it's a needed step, but it's only the first step. It doesn't guarantee that you're going to have the kind of outcomes that you're probably looking for. And this is also very true for impact investors in the Western world, who frequently you talk to them and ask, what is your impact? And they will say, we are supporting entrepreneurs in the global South and developing economies. Those entrepreneurs create jobs, so it's poverty reduction. And that is how we have a positive impact with our investments while still making a return. And that sounds good, right? I mean, that sounds like that is beneficial. And by and large, jobs that are good jobs in the global South, it is an improvement over like a job maybe from a Western corporation or a bad job. But it's no guarantee. So I just want everybody to think about that scenario for just a second. Let's say that I'm a non-impactful entrepreneur. You're an impactful entrepreneur. And by that, we mean that you are trying to have a major impact on your community or on society with your business. And I'm just here to make money. But the odds are my business plan is going to look better than yours to anybody that doesn't care about the impact that either of us is having. So when I go out there and I am portraying myself as an up-and-coming business person who wants to build a business and create jobs in my community, I'm able to attract the attention of these well-intentioned impact investors who give me money. And what does that money let me do? It lets me accelerate my business, scale up, take market share that otherwise would have been split between me and you, the impactful entrepreneur. You, on the other hand, you're sitting there trying to desperately get somebody to listen to you when you're saying, no, I want to make money and I have a business plan that will be sustainable, but I also want to do some good for my community along the way. And you're getting ignored. You're getting overlooked. You're getting the scraps rather than the meat. So just want to put that thought into everybody's head. If you're actively working in the space of supporting entrepreneurs, or even if you're just a mentor, and I'm going to show you just one example, because I know that we're out of time, of how you can make that transition and it doesn't have to be a cost. It doesn't have to negatively affect your business plan. So the example that I like to use is, let's say that there is a small-time stocking shop, or whatever the liquor might be, or maybe it's a specialty food store, anything of that nature. And you talk to the owner of that shop, especially if they're a startup. What's your social impact platform? They're usually going to say, no idea. I don't even know if I'm going to be successful yet. Once I start making money, then I'll worry about having an impact. But the reality is that there's a lot of ways you can be successful because of your impact. And in many economies, if there's a large percentage of conscious consumers, you're not going to be able to be successful unless you have that. Because if you don't have a strong social impact platform, you're basically just telling people, buy from me because I have a better mousetrap, or I have a better marketing plan. And sure, if you throw enough money at a marketing plan, it really doesn't matter what your product is, or it's any good or not. Through social media, you can get people to buy the crap. You don't have to really have a good product anymore to make money in the short term. So this is the scenario that we're looking at here. And this is just an example of an idea for somebody in that position, or any startup really. Go and approach some nonprofits or other impactful businesses in your neighborhood with your offering. Do something for free for them or at cost, because guess what? That's marketing. Instead of spending money on marketing, go do something free for somebody who's trying to also do good in the world, and they will become part of your marketing. It's a pretty simple concept. And business owners all over the world know this. Sponsoring youth sports teams is one of the go-tos, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more you can do if you engage your brain to think about how you can use your goods, your services, and your network to do some good while also making some money. And if you're not an entrepreneur and you're supporting entrepreneurs, start putting this into your framework of who you want to support. Don't base it just on their business plan. That's a nice first step, but that does not guarantee they're actually going to have a positive impact just because they make money. So if you start to make that a condition of your support, you start to say to the entrepreneurs coming to you for help, your social impact platform is not developed enough for me to feel comfortable putting my name behind your product, but there's now tools for how you can go out there and make those changes happen. There's several more slides here, all the examples. Again, I know we're out of time, so I'll just throw up one more slide on all of the different ways that you can reallocate some of your current spend. If you're spending money on any of these areas, odds are you could spend that money on a social impact project and get just as good a result in that primary category while also doing some good in the world and creating brand ambassadors, even for people who never buy your product themselves. Anybody interested in more information on this, please let me know. We offer a free webinar for this for any incubator in the world. Let us know and we'll set that up. Thank you very much, and I'll see you all next hour.
Great, thanks, Trent, for your great presentation. I think it's Dr. Arno, it's disappeared, no problem. David, it's your time.
Yes, Dr. Hanadi, I know. And
How are you? How are you today? It's your time, and your group will be there.
I certainly hope so. I just spoke to Hilton. He should be here any moment.
And Ion?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the other participants. Hilton is part of our company, so I know he will be here, but I'm not sure about the others.
Yes, how are you today, David?
I'm fine, and it is good to be back, Dr. Hanadi. After our session yesterday, we're going to cover some new topics today, and it is always a pleasure. As
I
a
need
glance
also to
through-
introduce you, David, to Trent Simons is from the Swiss, and he is specialized in new tools for supporting the entrepreneurs. He working closely with the entrepreneurs by using a spirit of game, spirit of the game. Introduce yourself, Trent, to David. David have a special tool, we call it 360 Growth Wheel. And you will now hearing from us about 360 Growth Wheel. And you will be participating, Trent, in the next session, not this session, okay? Be with us.
Okay, sounds good. That gives me time to check in on my team meeting that is waiting for me to check with them. But I'll quickly introduce myself to David. So yes, the Spirit of the Game is an international coaching coalition. We're also a think tank and an NGO, and we also run the Impactful Business Network, the Impactful Women's Network, and the Impactful Youth Network, and the Impactful Teachers Network. Our overall mission is really to inspire and empower average, everyday people to get involved in impact. Our mantra is impact is for everyone, no matter what your career, because there's far too many people basically sitting on the fence, either not thinking it's their job to do this, or it's their company's job, or just not knowing how.
Right. I did listen to the last. We have Dr. Hanadi in the background, so it's a little bit hard to hear what we are thinking.
presentation مميزة. أتمنى أن تكون موجود معنا إذا
Dr. Hanadi, you are not muted.
مميزين يعني.
But
yes, I'm so sorry.
You were not muted, so we had a little hard time continuing the conversation, but don't worry about it. But Trent, I will check out your company, and I know you're running off to a team meeting, but it'd be a pleasure to connect.
I'll be back in the next half hour.
All right, I see. Very good. So long. And yes, Hilton is now with us here as well, Dr. Hanadi. So we are ready to start if you are.
I think, David, you can start because you are reaching the time and you are here and Hilton there. And the other two person, I will be in contact with them. I know it will be soon joining us.
Yes, sounds good. And I'm not sure if everybody was here yesterday, but we are with Growth Wheel, and we are offering a training and certification program for small business advisors all over the world. We offer a complete business advisory system with a CRM system for advisors, a client portal, so advisors and clients, businesses can work together. We have an e-learning platform, and we have a business tool library with visual one-page tools that we have been provided for the world for 15 years. And we're also in South Africa, where Hilton is our local representative, my business partner and the co-founder of Growth Wheel South Africa. And we may start off on a light note, because I would like to tell you the story of how Growth Wheel got started in South Africa. And I think it's a relevant story for anyone else who is a business advisor. It is a story that speaks to the power of traveling and to make quick decisions. So the true story is that back in, was it 2015, I think, Hilton? Well, before that, Hilton and I had crossed our paths. Yeah, before we had gotten to know each other, we had met at events and conferences, and were just acquaintances, you know, back in the days. And what happens then to me one day, I'm in Denmark, where I'm from, and I'm doing one of our certification courses for a group of 25 business advisors from the Danish business advisory system. And my colleague comes in right before the end of the second day and says to me, you know, you have a meeting tomorrow with the South African government agency called CEDA. And I say, yes, I know it's the webinar. It's 10 o'clock tomorrow. Yes, my colleague says, there's just one little thing. They don't think it's a webinar. They think you are coming to South Africa to present in person. And I say, oh, well, that's too bad, to tell them that, you know, I'm in Denmark and that's not possible. So hopefully the webinar will be good enough at 10 o'clock. And she says, yes, the thing is, I think you should go down there. And I said, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This is 10 o'clock tomorrow. I still have 2 hours of training to go. She said, yes, I checked the airport. There's a flight at 6 o'clock. You can just make it. And you'll be there. You'll be landing at 9 in South Africa the next morning. You can make it to the meeting. I'm like, but I have to be back the next day. I would have to go there. I would have to join a meeting for an hour and travel back to Denmark. This is a 14, 16-hour flight and very expensive to fly back and forth in the same day, as you who are travelers will know. So I'm like, I don't know. So I thought, let me call my friend Hilton, just to get a feeling about what kind of meeting is this. So I call Hilton. He always picks up the phone. And I tell Hilton, look, there's this webinar, and now they think I'm showing up in person. And Hilton says, who are you meeting with? And so they're called SEDA. This is the South African, enterprise development agency. So, and they're apparently having a meeting, all the incubators coming together. I haven't spoken to them. They wanted a meeting. Do you think I should go? And Hilton said the words, if I were you, I would be packing my bags right now. So I didn't have any bags. I was doing a training session. I went to the airport. I bought a shirt in the airport, went on the plane, and showed up at 10 o'clock in Johannesburg, presented for these incubators, and the rest is history. Growth Wheel ended being implemented with all the SEDA incubators, around 50, I think, at the time, maybe a little bit more. So a good example of how it is good for a company to make fast decisions, how travel is important, and how networking is important, as well as how trust is important. I needed Hilton's trusted advice to make that decision. So that's how I would call it, Hilton. I don't know about you.
Well, mine goes a little bit further back. I remember seeing this slightly pale Ugandan at the time behind a camera. And we brought together the world's leading open source thought leaders on trying to explore how do we get people to adopt open source software. And you were doing a documentary on your work in East Africa. And so David, from a tech background, well celebrated, known Danish European successful entrepreneur. And I was like, what's he doing behind the camera? But he's a man of many skills. And part of what we were discussing on Lake Victoria was, we had my boss at the time and a great mentor and a great guy on the African continent, talking about how did he sell his business for $350 million. And of course, David, you had also sold a company back then in Denmark, right? An IT company, and you decided to come help and accelerate adoption of ICT and bridge a digital divide in East Africa, or West Africa rather, Central Africa. And that's how we met. We felt that the business plan as a framework for supporting startups and businesses were broken. And of course, David had not just an animated opinion about it, but he later came back to Johannesburg in South Africa. And I didn't quite understand what he was saying. But it made complete sense that we would need it in Africa and potentially the rest of the world. And this was in 2005. This was before anyone was talking modern business models, right? But this is the power again of when you're a business owner, when you're a business advisor, that you go with an optimistic mindset and that you're always open to change. And I think, that for me is some of the critical characters that a business advisor has, is that you listen. And when there's an opportunity, you then build whatever your customers want and the market wants. And I think that is, where we said one day, when it's all colored in and it works, we'll do something big in South Africa. And then, of course, in 2012, the president announced the National Business Incubation Ecosystem, an agenda or a mandate for government to establish 255 incubators. And in fact, in 2012, I think leaders around the world was making all kinds of announcements around this. And so in 2012, I think you were in South Africa at the Nelson Mandela University, where they first discussed, modern business model frameworks, and in fact, between yourself, business model canvas, lean startup, Saraswati, you were a little bit, you were an early starter. People were confused about what you're saying, right? So like a little bit, people don't understand Elon Musk that much, but he's doing amazing things, right? And similar with the iPhone, right? The world is blessed with people like yourself. And so, we were very fortunate that in 2013, we had our first certification in Africa at the Innovation Hub. And a couple years later, we had about 34 customers, I think, in South Africa at the time. And they recommended to the National Ministry of Small Business that we need a common language, we need a common ecosystem, we need common data, we need to all speak of the same hymn sheet. And so I remember after us doing our presentation, they asked the 64 incubators, so we won't decide for you, you as an ecosystem decide. And some of the people that made decisions there have been supporting businesses for 2 decades, 3 decades. It was well-seasoned people, right? That was almost the stalwarts of the national incubation ecosystem in South Africa. And they said to us, we're in trouble. and that's where it all started, right? But I do want to go back to 2006 when you fell asleep. And you said we'll do something big, right? And that big is now in 70 countries.
Yeah. Sweet memories, Hilton. Thanks for bringing it up. And that was a little introduction of us. I want to recognize that also we have our other panelists here on the call by now. Ian Flavin, I wonder if I pronounced your name correctly. Is it Ian? Ian?
Hi, David. Good to see you. Great to hear from you, Hilton. It's Owen. We Irish, we like to confuse.
All right. Right. Excellent. So we did some brief introductions here before you came in. Would you like to take the baton and say a few words about yourself? And if you would like to slide into starting your presentation, you are welcome to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I can do the presentation in a couple of minutes. Is it my turn, or are we ahead of schedule, or how does that?
Either way, I think Dr. Hanadi has gracefully allowed us to be flexible in how we do things, so we will take that opportunity. Hilton also has a presentation that we could kick off with, so maybe a quick introduction, and then Hilton, I'll hand it over to you so we keep some kind of protocol.
Okay, wouldn't want to be too precious about protocol, but that was my expectation, so I'll be ready for 15 minutes. So, welcome. Thank you very much for that, David, and to Dr. Hanadi for inviting us all here, of course. I'm calling you from Wicklow, near Dublin in Ireland. It's cold, it's wet, it's damp, it's windy. That's how you know it's Ireland. But we don't have the extremes of South Africa or the Middle East to deal with in weather or political issues. So I think we're a very lucky little island. And, come on down if you want some peace and quiet anytime. So my background is I've been innovating 30 years. I'm a systems guy. It's really, really easy to put me in a box. I'm also an ISO standards expert. So when we talk about, a global common set of concepts and language, well, that's going to come up in my talk in a little while. And I just love to innovate. But more than that, I love to help other people to innovate. So it's that link between how do you help people to innovate and how can these weird and wonderful ISOs actually help in innovating? Aren't standards and innovating opposites to each other? Well, we'll have a little look at that one when I'm talking a little bit later. Thanks for the opportunity, David.
Absolutely. Good to have you. And it'll be interesting to see how our presentations align. We may come at topics from a different point of view, which is interesting. So we can see how things connect. Hilton, maybe I want to start to pick up where you left and ask a large question to you about the ecosystem in South Africa. You are very well, familiar with the ecosystem, if not even one of the key players in the ecosystem. You are speaking at multiple conferences. In fact, I think you just came from one earlier here today. And to put things in perspective for us, what kind of trends have you seen in your ecosystem, say over the last 5 years, or at whatever time horizon makes sense for you? What has been some of the turning points? What are we seeing happening right now? What did we see happen maybe right after COVID, if that's not still the case, during COVID or before COVID? Or were there any other global trends that you think influenced the ecosystem? I'm of the belief that many times, what we see in one country, some of the same things will happen in other countries. May happen a little bit differently, maybe with a different timing. But I think whatever you have to share is going to be relevant for the very international audience we have here today. So what are the trends that you have been observing in the past and is observing now?
I think the one thing that's been consistent, since the early 1900s, 1904, when Harvard kind of put that we should have an MBA, is that entrepreneurship is structured, right? Yes, there's chaos, and someone believes in their idea, which is either a product or a service, and they'll do it despite knowing where their money comes from, right? The profitability and the sustainability. But the word structure has been consistent for over 100 years when we started formalizing the idea of business. And so wherever we find ourselves throughout the continent, of course, Growth Wheel is used in 24 countries on the African continent. We find that there's nuances, right? And those nuances it has a bit of language, it has a little bit of context on red tape, all kinds of things around financing and etc. But the one thing that's consistent for me is that business, in particular small business and startups, they need someone to help them take this chaos. They always do a business plan and it goes like this, right? It starts and it goes like that. Is that you need a business advisor to take you through that processes. And that makes entrepreneurship very structured. But if we consider pre-COVID, and I can't even remember what happened pre-COVID because it's been such a big part of our life, but I think it's the one thing that brought us all together globally, right? Our economies are struggling. We've seen a boost of small business and startups growing. We've seen in some areas, in some countries where there's huge employment. In other countries, the economies has just gone down and people had to start their own businesses. And so we've also seen post-COVID that there's two things that really came up. Is that, yes, we're all operating on a level of trauma, on a level of anxiety. And so that language really in the business advisory sector became empathetic. So it's less about what's your revenue, what's your jobs, how much jobs are you going to create? But the conversation went to, so you need funding, but for what in your growth plan? So it's a little bit more targeted, right? And that what opens up a whole lot of other questions, right? So what is your ambition? Yeah. And that ambition then leads into you've got to make decisions and take action. These days, David, well, I would say these days, and it's very short, we have AI. And if you then, I go back to the 2000s or the internet boom, it reminds me of this, right? How there's been a change, and it was almost like a flip of the way we did things, right? And I see this empathy language that we may have had as business advisors, but post-COVID has taken another journey, right? And I have seen with AI, not just our own AI, I'm sure you could show it off, it'd be lovely. I'll challenge you to that. But we've seen our AI has helped us as business advisors that is so focused on helping businesses achieve their outcomes, be it revenue, sustainability, market, whatever the case may be. I've seen AI help our particular market with applying empathy with this particular business owner, and we can call them an entrepreneur, a hustler, a small, big size, what doesn't really matter, is that we find there's a lot more empathy coming into play in how we support businesses.
So this is interesting. When you think of AI as, computers and can analyze data, can deal with big data, it's huge language models, all these things. And then yet what you're saying is that AI seems to humanize things in a certain way. Has that got to do with how the AI can speak to the entrepreneurs? How would you describe the experience of what the AI brings to, when it comes to empathy and that human touch? Maybe give an example of how you've implemented that, because I know you have.
Yes. A part of being a business advisor is not to tell the business owner what they need to do, because if it goes wrong, they'll blame you for that, right? And so you need to have a checklist, right? And historically, like accountants have worksheets, we have a checklist, we have tools that enables a conversation. And that required a lot of time from us, a lot of listening skills, a lot of, going out to find data. You would have a conversation for an hour and only come back a week later, right? There's complex assessments that you have to do. There's multiple gaps. Now, and then of course, what you find is that because you were so focused on this work, you hardly built this trust relationship with your business founders that you're working with, because you want to get the data so you can get to the next customer, right? What AI allows you to do is partner with you the same way that we warm up water. Instead of go fetch water at the river, make a fire, get a pot, heat it up, and then you have your coffee down the line. Now you can switch a kettle on, or you can go to the machine and it makes it for you. So I think AI, the way that internet has helped it over the years, for a business advisor, has become a tool that allows us to be empathetic. We can now be more human being than human doing. And I think what we've seen with our AI feature to help ESOs, entrepreneurship support organizations, with not only their own decision-making and action and taking action, is that AI suddenly produces, if you have an ambition and you've kind of defined what the ambition is, and you've put up a matrix of measuring that ambition, that AI can now give you options that you would have not thought about to make decisions and take action.
Yeah.
And I think that, it makes you just like a super, I don't know what we call ourselves. I think we're magicians. But this one makes us a little bit more resourceful. So, it just, for me, it's amazing over the last 4 months, how my empathy with supporting entrepreneurship support organizations, but also startups and small businesses, with a level of empathy in combination with AI that I thought would not be possible, but it is.
So it's you mentioned that advisors can become some kind of magicians with the assistance of AI, for sure. You have trained and been part of training hundreds of small business advisors in South Africa. What would you say, with AI coming in, what are the qualifications of someone who's going to advise a small business today? AI can give a lot of the answers, but then again, you also talk about how AI can help with the empathy. If someone here in the audience today would like to be a good business advisor and make use of these technologies, what would you say are the qualifications required now with AI on the playing field? What are the main qualifications for advisors?
It's the fastest one after coaching. And there's a difference between coaching and mentorship, right? But after coaching, it's one of the most critical, it was one of the most critical professions post-COVID, right? But what we've also seen is that, I can be an IT guy tomorrow and my business don't work, and I become a business advisor tomorrow. And I think, you know, I'm looking forward to Eon's almost a flaving. I'm going to get that right at one point.
You can call me anything you like, Hilton, so long as you call me.
Is that we do need, you know, we can't have doctors that are not resourced or not skilled, and you know, that doesn't have the right tools and the right resources, etc., to operate on someone's heart. And if you look at the
excuse me, I don't want to interrupt. Do we have any slides? Because I received some comments in my WhatsApp. If there are some slides, or you want to leave it open discussion, it's up to you. Do we have any slides?
And I'm certainly, Hilton is about to hand it over to Oin.
Yes, would you mind, please, continue your discussions, but if you present some slide, because the people want to catch up with you, some information.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, David. Take
Excellent.
your time.
One last comment from you, Hilton. Do you want to round it off?
Yes, is that, you know, we have 800 million businesses around the world. They create around 86% of the global jobs. It contributes over 60% of global GDP. What we need for the next 10 years is for those 9 billion people that will, you know, be somewhere around the world, is that we need these small businesses to be fully supported. And we need people that enters the sector that uses a structured framework. And of course, AI is going to help us, but it can't be the only thing. You cannot use just AI, because as we've seen, there's lots of repetition. It's still being, you know, there's all kinds of challenges with what we have. And so you do need a structured framework. We need to leverage the same way that we use computers and software. We need to leverage all these things, including, you know, international systems like the ISO 27700 and others, so that we kind of elevate our profession in this designation. I mean, like, we recently launched our business advisor certification, which is kind of, it touched a lot on this empathy, David, that I'm talking about, right? And being resourceful and building trust and understanding. So I hope that in the presentations that you will share with the colleagues, is that you'll touch into that. You know, I've kept it without a presentation, but I think where we are now globally is that we've got to worry less about the technical compliance thing, whether you're registered, etc. We've got to understand the value of meeting the business owner where they are at emotionally and where they want to be from a dream perspective. And in between, they have some ambitions, and that growth plan is a combination of our own expertise, our own journeys, working with the ecosystem, working with country challenges, localization, but leverage what is out of the world. And now we can, but we also have to be structured. You can't just use AI as is. We have put together almost like, you know, we've curated it so that it works in a structured way. And so that's my parting shot on that, is that, you know, empathy, AI, it is really an opportunity for us in this ever-changing evolution of not just tech, but business advisory. We are critical in the ecosystem of business owners around the world to the next phase of industrialization. We've come through 4, and business advisors has been critical in that evolution.
Thank you, Hilton, for sharing your insights and for bringing the word empathy and AI together in one sentence. Oin, I will hand it over to you to start your presentation. I'll look forward to see it and to have a discussion afterwards.
Thank you very much, Hilton. Thank you very much, David. At the start, I'm just going to share a couple of links. It's not my presentation. The links are going in chat. I hope this goes to everybody who's here this evening. And if it doesn't, just let me know. And I'm sure with Dr. Hanadi's help, we will make sure everybody can access those links themselves They're really for after the talk. In contrast to Hilton, this is a little bit less personable because I do have some slides, but maybe the slides have some information that will be useful for people after the event. So I'll put those up in just a couple of seconds. If you would give me just those couple of seconds to get this right.
David, I'm going off video so that I'm...
Okay,
that looks great. Thank you.
Okay, we're up and running then. Okay, welcome. Thanks very much for joining me, everybody. We've been introduced already, and I know everybody in this panel has some interest in innovating. And if we just hark back to Hilton's talk, we were talking about business advisors. Well, if we just reframe that just a little bit, this session is about innovators. More specifically, it's about people who need to manage innovation. And we're talking there about, not the ability to do one thing, one innovation, one hit wonder, which is cool, really important. And Lord knows some important impacts have arisen from one-off innovations. But what about an organization, which can mean a global corporation, a department in a struggling country, or an organization which is one lady and her cat, any organization, any scale. What if they need to sustain the effort? What if they want to be able to innovate more than once? Well, that's really what I do. And what I really love doing is building the teams that hit those innovation peaks and sustain the effort. That typically means, knitting the capabilities, the ambition, the culture, and the habits, some words that Hilton and I'm sure David have already mentioned today. And it also means sticking with the program. This is about stubbornness, humility, but plenty of stubbornness. So during our next few minutes together, all I'm hoping is that we'll have a look at how you might do this at home, in your own organizations, in your future. Looking at a very brief version of my 30 years experience as I've used standards, as platforms or innovations, and then as I've helped to write what we now have as an ISO family of global best practice standards for innovation management. Okay? If you use those, and use them sensibly and well, don't get yourself caught in a knot, easy to do, they'll keep you on track. Then you can focus on the ambitions of your organization, your team, your capabilities that the team needs to make things happen, and the specific objectives, initiatives that you need to do. So I would hope in 10 minutes, you'll have a little bit better understanding of why this set of standards is so powerful. Understand which of those things, which of those books you'd want to access, PDF on the internet or a printed out copy on your desk. That's the way I use them, by the way. There's still a use for paper as a technology, along with AI, not instead of. Then have some clue, although we won't get very far into that in 10 minutes, as to how you actually make use of these standards. And the slides here are not intended to be very clever, but yes, peaks, multiple peaks. Where do you want to go to today? Innovation standards can help you go anywhere you like. Back to me in Ireland, I run a company called Stepstone. I'm head of an innovation practice. I'm also the founder of a community of innovators in Ireland called Innovate Ireland. And I advise clients, public and private, large and small, on innovation, but typically not on one-offs, typical long-term initiatives. Then looking at the world, I have spent 25 years working with, implementing, certifying, and latterly developing standards. And I'm currently helping with the core group that's writing ISO 56001, which will be the standard that you use if you want a certificate to show that you actually know what you're talking about. And I'm also involved in 56007 and several others of the families. Also, we've heard about the growth wheel. So my equivalent to that in terms of a platform that helps me extend my reach is Innovation 360. I'm a licensed practitioner in Greenbelt. So those are just some pieces of my background. Okay. Content today is really simple. It's really short. Let's talk about the ISO 56000 family, what it is, and what's that got to do with you, how might you use it. We won't get much into navigating the standards, but we will tease, and I'll show you a couple of suggestions that might be useful for you. And hopefully you'll go away with a couple of questions and some tips for how you can make the standards work for you. Okay. Back to preaching mode, which I'll stop soon, I promise. This is our family of standards, us being innovators, innovation management professionals, and the broader group, including entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs and other flavors of the breed. Okay. As I set this family, for us, agrees, corrals, and defines the fundamental concepts in our field. And it sets out what is necessary or recommended for innovation management to be successful. So not just one little piece of innovation, but to get an organization, however small, to get the capabilities and to align that with the strategy and to put the processes in place and to get the initiatives up and running and on the wheel, using David's phrase, to make sure we hit the peaks once and keep doing so. In the standards, you've got a global distillation of understanding validated by hundreds of experts around the world. There's more than 100 countries contributing to this work. That's a decade's work so far. You might call it a generational effort. If we look at timing, the first of these standards was published in 2019. And based on experience and learning and the fact that people don't get anything right first time, not perfectly, it's time for revision already. So the way these things work is this platform goes out in the world and that gets improved continuously. So it's a gift that keeps on giving. And we've got to watch out now in the next couple of years for 56001, which is currently being written. And the analog there would be, imagine or remember the impact that ISO 9001 had when it came out. However, this standard is not about compliance. It's about performance and growth. So the impacts from that should be considerable. Now, I don't think we should dive into this, but what I want to do is point out that in the next 7 or 8 minutes, we will touch on each of these points. What is ISO? What do we mean by standards? What's the family? What's in it? And then a little bit about some of the concepts, some of the definitions. We've probably heard that many, many times, so my intention is not to spend time in it, but just to show what the standards do for us there. Quickly, if you didn't know already, ISO, nice acronym, French, Greek, English, and several other languages, and it is the International Organization for Standardization. Most countries in the world are involved, and it has a huge impact on our current world and the future world. And you can be sure that there will be ISO standards relating to and for the adoption and use of AI. If we think about standards and us and innovation, one of the questions people ask is, why would you have a standard for innovation? Doesn't it kind of contradict itself? Well, if you take that little cup of tea example, and we Irish are very serious about our tea, you need a system or something. You need a couple of rules, like always have tea bags in the house, to have a cup of tea the way you want it. And making a cup of tea is not complicated. Innovating successfully and doing it more than once, it is pretty complicated. So there's no question I would suggest or propose that we do need a system. We do need standards, but we don't want them getting in the way. Well, that's what the 56,000 family is for. And if we think about these standards and what they should do, well, it should be a recipe, chemistry perhaps. It could be a measurement. If something is supposed to do this job, it must measure more than this, or be smaller than this, or fit inside this tube. Signposting. If you want to go here, do that. If you don't want to do that, go over here. And it should filter. It should filter and enable qualification. Good, bad, or better, okay, not acceptable. These are all really simple ideas, but in the world of trade and government and beyond, ISO standards are fundamental platforms for almost everything that we do. Then if we get back to our family, this slide just shows you a couple of the titles, the numbers. There's jargon in ISO, which we try and ignore. We get past it. What they do, though, is the 56,000 label tells you that if it's 56,000 and something, it's an innovation management standard, it's global best practice, and then there's specifics for different aspects of it. The two that I think you should concern yourself first and most are the first two listed here. Fundamentals and vocabulary. What is it that the innovation management field is? What does it mean? How does it operate? Basic principles, terms, and definitions. And any organization, if they're going to innovate consistently on a sustained basis, what should they have? What does experience globally tell us belongs in that best practice bucket? And 56002 is the global standard providing advice and guidance on how to put in and operate an innovation management system for any organization. As I highlighted a couple of minutes ago, 56001 is on the way. There's a link in that slide, and that link also ended in the chat, so you can find all these standards yourself. But here is a list of the projects being undertaken by that piece of ISO. It's a piece of ISO called TC279, jargon, apologies. But now you know what it is, and it's easy to find it on the web or your tool of choice, AI or otherwise. Now, if we look at the standards themselves, again, paper, really useful thing to have on the desk while you've got 4 screens operating. These standards are short. That's one of the cool things about them compared to, say, a business book, 300 pages. It's only 20 pages in this. It would only take it 15, 20 minutes to read the first time. But on page 1, very helpful, they give us our definition of innovation. And this is the definition of innovation that the whole world has come to adopt, including OECD, parts of the United Nations, the World Patent Office, and most governments and departments are taking this on board in their adoption of innovation. Very formal at the start, new or changed entity, whatever that might be, realizing and distributing value. Formal, but really what does it mean for us? New, done, here, and adding value. Not halfway through, that's not an innovation. That's something that we would like to be an innovation. It doesn't have to be an invention as long as it's new here for us. That's really, really simplistic and can sound trivial. But that's one of our fundamental pieces. If we don't agree on that, going back to the previous speaker and the talk about common shared framework, ISOs give our field that common shared framework. And you can also quickly find those other innovation definitions in that standard. But you don't actually have to have the standard. On the slide, there's also a link that anybody can go free of charge and find that definition anytime. So the ISO standards are starting to implement or use or deploy the ISO standards is instant, free, and easy. Praise the Lord. What is that standard? 56,000. Well, it's a standout resource. It delivers global innovation management language. It captures the key concepts for innovation management and lists the core, not all, the core, most essential terms, and provides definitions that we can build on for decades to come. What I would recommend to anyone in this group is if you are ever looking at 56,000 or wondering what you should pick from it first, I would say really simple. Right in the middle, WALS 4.3, jargon. There's 8 principles, and the 8 principles are priceless. I'll read them out and then we'll get back to reality. Realization of value. If you're not focused on realization of value, you're not innovating. Future-focused leaders. If the leaders are just trying to get profit out of the business today or to achieve for their citizens what they were told 10 years ago to do, they're not innovating. Strategic direction. If your innovation isn't aligned with your ambitions and your strategic direction, it's very unlikely to produce high impact and to succeed for your organization. Culture. Everybody talks about culture eating strategy. Well, whatever about that, they certainly need to align. Okay. And there are a few more, but I will leave those aside for the moment. What I would recommend is that online browsing platform I referred to earlier is easy to look up, and you can quickly find some of the key pieces that we've been discussing here. The other standard I mentioned, I won't go into tonight, but just to highlight that It's been out for 3 years now, and it's being used globally. And there's some really interesting case studies, including a really interesting book that friends of mine, Magnus Carlsen, Joanne Hyland, and others have been involved, which shows how we can validate and see the impact of implementing that standard. One of the cool things about the standard was you don't have to implement the whole thing and get a certificate on the wall. If you have it to hand, you don't need a consultant to explain it. It's in simple language. You pay for it once, probably in your jurisdiction, it costs somewhere between 50 and 100 euros, $50 to $100. Then you don't need to rely on other people to understand what innovation management should be. It's in front of you. Disintermediation, I think, is the technical phrase for that. So if you like a closing question or set of questions from me, takeaways for you to think about later. Why are these platforms powerful? Sometimes because they're so simple. Sometimes because they've already been validated globally and will continue to improve, and there'll be a gift that keeps on giving for decades to come. How to use them? Look up the references I showed you. Buy a copy in paper or PDF and put it on your device locally. That reference can stand with you and stand for you, and you can check it out in about 30 seconds anytime you need it. A lot of my work is helping people to implement those in detail. There's no point in us talking about this evening. We wouldn't get very far. And I think you can see how, compared to a book, a brand, or a famous consultant, it doesn't replace these, but it's a really cool complement to those. And in some ways, although it's counter to people's expectations, it's actually really simple to use. A final question for you. 56001 is a requirement standard, the one that's being written now. That'll be the standard telling you, if you wish to have an innovation management system, and if you wish to get certified to prove to the world that you're good at doing innovation management, good at innovating, here's what you need to do. And the suggestion is that that's going to lead to thousands, maybe tens of thousands of organizations seeking certification. I don't need an answer from you tonight, but I wonder what you think. Is that madness, or are you and your organization mad for it? Okay. That, for me, ladies and gentlemen, is it. We're done. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll put the slides to bed, and I will share them with everybody later this evening.
Thank you so much. Owen, that was very insightful, and it raises a lot of questions. We always welcome anybody who is participating or here on the panel to unmute or to raise their questions. I had a question myself for a start. And that came from, you just, in a sentence, you mentioned that anyone can use this, however small. So I think for for many of, certainly of the participants here at Dr. Hanadi's conference, they are working with small businesses. And I wonder if you could speak to, maybe you can imagine, or maybe you're familiar with a practical example of how a small business, it may have just a few employees. What would be an example of a way that they could get value from applying this framework, regardless whether they were certified, or as you suggested, you can actually start using the standard without getting the certification? What would be a practical example of how using this could make a difference?
Well, across the 30-odd thousand standards that ISO has published, there are lots that you wouldn't recommend to people with few resources.
Right.
And there are lots that are directly intended to be simple, such as the meter is defined by ISO. ISO is what defines the meter. There's a standard for the meter. And every other unit that we use as platforms for our other work around the world. So that's one example of how simple it can be. Then if we think of a word that you used in your question, certification. Well, if certification is a target in itself, and again, going back to Hilton's question, why? Why are you getting certified? It might be a really good idea, and really small organizations can get certified. But if the purpose of picking up the standard is to get the certificate on the wall, you're already focused on compliance. If you're focused on compliance, you're not looking at the standards to learn from. You're just saying to yourself, oh my God, how do I get through this in the smallest amount of time with the least amount of money spent and without my head being wrecked? It's your mindset, again, going back to something Hilton said, that limits what people can get from these standards. But if you're in, say, the medical device world, or a regulatory environment. You can't actually get into those markets except by engaging in the standards. If you're an innovator, if you're the person who's been handed the role of helping an organization of one lady and her cat to be innovative, I wouldn't start by picking up the standard. I'd start by, what is it we're trying to achieve? And Hilton raised this question already. And how quickly do we think we'd like to do that? Do we know how to do it? What are the gaps? What do we not know? Do we know what's required? Do we know where to go? So imagine you're planning a trip to Mount Everest. You need a checklist. So you can consider the ISO standard as your checklist for whichever particular innovation journey you want to go on. One of the standards I was involved with was 56007. That's the idea management standard. There are several checklists in there of all the things you need to do. They're not sales focused. They're not sexy. They don't have graphs everywhere, but they'll be used by others to do that work. And they can cut straight through that to development work, charity work, where people don't have the resources, where you simply give people a one-page checklist, away you go.
How wonderful to talk about an ISO standard as a checklist. I think that's a language that will help small businesses to not be intimidated by it, because like you said, there's a difference of, say, the ISO standards that is about compliance and a standard like the one you were talking about. So promoting this as a checklist certainly makes it accessible for many more small entrepreneurs. Now, I have another question for you, which is another part of the participants here are practitioners in the ecosystem. They are advising small businesses. So let's say someone here is a consultant to small businesses. They may represent a government agency that is actually advising small businesses. So they are on the advisor side. Could you recommend any approach for someone who wanted to bring this insight, these checklists, and this way of thinking to these entrepreneurs who may have the innovation, but is lacking that process, that checklist to go with? What should someone in that role do?
Okay, so the advisor is being in some fashion paid. It might be free at the point of use, but the advisor is there because it's their job. So they're doing it for some kind of reward. And they're bringing their experience and their capabilities and their qualifications and their knowledge. Fantastic. But what's the trust? The cliche that friends of mine use is, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So give your client or the people you're trying to help, give them something that builds trust. Give them an open, trust-based contract. Give them that one-page checklist or the ISO standard that's right for this particular environment. Say, listen, you never have to wonder, am I telling you the truth or not? This is both of our guideline for how we go about this step by step. And because it should never be about clients, we're not saying we have compliance. We're not saying you have to do it this way. These ISO standards, this particular family of ISO standards, because of the nature of innovation, doesn't tell you how you must do something. It tells you what global, acknowledged, validated best practices. And the only requirement standard will be the 56001, and that will tell you, here are the things you should consider. Now prove to us you've done it, prove to it you're doing it, prove to us that when you've done it, it works. Where's your evidence of outputs and outcomes and impact?
So that is that's good news for someone here who is an advisor, right? Bringing these checklists along, bringing these things into the discussions is a fast track to get just small improvements. I like that this is not something where you have to do everything like you described. You can take a step at a time. You can choose any angle, including, I guess, what of the principles to go into. And I know you just gave us 4 of them. That the product creates value, that it has future focus, that it has strategic direction, and that I think it was that it had a cultural consideration. But you can't leave us without just mentioning the last 4.
Okay, that's a really good challenge, David. It was only in the interest of time I stopped reading,
Yes,
so, yes. Sorry, that's my own fault. I had this on paper and then I changed the page.
You kept us hanging, and now we're curious. That was a good approach.
Yeah. So when I say I really use these things, the coffee stains, I constantly have these things open in front of me. I'm a nerd, God bless me. So down at the bottom of the page, this is page VI of 56,002. You don't care, but the point is it's easy to find. Okay, realization of value, future-focused leaders, strategic direction, culture, and therefore more. But if you simply put into any web browser 8 principles of innovation management, you're going to find these really easily. So the next 4 are exploiting insights, managing uncertainty, not risk. Innovation management is not about risk. People who innovate don't increase risk. If people think innovation is about risk, they don't understand innovation. People think that by innovating they increase risk, they don't understand risk. It's easy for me to say that, but that's why it says it here. 2 more, adaptability, not agility, interesting, but we argued over that for about a year, which one of those 2 words would make it in here. And the final one is a systems approach. So those are the 8 principles from that ISO 56000 family. Right. Again, easy to find on the online browsing platform or just typing in the phrase 8 principles of innovation management.
Yeah, and also I must say, when you go through them all, I think they are common sense. There's none of these principles that takes you aback, leaves you wondering. They open up, because they're familiar to you. Probably anyone who's been a consultant or anyone who is a small business will be able to give examples of how they've been using these things for when they created their products. For some, they may say, yeah, I made a product, I know it has value, I sold a lot of it right away. Others may say that I was in a market where there was a lot of uncertainty. And because of the way I made my product, the way I explained it, I configured it, I packaged it, because of the type of technology I put in, because of the user interface or whatever it might be, I was able to reduce uncertainty. That was actually my focus, which then led to revenue. Others will for sure say, we are in software development. We have a very structured system for our innovation. You do sprints in software. You have, backlogs. You certainly have stages of UX design. We make great software because there's a system. So I think these are things everybody is already familiar with, which makes it easy, accessible, and certainly something we can encourage everyone here who's a consultant to take a look at these and bring these principles in. We only have a few minutes left, unfortunately, but Hilton, if you're still with us, I wonder if you have any perspectives in your ecosystem about these principles of creating value, having future focus, having strategic direction, using system, was adaptability and things like that. Does anyone in any of these in particularly resonate with you? Or what is your perspective on the presentation we just heard?
I think it's very great. It's critical fundamentals. Again, I want to say that I think we're in a global reset, and in our sector, exactly those principles matters a lot, David. And so it's critical that we consider these in our everyday, I dislike the word vision, right? But in our everyday purposes, right? We have a purpose of being, we have a mission, and those 2 guiding critical words, if you want, kind of force us to have structured approach. And without those 2 critical things, I think, we run like this. And I think in our country, for example, in the incubation ecosystem, we created the incubation standards, because an incubator is not a training center. It's not a skill center. It's where you incubate it, where you accelerate. It's a tech hub for innovation, right? It's very different from the way that the Small Business Development Center work. Of course, structurally, you apply business processes and, of course, business advisory processes. And so we've seen, for example, that now we have, new policies coming to the fore. And this is always been in our sector, business advisory, coaching, mentorship. It's been like a little loose thing, and the ISO standards has really helped us with defining where we're working with policies and regulation. And I do think that in our country, for example, and across the African ecosystem, is that you do need to bring structure. And if regulation, if ISO standards, it's all kinds of structure, helps with bringing about an ecosystem that is professional, but also that you can keep people accountable and responsible, right? About a year ago, I went to Indonesia and we were there with the ministry, etc., David. And just in closing, as part of just to kind of capture that structure, is Indonesia is spread over 17,000 islands. They have over 200 and odd languages. They have 269 million people. They have 64 million businesses that create 96% of jobs, 86% of GDP, and 59 million of those are informal micro businesses. And they do this with a structure. And that is the business case of how do we create well-being economies. We've seen that in Denmark, we've seen that in Scandinavia. How do we scale that through Africa and other developing countries around the world?
Thank you so much, Hilton. What an incredible session, Dr. Hanadi. Thank you for bringing us together. Hilton Tønnesen from South Africa, Owen Flavin from Ireland, I myself in New York. So what a conversation we had just now. It was global. It was very practical. It was changing, I think, for us who were here, our perspective on what ISO is. Certainly, I'm encouraged to use the checklist and making this real. So thank you, Dr. Hanadi, and we are
Thank you so much, David.
Ready to
Thank you
hand
so
over
much,
to the next
David.
panel.
Thank you, Eon and Hilton, for your participation in great sessions. We are learning a lot from your best experiences. Hi, Professor Mike.
Hi,
The floor
Hanadi.
for you to chairing the next session. Be with us. We're looking forward to see you, David, tomorrow also.
Terrific. Okay, so we're a couple of minutes late, so let's get started. There are 3 papers scheduled, which gives 20 minutes each. If you can give your presentation in the 15 to 18 minute range, we can have a minute or two of discussion. The last session I chaired, we got into some discussions and ran over, so I want to try to avoid that. Okay, is Ahmed here?
The sessions, will be participate Dr. Amina and Trent, because the other guy, it's having some difficulties to join, and we will have extra time. Trent and Amina will be in the sessions,
Great,
and me and
okay,
you.
Okay, let's start off with Amina. I see she's here.
Yes.
So Amina, you may
Thank you.
fire
Hi,
when ready.
Mr. Michel. Dr. Hanadi, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Michel, Professor Michel. Yeah.
Okay, start whenever you're ready, Amina.
Yeah. First, great thanks for Mrs. Hanadi, Dr. Hanadi, and all participants in this conference. So today we can speak about artificial intelligence in the management, in the company management, so in entrepreneurship. I have prepared some PowerPoint presentation. I will share with you the screen. Okay, we share the screen. It's clear. It's okay.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Okay. So So we'll discuss about artificial intelligence in entrepreneurship. So for company management, I can introduce myself as a Dr. Amina Benamou, General Manager of Sundus Energy Company in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and I'm professor researcher in university from Algeria. Okay. So we have different artificial intelligence in company management. We can treat weak artificial intelligence. Is one of the types of AI that exists today. It is also known as Maro AI. If the task that weak AI can accomplish, controlled by very complex algorithm. Just a minute. Yeah. And neural networks. Okay. They are no less unique and oriented towards specific goals, facial recognition, internet searches, and self-driving cars are all examples of weak AI, artificial intelligence. It is called weak, not because it lacks scale and power, but because it is still far from processing the human components that we attribute to true intelligence. Philosopher John Searle defines weak AI as being useful for testing hypotheses about minds, but not being actual minds.
Excuse me, Dr. Amina, we didn't see anything. We see, yes. Go ahead, because we see only the word.
Yes,
we didn't see your slide.
I share with you.
Yes. Now it's artificial general intelligence, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Artificial
okay.
general intelligence. Yes, okay, we defined that. Any problem?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the AI, artificial general intelligence, must be able to successfully perform any intellectual tasks that a human can accomplish, like weak artificial intelligence system. Artificial general can learn from experience, spot and predict patterns, but they are capable of going even further. Artificial general intelligence can exploit this knowledge to a wide range of tasks and situations that are not captured by previously acquired data or existing algorithms. For artificial general intelligence models to be truly feasible, they wouldn't necessarily need that much power, but they would require computational capabilities that currently only exist at the supercomputer level. We can find also artificial superintelligence to manage the companies. Artificial by simply imitating or understanding human behavior, they grasp it at a fundamental level, equipped with these human characteristics and rich in highly evolved processing and analytical power far beyond ours. Artificial and superintelligence may offer a glimpse of a dystopian science fiction future in which humans become increasingly obsolete. It is unlikely that people living today will ever experience such a world. But artificial intelligence is advancing at such a rapid pace that it is important to think about ethical guidelines and good management in anticipation of an artificial intelligence that could surpass us in almost every measurable way. Because of the great potential of artificial intelligence, it is important to consider how to leverage its benefits while avoiding potential pitfalls. Benefits of artificial intelligence in the company management. So until a few decades ago, only a few pioneers were using artificial intelligence in their business operations, and its potential was still somewhat that. Since then, artificial intelligence technologies and applications have continued to advance and add value to businesses, so much so that the IDT forecasted annual growth of 19% in 2022, reaching $432 million. And as artificial intelligence technologies improve, becoming the next wave of innovations, their potential for human understanding and the creativity with which they are applied also increases. Today, businesses are experiencing an ever-widening range of tangible benefits from artificial intelligence-powered systems, including 5 below. So company-wide resilience, long before computers existing, So recognized that of collecting and understanding data about their businesses, their markets, and their customers, as data sets have become increasingly large and complex, the ability to analyze them accurately and in a timely manner has become increasingly difficult. Solutions powered by artificial intelligence not only make it possible to manage big data, but also to derive accurately insights from it. Artificial intelligence makes it possible to automate complex processes, use resources more efficiently, and better predict and adapt to disruptions and opportunities. We can find also better customer service with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence allows businesses to personalize service, offering and interact with their customers in real time. As consumers move from prospect to customer in the modern sales channel, they generate complex and diverse data sets. Artificial intelligence gives businesses systems the power to leverage this data and better serve and engage with their customers. Wise decision making. Good business leaders always strive to make quick and informed decisions. The more important decision, the greater the likelihood that it will have multiple and complex components and interdependencies. Artificial intelligence helps evolve human wisdom and experience through advanced data analysis and actionable insights that enable informed real-time decision. Relevant products and services. Many traditional research and development models were backwards. Analyzing performance and customer feedback data often didn't take place until well after a product or service hit the market. There were also no system to quickly spot potential gaps and opportunities in the market. With artificial intelligence-powered systems, businesses can examine a wide variety of data sets simultaneously and in real time. This allows them to modify existing products and introduce new ones based on the most relevant and up-to-date markets and customer data. Engaged staff. A recent Gallup poll shows that companies with employment report high levels of engagement are up to 21% more profitable on average. Artificial intelligence technologies in the workplace can reduce the burden of mundane tasks and allow employees to focus on more fulfilling work. Human resources technologies that use artificial intelligence can also help detect when employees are anxious, tired, or bored by personalized wellness recommendation and helping to prioritize tasks. Artificial intelligence can support employees and help them regain a healthy work-life balance. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Amina. It was for the presentation. Hanadi, you said we only have 2 papers in this session?
No, I have just this presentation.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Amina, for your presentation. I think Trent will present. Then after Trent, I will have little presentation. Hi, Beverly. How are you? Your friend is there.
Hello. I'm here.
Yes. Okay, Trent, can you start, please?
Yes.
Go ahead, Trent.
So,
introduce yourself for Professor Mike and Beverly.
Yes.
About
Beverly
your
and
foundation.
I are old friends. I think we met at this conference 2 years ago, and we've been having lots of conversations ever since. She's hosted some of our events and been a panelist, I think, as well as a participant at many of our events. So I want to thank you again, Dr. Hanadi, for bringing us together 2 years ago. It's been a great collaboration ever since. Professor Michael, my name is Trent Simmons. I am the founder of the World Spirit of the Game Foundation, which is an international nonprofit coaching coalition, as well as a think tank, a nonprofit, and an organizer of the Impactful Networks, which are designed to bring together people from specific segments of society to help them individually maximize their positive impact on society, as well as band together for collective action. Because today's topic is on how to better teach entrepreneurship, I am going to bring up one of our concept papers. So this is a bit of a rough draft because we are still in the early stages here, but we have recently been contacted by a few universities in the US that are recognizing the fact that they have students coming to their institution, which in some case know more than the professors about social entrepreneurship and impact entrepreneurships. Or if they don't know more, they do care more than previous generations of students. So this is, we've been knocking on the university door for a few years now. And if anybody who else has dealt with academia understands, it's usually a very slow process. So pretty exciting that now they're coming to us, hearing about our work and saying, we've heard that you can actually help us quickly scale up our knowledge on this topic. So one of the first things that we're introducing is just the concept of an entrepreneurial university. But as I said in the last hour when I was speaking, that's just the first step. So this really needs to go entrepreneurial university, and then the next evolution would be an impact entrepreneurial university. We're also working on setting up our own online university that would be a social impact university with 3 primary focuses for the undergraduate programs. Number 1 being impact entrepreneurship. Number 2 being creative and efficient nonprofit management. And the third is we plan to be the first university in the world that offers a degree in changing corporate culture. Now, I'll just do a quick tangent on that and then get back to the main topic. Most people are unaware, but the surveys have shown that 75% of all culture change initiatives fail. And one of the main reasons why that is that companies try to change their culture without changing their values or without addressing how far they've drifted away from their supposed values. So basically, they're just trying to tell their employees, we want you to care more about the company, even though we haven't changed anything about the company. So that's part of our work also, is helping those companies that actually do want to evolve in such a way that social impact is not just an expense. It actually becomes part of the culture. But going back to the concept of an entrepreneurial university, this is one of the tools that we are starting to offer. And it's a very rough draft. We definitely welcome collaboration. So if anybody's reading this is like, hey, I think I could actually help you develop this further and faster, we're very open to that. We'll get there, especially now that we have the ones that coming to our door. But again, this is just this concept of entrepreneurial thinking. A lot of people kind of think that entrepreneurship, you are or you aren't. They don't recognize that either you think like an entrepreneur or you don't. Even if you're not an entrepreneur, even if you're working for somebody else, you frequently engage in entrepreneurial thinking. So one of the things that this addresses is the fact that for the most part, we still have educational systems that were developed to train people for the corporate world, to be essentially cogs in a machine. That's a simplification. I realize that, so I just use that because it's a catchy phrase. Obviously, corporations do want people who can think. They don't necessarily want people who spend all day thinking for themselves. They kind of want people who fit into a system. And that makes sense. The larger the corporation, the more pieces that need to be fitted together. And if everybody is thinking independently and acting independently, then it's very hard to implement your systems. But we've seen plenty of evidence where the employees of a corporation stopped thinking for themselves and just accepted the paycheck. And we've seen over and over again where that usually leads. So this is kind of our challenge to the academia. Have you actually been preparing your students to go and change the corporate cultures that they're doing? And not change them in, kind of the fluffy ways, but change them to be like, no, we actually do need to have values that are clearly agreed upon, clearly acted upon, and we need to have consequences when we do not follow those values. And the great news is that the younger generations, they're tending to care about this much more than our previous few generations. So a company that embraces this and actually follows through on it is going to be able to attract the top talent, the talent who both knows the most and cares the most. But where are those students going to get those skills? They're going to have to get those skills at institutions that are preparing them for that type of environment, not just, hey, follow the rules here, and the teacher's a dictator, and you have to listen to them no matter what, that type of environment. And guess what? A lot of teachers act that way because that's how their administration acts. Their administration is very much cracking the whip. Here's the hierarchy. I've got to this position and I make the rules now. Because again, it's just reinforced behavior one generation after another. So just as a first starting point, we're like, okay, hey, let's look at this and give each school the ability to do a self-assessment of what percentage of both staff and students are engaged in entrepreneurial activities. So this is really, the very, very basic scale. This is not an ISO ready paper. This is the beginning. This is the introduction of the concept. Level 0. Yeah, I'd say there's really not that many that are at level 0 where less than 10% are engaged. I'd say most institutions probably fall in this range, that level 1, somewhere between 10% and 30% of your students and your staff are actively engaged in entrepreneurial activities and entrepreneurial thinking. There's very, very, very few that are all the way up to level 5, but they're getting there. There are a few out there that people are starting to notice that, and they're starting to see the results. And I think, what we saw from the gentleman from Brazil, he was showing that, yes, if you approach this in a holistic manner, the entire community needs to band together so that we can solve our community problems. You're going to get the universities to participate. Because the thing about universities, very few of them want to go first, but none of them want to be last. So once you break through and kind of get some momentum going, then they will follow along for the most part. There's always going to be resistance because this is change. And a simple fact of the matter is, if you're in power, you do not want to change, because change means you either need to work harder to maintain your power, or you're going to get left behind and lose some of that power. So a lot of people who are in positions of power have the mentality, I worked really hard to get here. I don't want to work really hard just to stay here. So they tend to create systems that are designed to resist change so that they don't have to do as much work. So here are a few ways that we've come up with for a university to increase their level. Number 1, they can offer more classes in entrepreneurial thinking. And again, this is a skill set that is applicable no matter where you go to work. Less applicable in the corporate world than in the entrepreneurial world, yes. Even less applicable in many cases in government or academia, but still applicable. Because what does entrepreneurial thinking really mean? I'll cover that in just a second. So also upskilling or developing classes to upskill existing entrepreneurs. That right there is something that most institutions, they already do, but they maybe are not as reactive to the market as they could be. And I'll offer our current day example. ChatGPT and generative AI really splashed onto the scene about 11 months ago. How many universities in the world are offering classes on ChatGPT? A lot of them started offering them in the fall. Very few of them were able to take this groundbreaking news in January or in December and be ready to offer a course on it by January or February. But that's what an entrepreneurial university would do, because it would be designed to do that. And that February class, it would not be world class based on 3 years of productivity and committee meetings and developing it. So you had like this amazing product. But guess what? Almost any type of decent class in February would have been way more beneficial to the average entrepreneur than a great class in September. And both of those would still be far, far superior to an amazing class next September, because that's about how long it usually takes universities to develop their classes, 3 years. And yeah, there's a reason for that. They don't want to put anything bad out there. They want to maintain their reputation. They want to have a good product for everything they put out there. But the simple fact is, in certain situations, the market moves way too fast for 3 years to be a useful timeline. So The next thing, offer more degrees in entrepreneurial thinking. Again, how to change corporate culture. That falls within entrepreneurial thinking because you're looking at change as something beneficial, not as something to be avoided. So offer some credit for pre-existing entrepreneurial experience. It's kind of crazy that somebody that might have run a business successfully for 10 years that wants to go get a college degree has to go and start at the bottom, has to take all those classes the same as an 18-year-old with zero work experience. Just give them the option to take the test on the knowledge without taking the class. Again, most universities, they're not going to do that because if you don't take the class, you don't pay the tuition. But entrepreneurial universities are not set up as their primary goal to make money. Of course, there will evolve some that are like that, and they're going to be good, and they're going to be better because they're going to attract better talent, type of thing. Somewhat, the whole field of education is changing very rapidly. I'm not going to get into all of those details, but again, deliberately engage the local entrepreneurial community as to what type of degree requirements should be. Don't only rely on the academic experts. And again, anybody looking to implement this, you have to understand from the beginning, you're probably also going to need to push back against accreditation agencies who want to just keep things the old way because they're the exact same. Revising standards takes a lot more work than maintaining the old standards. And it usually doesn't come with any more pay. Staffing. Hire more entrepreneurs as your lecturers and guest lecturers. Hire your entrepreneurs as your teaching assistants or trade tuition. Attract the experts who are going to be appealing to existing entrepreneurs. Now, I'll just give an example of one vision for what a class might look like at a truly entrepreneurial university. And again, I'm going to go back to ChatGPT. That let's say there was an institution like this, and in February, they had went out there and they found somebody locally who had some expertise in AI. They weren't a world-class expert because at that point in time, there weren't that many scattered around. There's a lot more now experts than there were 11 months ago. But they went out and they found the best they could find in their community, even if that person didn't have teaching experience. Because again, they're going to be working with entrepreneurs who aren't learning the same way that much younger students would. But they're also working with students. So they started out. And imagine each entrepreneur gets paired up with a student. And the entrepreneur is explaining to the student why they're in the class, what they're actually trying to learn, what the business problem is they're trying to solve. And the student gets to help the entrepreneur learn that and do that. So it's basically like an internship, but within the classroom, because the entrepreneur is coming to learn from the expert. So at this point, really, you've turned the institution from something that was designed to evaluate all of the knowledge and decide what needed to be passed on to rather just an institution that match makes customers, the entrepreneurs and the students with the skills that they are looking for. So fast forward 2 years, that student has graduated. They're in their first job interview with a local business, and the business says, okay, so tell me what you know about AI and all that. And the student doesn't have to just talk about, oh, okay, yeah, we've studied all of this, and here's my classes, here's the thing. They're going to be able to say, okay, yeah, so 2 years ago, I helped a business do this in the very first days of ChatGPT. Last year, I took the class again. What do you mean you took the same class again? Well, guess what? A year from now, there's going to be amazing developments again. So yeah, it would make sense to take the class again because now there's new knowledge that has been implemented into this structure. And if I'm a business owner and I'm looking at one student who's studied a bunch of theory and another student who's helped other business owners solve problems, I'm going to go with the one with the practical knowledge. So just a few additional things. Additional resources, provide more funding for those social entrepreneurship clubs. This is actually one of the major initiatives that we're also starting in the US. We are doing a major evaluation of the entire country of all the major universities to find out which ones even have a social entrepreneurship or an impact entrepreneurship club. The ones that have that, that's great. We're just going to, touch base, hey, would you like to join our coalition so you can share knowledge with the other clubs? If they don't, that's fine. We're happy as long as they're actually trying to work on that, because there's plenty of other schools that don't even have that yet, let alone an entire department. Consider starting a funding pipeline. You look at how universities fund themselves with their booster programs. Oh, we need a new football stadium. Okay, let's go out there and we're going to, hit up our alumni, raise a bunch of money, and we're going to build a new football stadium or a new library or whatever new building it is that they need that year. Why not do the same thing so that your students come there because you also have a venture fund? Now, this is not like something you do in 2 months, like I was talking about with the courses. Actually setting up a fund like this will take a lot of time. There's a lot more legal hurdles here. So again, we want to be clear. Sometimes there's very short, immediate solutions. Other times you have to think longer term. But the value of doing that is you start to attract the entrepreneurs to come to your institution. And guess what? Somebody with a business that they're already running that goes to university to acquire skill sets to enhance their business is going to treat that entire experience much different from an 18-year-old who's using 4 more years to figure out what they want to do with their life. I was one of those 18-year-olds, by the way. So yeah, I'm not, not knocking the young people there. That's just the way the current system is. But if any of this type of thing had been in existence where I went to school, and I went to the #1 business school in the United States at that time, none of this. There was no talk about social entrepreneurship. There was barely talk about any type of entrepreneurship. It was all about, hey, go here because you're going to get to network with the sons of current Fortune 500 companies and the future leaders of those companies. And if you build your network, then they're going to hire you because you went to the same institution. So that was my college experience. My entire life would have turned out quite a bit different if this type of system had been set up there. If there was this encouragement of like, yes, go out, start a business. And as long as it has an impact, there's a good chance you're going to be able to get funding from the university and its pipeline of boosters. So just a few additional notes. Make sure that you're recruiting external entrepreneurs. Conduct both student and staff exchanges with other entrepreneurial universities. Study abroad programs are very popular, usually sending the students. Yeah, send the teachers also so they can go and learn something new. Hire startups for your vendors as much as possible, particularly impactful startups, and never stop evolving. So here's just to wrap this up, entrepreneurial thinking. You're working for a better future. You're not just trading hours for money. You stop working when the work is done, not when the clock strikes 5 p.m. You're driven by a fierce desire to create something and add value to the world. You treat failure as an opportunity to learn, not as a catastrophe. You genuinely enjoy helping others. I want to touch on that. There's a great many people who start businesses that lack this characteristic. They're starting businesses just to make money. They're not doing it because they enjoy helping others. Typically, those are the businesses that are creating all the dysfunctions the rest of us are trying to clean up. And then also just embracing change, conscious evolution, taking risks, seeking out new endeavors, exploring new uses for your existing products, services, and resources. Forming the new partnerships, being willing to let go of old relationships. Anybody in your ecosystem who's resisting this type of change, you might have to make some tough choices. These are the entrepreneurial activities within a corporate setting. I won't go into all of the rest of that. So I know that probably I've gone a little bit over my time, but this is one of the initiatives that we are pushing is to help get more institutions thinking more to be entrepreneurial support systems, but also helping to make sure that it's not just non-impactful entrepreneurship, it's impact entrepreneurship. I have a few more notes specifically about Africa, but I'll save those for the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Very interesting, Trent. I can see from what you've said here that academia will resist much of what you're saying here simply because it's the way academia is. A couple of things. Everything is said, I think, makes a lot of sense, and the entrepreneurial thinking, personally, I think should apply to not just in the business world, but in a lot of other places. One thing that you said, a course developed or presented in February that's so-so is better than a better course presented in September. And that's even better than an amazing course presented in the following January. Academia is not going to accept that. So before they come up with a course, they want to make sure that they've covered all the bases and the course has value and is not hasn't rushed into anything without thoroughly examining. So academia would take exactly the other view. They'd rather have an amazing course a year and a half from now than a good course a year from now, and that's even better than a course 3 months from now. So I certainly understand your point.
And that's exactly why entrepreneurs are not flocking to their local university to sign up for the AI course. They're going online. They're finding anybody who knows what they're talking about somewhere in an online webinar like that, and they're giving those people their business. They're hiring those experts rather than supporting their local institution, because their local institution is taking the slow is better than hasty approach.
Yeah. So I've been an academic for a whole lot of years. I'm also a successful entrepreneur. I've had a home building business since 1978, and it does very, very well for me. Teaching has been a wonderful profession. It never provided quite enough income to support the spending habits of my wife and children. So I went into starting a business. You know, one thing, I didn't see the word, the phrase profit motive in there. And if entrepreneurs don't put profit motive as their number one goal, they're probably not going to succeed. So I think that really should be in there too. And all the other goals and all the other ways of thinking, I think, are very good and will certainly enhance. But you have to be considered. You have to be considering large profits, because less than 5% of new startups, and today probably less than 3% of startups, end up being successful. So with that in mind, you have to really gear yourself to looking at profit, at least from an academic standpoint, even from a business standpoint.
I've got a little bit of pushback on that one. And the pushback is because I have been a part of 14 startups in my life. I made money 12 times. And this, the whole statistic about businesses failing within 5 years, I think it doesn't show the entire picture. And a lot of this is personal experience. So maybe I'm the outlier. I know I'm an outlier in terms of how many times I did this, how many serial entrepreneurs I did this. But I think there's also this missing piece that really needs to be factored into that conversation of those statistics. So I made money 12 times, but I did almost none of those businesses for 5 years, because what I realized every time, once I was making money and I was successful enough to really kind of think about that, I was like, oh, wow, yeah, I could do this, but it isn't what I want to do. And it took me 12 tries because nobody ever came along and said, hey, Trent, maybe the reason you keep starting over is you're starting businesses just to make money. You're not starting any business that actually has an impact, a positive impact on society. So it probably would not have taken me 12 tries, hopefully only 6 to 8 tries to find a business that both made money and had an impact. But that wasn't there. Like I mentioned, and the topic never came up one single time at my top-notch business education in the late 90s. It never came up at the dinner table when I was growing up. My parents are good people. They care about that, but they never really thought that it was my job to actually do something about the world's problems.
Very interesting. There's a school of thought really started by Milton Friedman, who says really the only goal in business should be to make a profit.
Do you know his entire quote? Because what you just quoted is the first half of that famous quote. Milton Friedman's full quote was actually, the main purpose of a business should be to make money within the moral and ethical constraints of the time. However, that second part, no, that second part got dismissed. That second part wasn't popular. So what happened was the Business Roundtable of the US said, Milton Friedman, we love this. This is awesome. You've just told us we've got permission to not care about anything but money. We want to make you our poster child. And Milton Friedman, struggling economist at the time, was like, boy, do I stick with my principles and say, no, guys, I was actually saying you needed to be ethical and constrained by local or your ethical constraints, or do I just go with the flow, take all this publicity and become the poster child for rampant consumerism and commercialism that has basically destroyed many aspects of our world in the last 70 years? And Milton Friedman, being human, went and said, I'm going to take the fame and the fortune. I'm going to go ahead and be the poster child for this shareholder capitalism that says we don't have to care about anything. And I'm going to be totally fine with that. I'm never even going to recant till my deathbed. But if you go back, you look at the original quote, and that wasn't at all what he said, that we only should care about profits. He said we should care about profits within the ethical and moral constraints of our time. Dr. Hanadi, it seems that we have lost our moderator.
Yes, hi.
I don't know if you wanted to ask Amina a question. I don't want to dominate, this hour.
No. Just I want to share before you closing this session. This year we launched the first expo associated with our conference, and this is the first expo in the MENA virtually. And just I need to show you this expo. Maybe next year, Trent, you will participate in this expo in Hoover platform. Let me sharing the screen and just show you all the participants and what is the potential of we using the AI to supporting us as a technology. We need to show all the participants how we use the Hoover. This is the landing page for Hoover. Everything is clear. This is the landing page of the Hoover presenting the name of the conference and the dates and with logos. And here the agenda. First of all, this is the landing page. Professor Mike, your logo is a very big in here in the landing page, and also you should speak with your and also here all the you see this one is changing, all the sponsors having
can I just say one thing? I want to apologize to Trent. The battery on my laptop just died and I cut out Trent, and we were having a very interesting conversation, and I'm sorry that happened. So I was able here, but we had a very interesting conversation. I truly respect everything that you're doing. As I say, it's a little different than others have done, and I can see that you're getting a lot of resistance with that. But thank you so much, and please accept my apology.
Not at all. It happened to me earlier today, the exact same thing. And I wanted to just mention, I also respect you for sticking in academia so long when you had the easy out of just going and making money. I was a home builder myself for 10 years. That was two of my businesses. So I definitely respect anybody who's able to keep a foot in both camps. So thank you very much.
You know, I continue to teach how important the profit motive is, yet personally, I've sort of shied away from that because I think I have an obligation to give back. And doing it in academia, I teach entrepreneurship and some other classes. But although I say the profit motive is most important and I teach that, in my practice, I understand that there's really a lot more that I have responsibility for. So again, thank you so much for your talk.
Yeah, you bet. I mean, you need the profit motive. It does have to be there if it's going to be sustainable. But if it's the only thing that's there, yeah, you're not going to be sustainable. I mean, you could be, but you're only going to be sustainable in the long term by exploiting others. If you really want to have something that is personally, environmentally, and socially sustainable, you got to have both parts of the puzzle.
One other comment, if we have a minute or two. And a true entrepreneur or someone with the entrepreneurial thinking is going to have, I think, a difficult time in large corporations. And I had that myself. I worked for FMC Corporation and Ford Motor Company, both Fortune 100. But because I had some of that entrepreneurial thinking, and I kept saying, I see the way you're doing it. Why don't you consider doing this? Because I think it'll make a lot more sense. And I just said, look, you're young, you've not been here, get in line, and it just has to be done. So I think that entrepreneurial thinking really needs to be introduced to the curriculum for students. And when they go to work, wherever they go to work, they need that entrepreneurial spirit and that entrepreneurial thinking. It's just that in large corporations, you're going to be headbutting some of the people that have been there for a long time.
Oh yeah, but that's part of the lesson they need to be taught. And this is part of the problem with our millennials. They care a ton, but they expect people to care just because they care. And your employer doesn't care how much you care until they know how much you know. And then, so this is flipping that old saying around, because this is the reality: is if you're replaceable, nobody cares about your opinion. If you're irreplaceable, they have to listen to your opinion.
Exactly.
And yeah, the entrepreneurial thinking would be like, okay, I'm going to try 15 times to get the initiative passed because I know going in that's probably how many tries it's going to take. Some people have, oh, I'm an entrepreneurial thinking because I like new ideas, but that's only half of it. The perseverance is the true part of the entrepreneurship.
Absolutely. You also mentioned that wouldn't somebody hiring like to hire somebody with experience rather than just somebody who has knowledge? And the way academia has reacted to that is to say that we require all our business majors to do an internship working in a corporation or a business to see how things are done. Personally, I went to Drexel University in Philadelphia undergraduate, and it was a 5-year program because the middle 3 years you work 6 months and went to school for 6 months. So I graduated a year later than my friends, but I had 18 months worth of experience, and the companies thought very highly of that. So everything you're saying, I think, makes a whole lot of sense.
Thank you very much. And I know while you were gone, Dr. Hanadi wanted to show everybody next year's platform. So yeah, but I appreciate your time and your kind words. And Dr. Hanadi, I think we should probably turn the floor back over to you so you can show us all the exciting things you have coming next.
I guess, no problem. No problem at all. We're sharing the screen for the landing page for the conference through Hoover, and this landing page presenting all the logos there. Professor Mike, you see your logos?
I do.
Yes, okay. Okay, and also your name is here as a sponsor. Yes, just when you press,
wonderful.
It's opening your page.
Wonderful. I know the administration will be very happy when I point that out to them.
Yes, and now, yes, and here it's the agenda, presenting the agenda of the 3-day with the presenter, with interact, and at the end of the conference, we will uploading the speech for each sessions and each presenter. And we will going for the most important thing this year. We're launching about our expo associated with our conference virtually. It's the virtual booth because many people in the market, we never seeing the virtual. For example, this is the first booth. When you enter, you will see some videos. And you will see here the contact person. You can send the contact person. And also we will have a video call. This video call leave you through the platform, taking all your actions, all your appointment. And here, if you want to send any inquiry, you want to collect any information, you will see all the information is there. Of course, Professor Mike, we make one booth also for your university, will be there. And also I make Beverly one for your university, this booth for your university.
Thank you.
I leave your, yes, I leave your name is here and your contact details. And also, let me see, where is the booth for Professor Mike Stock? Yes, we make two.
Good.
Because about this is yours under your name, and we make for your friend another booth with their email for NAS.
Yeah.
It's two booths for your university, and the participant is around 500 participants, depending about the company, startup, media, healthcare, university. We have several university from MENA, and this is the university from Paris, Central Lille. The guys of this university presenting today and yesterday. It was amazing. And many AI companies is participating there. And also I give space for the people who are selling a product. It's a product for some startup from the Gulf. They don't have experiences. Then I teach them about this technology, about the perfumes, and to give them opportunity interact with the international. And here it's also the Global Entrepreneurs Week. We are celebrating every year with the International Day or International Week for the entrepreneurship. We get support from Google's and support from Microsoft. This is IMBA. Who's participating, and all the booth and all the representative MIT, it's participating this year with us. Phil, I think Professor Phil, and many is there. If you find any time, you can pass it through and seeing all the also many representatives from the United Nations, and this is the UNIDO. It's participating today morning, and many university. And the other things we have here. Our platform allow you also to communicate with the attendee. You will see plenty of attendee. Who have really a great relationship to networking. It's available there. And we have a special thing for you. We uploading all the photo. There are a gallery for the conference. We uploading all the photo for the sessions. We do our best to uploading in early stage from yesterday, and today we will try. And many sessions will be there. And also all the we leave also space for the people who prefer to uploading what they like about their product, invention, this guy having invention. And we have a communities for discussion. Some people are presenting some topic and they make community discussions. And we leave this platform open for them. By the way, the exhibitors will be available in our platform for 1 year. till next conference, it's not gone, and all interact and information will be available for all presenter and all also attendee. And that's it. Just I need to draw your attention about our expo. This is those guy about medical group. They present all their things for their invention from Sweden. Where are you? Top share. That's it. Now the floor for you, Beverly, and I hope Professor Mike will be available.
I will. And let me just say, it's always a pleasure to see my dear friend, Beverly Anderson. You're muted, but.
Well, I said it was a pleasure to see you.
Well, thank you, Beverly.
You mute yourself.
Yes. Yes, it's Richard time. Well, I know Trent, I know Michael, I know Hanani. Now I will learn new people. Is Dr. Shuja here? Oh, yes, you are.
Ms. Shuja, yes, yes.
Oh, it's a pleasure meeting you. Notice you're with an oil company, I noticed. Now, is this in Saudi Arabia?
Yes. Yes, actually, my sound is clear.
Okay, that's good. Yes, I wasn't sure what country you were in because your bio didn't say the country, but I just assumed that it was Saudi. So I'm going to turn it over to you now for your presentation.
Okay, go ahead. Actually, I'm currently in Bahrain for Cityscape events. I will start, Dr. Hanadi.
Yes, go ahead. Beverly will be running the sessions.
Okay. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى صحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. It's my pleasure to be in one of member of the Dr. Hanadi conference. Actually, I will talk inshallah today about the recent study about why the mid-talent people succeed in entrepreneurship. I will share the screen now. Okay, everyone can see the presentation? Hello?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Why the average intelligence people succeed and will succeed in entrepreneurship? Actually, the recent study conducted by programs that the Italian University of Catania attempted to investigate how reality this question is. Why the mid people intelligent will succeed, average intelligence will succeed in entrepreneurship than the talent people. The researchers established a computer model of society that monitors the chance of succeed of its member based on the factors of perseverance, intelligence, and professionalism, skills, and diligence. An attempt is always associated with intelligence, talent, and diligence. They create 4 criteria. The study, including a group of researchers in physics, economics, and society. Actually, it's a recent study. I think it was in 2022. Economics and sociology was conducted with a computer simulation system that simulates a society in which 1,000 people work. there was great four criteria, different skills, the same amount of capital, and distribution, the multiple positions, and hypothetical 40 years. This is the four criteria. They make that simulation. And what the results? The results, actually, it was close the reality that we live in. It means 5% rich people, a few people have large share of wealth. It's very, very close to our reality community. The most successful people have a limited talent. The modest skills succeed more than others. Wealth was shared by people with low intelligence. This is the result for that study. By seize opportunities, there's two main reasons. This is opportunities and being the right place. Now, I will answer about the second question. Why the talent people? It's very difficult to succeed in entrepreneurship. There is three main reasons. Overthinking lead them to hesitate because they have a good vision, and they will before they take any decision, they will take a long time and hesitate for that. This is the first reason. The second reason, non-delegation. That means no teamwork. That means they will keep the important decision by themselves. That means no teamwork, and that impact business, especially in entrepreneurship. That means lead them to a lot of people leave the project, and it's the result. It will be short time for that project, and then they will go out from the market. The last thing, the golden chance, that difficult to leave the senior job. It means usually the talent people take the position, the high level in management, their jobs. That means they will get a good salary and good benefits and long-term stable. That lead them to think or rethink a lot of times if they want to leave that job and position and go to be the entrepreneurship. That means it's very, very hard decision because you already get good benefits. Why you will make that chance, and it's very risky for them. This is the brief, because Dr. Hanadi, I will start quickly and I finished quickly actually. This is the three answers because why the talent people it's very difficult to succeed in entrepreneurship projects. Thank you. Dr. Hanadi? Any questions, please?
Beverly is muted.
Hello?
Beverly is muted.
Dr. Alves, are
Yes,
you ready to go?
yes, I am ready, yes. But give me permission to share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
You
ahead.
should
Yes,
be able to do it now. It should be
Yes,
okay.
yes. Okay, yes, I will see it here.
Now, you are at the University of Louisville now?
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Okay.
Do you want to start?
Yes, you're welcome to start.
Okay, so my name is Ayman Elbaz. I am a professor and the chair of bioengineering department at University of Louisville. And my area of research is artificial intelligence. And I am working to use artificial intelligence in medicine. And today I will share with you some of our technology that has been licensed, patent and licensed by either a startup company or big companies. So this is how our technology that we are developed in our lab. For example, since our work in medicine, this is usually the source of our data. First to choose will be the hospital. If this is still under clinical trial, we use it from university. And also we try to work in our technology be personalized diagnosis or personalized or precision medicine. So we try to integrate also some environmental information that measures the pollution of the city. And also we integrated in our technology demographic data to take into account some information about the patient history. And this will be the input of the definition of our big data that we are using in our right now in our technology. We use imaging data, and this can be radiology data like ultrasound, X-ray, MRI, MRA, OCT, fundus images, and clinical data or urine test and or blood test, and in short, or laboratory test. We use also genome data, and we use also digital pathology, and we use environmental. So most of our work that I will present to today try to use some of this data to make precision medicine. And since we are trying to develop a technology, and especially in the field of medicine, is the team will be a little bit different. So our team consists of physicians who told us about what is the technology, IT team who help us how to get the data in accurate and secure way, because we have to be sure that we keep the privacy of the data. This is big data. We have computational power, so we use supercomputers and the cloud system at Amazon and Microsoft and Google. Scientists, this is the people who, when we develop a technology, it must be based on solid science. So we collaborate with scientists from pharmacology, molecular biology, pathology, and histology. Engineer who provides the solution, and commercialization. This is the people who will market our data. And for sure, it will be difficult to have all these people in one place. So we are use our cloud system to contact and to collaborate together. This is the technology that I am developing right now in my lab. I will show some of them, but in this summary, in autism, in brain, we work on autism, dyslexia, Alzheimer, brain cancer. For heart, we work in heart failure and hypertension. For lung, we work on lung cancer, COVID-19, and olfactory nerve. For prostate, we are working in prostate cancer and the bladder cancer. For kidney, we are working acute renal rejection and the kidney cancer, Wilms tumor, and kidney stone. For spinal cord, I will show to you today, we work in spinal cord injury. And for neck, we work in thyroid cancer. And for breast, we are working in breast cancer and the prediction the treatment of breast cancer. Also work on liver cancer and the liver transplant. For retina, right now we are working to disease DR and MD, and finally we're working now to develop a new technology for dental application. So for lung, this is one of the technologies that has been licensed, and I need to share with you. And this is, for example, this commercialization team, they gave us some statistics about lung cancer and how it is a big problem in United States and worldwide in both male and female. And this is some of the statistics that 1 out of every 4 cancer deaths from lung cancer in United States and worldwide. This is how we start. This is the physician tell us the current technology you have to make biopsy. And they told us the patient will be lucky if the tumor close to large airways. But if it is far away, large airways, very difficult. And if this is tumor, it is very difficult to reach. And if it is small, we have to tell the patient, you have to wait around 2 years to see if there is change in size. If it become double, this indication is malignant. If it is still the same, indication to be benign. What they said is, the problem is you will put the patient under stress for 2 years to tell him congratulations, at the end, it is benign. So at this time, the physician told us we need a quick technology to shrink. This is 2 years. And this is what they told me. This is how I will share with you. This is how they did the bronchoscopy. They sent the biopsy from the patient nose. And as I told you, if it is far out, close to large airways, we can get part of it. But if it is far away from large airways, very difficult to reach it. So this is what they mentioned to us when they try to develop our new technology. And this is, as I mentioned, if it is close to large airways, they go take sample and send it back to the lab, and the lab will send it to the pathology department. They make pathology and send to us. Now, if it is small, another technology, they try to catch it by needle from outside. They inject like this and try to see, and the buttons, after they inject it, they take the patient and the buttons the biopsy. The main issue is injecting the needle from outside is still this is like a catching fish. If it is small, you can push the needle, but you didn't catch the tumor. So you have to take the needle outside again and inject it again. The dangerous here, this can cause a lot of bleeding. Based on this, we need now to develop a new technology that can help us in, and all this is the current technology. It can cause infection, bleeding, it can make a collapse in the lung. And so we started to develop this. We need to develop non-invasive technology that will make the CT, and from making the CT, we can make a diagnosis. Based on this is our technology. We will give the CT, we will measure the shape and the appearance of the tumor. We develop a device that the patient put in his mouth, and he push a big breath, and from this big breath, we will analyze the breath compound. From this analysis, we're able to make diagnosis from the same visit. So the patient to come, will take his breath, analyze the carbon compound on it. We will measure the shape and the appearance of the tumor, and this is technology able to achieve 98% of our 90% of accuracy of our lung cancer. This is one I want to share with you, and this is how the technology works. It is go and scan the image, and when it scans the image, if it is malignant tumor, it will appear in very high energy. If it is benign tumor, it will appear dark. So as it become dark, means this is normal tissue. You see here, this is how our technology works. If it is become bright like this is mean what we detected, it is a malignant tumor. And many big company right now working on novel like Siemens and Johnson & Johnson wanna license this technology because, as I told you, it is fast and they give high accuracy for around 98% for diagnosis lung cancer from single visit. And this is what we brought. This is one technology. Second technology, because I know the time is very tight, I will share with you. This is regarding. I will share it with you right now. This is share. I will share it. This is the second one. Second one, this is how our technology works. Last part, and this is one, this technology help us if this is lung cancer, when we have to stop. Because if we keep giving chemotherapy, the patient can die from the chemotherapy, not from lung cancer. And we develop a technology that make analysis based on the 3D for the lung and from the 3D of the lung. And if the elasticity started, if the elasticity started to decrease than certain point, we have to stop and we tell him you have to stop chemotherapy and you can start the radiotherapy. And this is our team that I mentioned, how we make the team here from physician, from surgeon, from chemical engineer, from chemistry, from engineer and IT. This is and also we use the same technology to help in assessment COVID-19 infection in the United States. By after the patient infected, we can say this is severe or mild or moderate, and based on this is we share this information with the health care to determine what's the best time to follow up with his physician every 3 months or 6 months or every 1 year. And we did after, and this is the team for the COVID-19. This is one I want to pay attention because I like this project, and right now we are in the clinical trial, and this is help the spinal cord patients. You know, the people who has a spinal cord injury, they can't walk or stand or make the basic movement. And here we develop a technology at University of Louisville that we make a microcontroller. This microcontroller we implant it and connect it with the spinal cord, and this microcontroller can send the signal to the what
the heck is going on here?
To the neurosystem to help the patient to stand, sit down. My contribution here is we have this was the problem that we find.
Professor Mike, excuse me, Professor Mike, can you close the mic? Professor Michael, your mic is open.
Okay, wait a minute. I thought it was closed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Professor Ayman.
So here's the main problem. We make this microcontroller like a microprocessor. We connected with the spinal cord, and this is microprocessor start to work as a brain. And we have a remote, so we implant to put it in connected with the spinal cord, and we put the device itself over the kidney under the skin. And we give remote control to the patient. And this remote control, the patient will send the signal, I need to stand, I need to sit down, I want to walk. The main challenge that this is microprocessor has 21 terminal. And what we found that the combination of this is 21 terminal different from a person to person in terms of what combination and also the frequency of the signals that we send. It is 5 hertz or 10 hertz or 50 hertz. Third parameter is the amplitude of the signal. Is this is 0 and 5 volt or -5 to 5 or -3 to +3, the level of the signal. So this is combination we need to make find it for every patient. So what we did here, we developed a software that during the session, the physiologist makes the combination, And if the muscle start to respond, we show in red. This means this is strong contraction. If it is weak contraction, it is appear in orange or a light red. If it is appear in blue, this is mean no contraction at all. Based on this is the first part of the technology to help the physiologist to program the device. Second part of it is now to connect this with the patient and to see how it is helping him. And this is what has come from CNN to see how this is help the patient to stand and start to walk. Did you hear? So this is a device, as you see. When he make it on, you see now he can move his leg, and he move his finger like this. You see here. But as soon he will turn it off, he will drop on the bed. And this patient, 1 out of 10 patients right now, we work with them at University of Louvain. And if you see here, the people start, this is people has, and right now we try to make this as technology available to everybody.
You have about 6 more minutes for your presentation.
I already done, but just want to share it. Last thing, and we did the same, by the way, this is the same here, the last part of the technology, that this is people, they have to keep their muscles, because if we didn't keep their muscles, the first part is the patient will not able to walk and stand. So we develop a technology to keep watching what is the change of the muscle and send this report to the physiotherapist to help them what is the best course of physical therapy to do. And last thing here is this is the autism. We develop a technology right now to help diagnosis autism in the children start from 6 months and above. So this is new technology, is early, objective, and the best thing, it will tell us where the subject in the autism. And this technology, if you need more about it, it will covered by news in the biggest meeting in this month in Chicago called RNSA. We have a press release on it because this is the first technology of its type that can diagnose autism at early stage, and also it is objective. Third, it tells us where the severity of autism to help in the management. Thank you, and if you have any question, I will be so happy to answer. You are muted.
I would like to leave the questions until the end of the session, if that's okay. I'm hoping there's some commonality. I really enjoyed this. I recently gave a presentation on AI, and I said one of the biggest impacts it's going to have is on the medical field, because all of the things you can do with AI. And this is just a wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you want to close your shared screen, so therefore our next speaker, I believe Amy is here. I don't know exactly. It's Amy, and then it's Miriam. I'm not sure.
Yes, it's Amin.
Amin.
Amin. Yes.
Amin. And you're from Irvine, California, and you are with Success. And I have to know, if you're from Irvine, do you happen to know my dear friend Sohaila Georgiani?
Hello, everyone. Well, I will introduce myself. I'm Riha Bjribi. Actually, I'll replace Dr. Amin Al-Gharyani, who has a sudden event that prevents him to be here tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're going to do it, would you like to take over now and share the screen?
Hello, hello everyone.
Hello.
Well, in an increasingly robotized society, artists are seizing on artificial intelligence to question the existence of humans and the condition of the work of art. While many artists are seizing on artificial intelligence as a tool to support their creations, robots are today becoming autonomous players in the creation of works of art, a reality which is now taking precedence over science fiction could upset the Tunisian conception of copyright. The question that arises in this direction is, what do we mean by robot artists? I'll take the example of Ida, the first humanoid robot built in the UK South West Peninsula by the company Engineered Art. She has the features of a young brunette woman with wide open eyes, but her arms and mind are those of a robot. She's able to represent what she sees in her own way. She had a solo exhibition, paintings, sculptures, videos, performances. On Wednesday, June 12, 2019, at Oxford University, the artist welcomes visitors, admits their works, and even engages in conversation. I started my life in Cornwall in a very pretty English town called Penryn, says the robot. Now I live near London, about an hour from here. The 20-hour program teams visited the studio of artist Ida. They say it's a fake skin covering 8 computers, 2 cameras, and a robotic arm. Its creator is a former gallery owner who has surrounded himself with engineers. Its owner wanted to create a robot that observes its environment and make artistic decisions on its own. It's worth mentioning that several works of art signed by software or robots are becoming to make their mark on the art market. Last December, Christie's Auction House sold for the first time a work signed by an artificial intelligence for 400,000 euro. As for Ida, its entire body of work went for 1 million euro. The question here is, are Ida's artistic creations eligible for copyright protection? In other words, does artists have the right to intellectual property? Whether a robot has the right to intellectual property is a matter of debate. Robots can create works in the copyright sense, but they cannot be considered authors by the legal sense of the term, as they are not natural persons. However, the question of whether robots can be considered creators of work of the mind is becoming increasingly relevant, as robots are increasingly autonomous and capable of creating works without human intervention. Here we can add that work of the mind is defined as an original intellectual creation materialized on a tangible support. If the condition of materialization is put in the case of a robot's work, it's more difficult to recognize it as an intellectual creation. Indeed, it's unlikely that the work will be qualified as original despite the machine's degree of autonomy. The creator of the algorithm will therefore benefit from the right to work, provided qualified as original. In the absence of originality, the work cannot be protected. As things stand, therefore, Tunisian law and even French law doesn't allow robots to acquire copyright over their works. Several solutions have been proposed to solve this problem, including assigning copyright to the robot's owner or designer, or creating a special form of copyright for machine-generated works. However, no such legislation has yet passed. In fact, the problem no longer arises for works created with the help of a computer. In a ruling handed down on January 31, 2005, the Board of Court of Appeal laid down the principle that a work of the mind, even one created using a computer system, can benefit from the rules protecting copyright, provided that it reveals even a minimal way the originality intended by its creator. The condition for the work to benefit from copyright protection is therefore that it reveals the originality of its designer. In this case, copyright is for the benefit of the person, not the machine. In 2017, the European Parliament recommended that the European Commission considers creating a specific status for robots with artificial intelligence, but this proposal has not yet resulted in concrete legislation. In short, the question of whether a robot has the right to intellectual property is a complex and evolving one. Although robots can create works of the mind, they cannot be considered authors in the legal sense of the term. Solutions to this problem have been proposed, but no legislation has yet been passed. To sum up, the issue of intellectual property for works originating from robots highlights the increasing complexity and legal difficulties as these technologies continue to develop and integrate into various forms of artistic expression. Legal issues related to ownership and protection will likely continue to arise. In Tunisia and even in Europe, there's as yet no specific legislation on the subject, but the European Commission launched a public consultation in 2020 to gather the views of stakeholders. What will Tunisians' position be on the issue of AI and copyright? Only time will tell. Thank you all for listening, and good night.
Would you stay around for some questions, please?
Okay.
Yes, Beverly is first for me. Would you mind, please, to present your PowerPoint presentation, or you want only this story to? Do you want to share any slides?
Actually, the power presentation was sent for Mrs. Hanadi.
Yes, I'm Mrs. Hanadi. I mean, yes, why you didn't present it? Why you didn't present it?
Yes.
Why you didn't make a PowerPoint presentation?
Actually, I replace Amin tonight because he have no internet.
Yes, yeah. Okay, no problem at all. Go ahead, Beverly.
Okay, is one of the things that Dr. Albaz and yours, both of them are technologies with robots and this kind of thing. Your presentation focused on the copyrights of it, whether there were rights to it. Did a robot have copyrights? This was one of the things in the Screen Actors Guild strike and the writers' strike, was who had the right to it. And in contrast, I'm looking at Dr. Albaz. Now, this is technology you've come up with. Does your university take the patent for this? How is it patented? How is it? Who owns this?
This is a very good question. I can tell you this is how I did. Before I publish, I have to send the disclosure to the university. So the university is one who has the patent, and she's filed the patent and she cover all the cost. And the university is the one to connect us with the industry. And when they so the university, when they license to the industry, some little part to go to the inventor and the major amount of money go to the university. So
That's very
everything, yes, this means everything must be licensed through the university because the university owns the technology.
And I would like to ask Amy, is the idea, do you think that the creators who create the robots that make the art should be able to patent it, to copyright it? For example, if I create the chat that creates the script, should I be able to get the rights to it? Maybe she left. I do not know. I think she left, Hanade.
Dr. Ayman?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, she asked you, Dr. Beverly, to answer the concern.
What? For what?
She asked you about your patent.
No,
I already answered this
not
question.
Yes, Albaz, he answered the question. I'm talking about the last presentation on robots for artistic work, and she did not answer. The young lady.
Okay, Dr. Amin, you want to leave?
No, I am here. I'm with you.
Yes. Well, I thought your research was very interesting because I really think that the whole medical field has so much potential that's where technology is going to make the biggest impact.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm telling you, especially nowadays, and this is there is a lot of data, and the doctor can't combine all this data. For example, if we work in area of oncology, there is some information come from pathology. You have clinical lab, you have patient history, you have information come from radiology. So very difficult for one person combine all this information and make accurate decision. And the second question.
You muted yourself.
No. I'm saying this is the one thing. So as I told you, we have a lot of data about the patient come from pathology, lab, either urine test or blood test, patient history, radiology. Then all this is, and also patient demographic. Very difficult that you find someone can understand all this is and make accurate decision. And also the most important is in terms of oncology, when we have different protocol for treatment, we find not all patients respond to the same protocol. So the AI helping now to help in accurate diagnosis and also help from the history what is the best protocol can work with this patient. And this is what we did right now in two applications, prostate cancer and the breast cancer. And the prediction accuracy for the treatment reach more than 90%.
Does anyone in the audience have any questions of any of the presenters? Anyone have any questions? And Dr. Shuja, I believe that you were giving the three things you felt that entrepreneurs should really do and do well. And what do you think we could do to foster those types of skills in people?
Could you repeat your question again, please?
You were talking about what you felt was important for an entrepreneur. I'm saying, how do you think we can foster the development of those skills or those attributes?
See, in the beginning, I believe they will, the main factor to encourage them to get don't think about risky, what the risky before, just go to forward whatever it happened. Sometimes you will file the filer maybe once, twice, three times, then you will succeed. Nothing come by easy. This is the first thing. Second thing, I believe if we can give the entrepreneurial the support, more knowledge about how the business can and give him the facilities. Sometimes it's work. This is in my opinion, and I believe thinking out the box is a very important factor for them. See, now everything in our global marketing, it's I think nothing can hide from the others. That's mean if you will start with the old project, you cannot succeed. It's very difficult to succeed. You need a new idea. You need a new solution for issues. Yes, decrease the cost and increase the profit. This is my opinion. That's it, actually.
I'm sort of curious. Do you have any way we can get people to think outside the box? What if a person just doesn't think outside the box? Can we? Is there anything we could do to get people to expand their perspective?
See, it's my mentality issue actually. I will talk about myself. I had 3 or 4 projects for myself, my own. Actually, all of it's filed. The file, I mean, different reasons for that issues, but the cost is very, very difficult nowadays for teamwork. Regarding to what you mentioned about thinking out the box, I think I believe in thinking out the box. The very important factor. But how I cannot explain. But you need to thinking about what's the issue, or sometimes some of companies or some of entrepreneurship, they looking for a little issue, and they found a very, very simple way to solve it.
And Beverly, Professor Beverly, I think there are contributions from Trent. Trent, Simon? Because you didn't... Trent?
Trent, I don't know if he's really there. I know it's on, but I don't know if he's really there.
Yes, Trent?
Trent, are you there?
No, it looks like it's...
No.
Yes. Go ahead, Professor Beverly.
I did want to comment on the lady that left, because I thought the topic was very interesting. I'm sorry the author of it was not available, because one of the things I have a real question is, because we do have artificial intelligence can make paintings, hypothetically, beautiful paintings. How do people feel about having a painting by a robot versus a painting by a person? This is something I think is very interesting. Does it really matter if it's good? Does it matter whether it's done by a robot or if it's done by a person? If a story's really good, does it matter whether it's written by a chatbot or chat GPT or a person?
Yes, exactly. This is the ethical issue. And the code of ethics for the AI, it will be tolerations in the nearest future. And all the countries now working about that, even though they initiate several robotic for the driving. And they said, when the robotic make accident, who will be responsible about that? And somebody is die from the robotic, okay? Or there are some robotics working with police or doing some resistance. And when this is happen, who will stop those robotic?
That's
And
right.
we discussed it in previous sessions in the first day with some people. It's also presenting about robotic. Hi,
Yes.
Professor Mike, how are you? What is your opinion about the conference? We're closing out. We are so friends. We need to enjoy. In last minute, you
You're
muted
muted,
yourself.
Mike.
Mike, you
You're-
mute
You're
yourself.
muted.
I think everything went very well. I always enjoy listening to the presentations and having as much discussion as time allows. But it's very, it passes on a lot of knowledge to everybody, and people can also make some very good contacts, which is also very important. I think this was a resounding success.
Thank you so much. Any final comments, Beverly? Professor Raed, one of the inventors in the GCC, also it's from medical base. If you want to have a discussions, more than welcome, Professor Raed.
Hi, how are you? I'd like to thank you for listening because I get more information from you than I give, really, about that sessions. But if you want, I just have little comment regarding to the designing of the reports. This is now a new technology we are trying to achieve, but there is many complications and ethically forms which I start to do. And this technology, you know, it is very complicated and it needs more skills to be done in our country, because you know the technology to make reports is very complicated. I suggest to have a special conference for that, really, because it is the future of our technology to make the reports. And we need to achieve this technology from different countries, which is being responsible or involved in that. That's all I can add on this information. Thank you.
Professor Raed.
Point. Very good point. Yeah, I think
And
a
excellent.
learning session would be excellent.
Learning session, yes. Learning session for this very, very, very interest, and it will be the
Use
future.
the technology properly.
Mhm.
This is the future. This is the
Mhm.
future.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I think this is sort of winding up our session. Yesterday we went over Hanadi, over almost a half an hour. Today we're hitting about on time. You'll have the last session tomorrow, I believe, Mike.
I do. Yeah, I'm right
Yes,
after you.
Yes, so you're
Make
right
sure I'm
after
there for
me.
yours. Yeah.
So that will work tomorrow. So we will see you all tomorrow, we hope.
Okay.
Okay. And
I'll
thank
see you
you
tomorrow.
all
Take
for
care.
your presentations. Good session, good discussion. Bye.
Different here.